Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Million Hypotheses on AO3. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. One great morning waking up, Izuku found himself awash in a feeling of smooth skin. Rubbing the morning crust from his eyes, he tried to sit up but found his body weighed down. He blinked at the sight before him. Even after so much time had passed, he was still amazed that he was able to wake up like this every day. Sprawled out around and on top of him in the large bed they slept in were a myriad amount of women, each as naked as the day they were born. His girlfriends? God, it sounded weird just saying it in his head, but he liked the sound of it. When he'd met them all those years ago, he could never have imagined that every last one would become involved with him quite like this. There was Kami resting on top of Gyro, both clasping hands. Mina held Itsuka in a warm embrace, smiling softly as she did so. Her legs were what were weighing atop the left side of Izuku's chest. Mai and Melissa, who'd taken a liking to one another instantly due to their shared interest in support equipment and technology, had the others' legs wrapped around their necks. They were rather fond of 69ing one another before bed, and the others were careful not to disturb them unless they were in the mood for something a little more adventurous with the others. Normally with Izuku, but they weren't opposed to experimenting with the other girls when they felt like it. Tsuyu had her head on Ryukyu's stomach, the latter of whom already had her legs wrapped around Rumi. This was a bedroom tick of hers, and was resting below Shino. Pixibob they decided to call her and Ryukyu by their hero names to avoid any confusion, and Tomoko. Mo, meanwhile, had her face buried between Setsuna's legs and was snoring softly, but in the air. Setsuna giggled every time her breath tickled her core, unconsciously pressing her closer. Nejaya hid her face in the crook of Yu's neck, the both of them holding each other tight. Nemirai was spread eagle in the middle, her stamina allowing her to get to every single girl at least once, and Izuku twice whenever they had one of their group sessions. Izuku allowed himself to feel a little impressed at their massive polygamous relationship. Even when this whole crazy adventure started, he never imagined it would end up quite this outrageous. But he figured that with 7 quirks at his disposal and having ascended to the top of the hero totem pole after defeating Shigaraki, maybe it wasn't too far-fetched of a scenario. The girls he'd come to know at school and work were all here with him. His gaze fell upon Momo by his side, awake with her tender lips curling upward. He moved his hand to rub the small bump that had formed in her stomach. Hey! She brushed a lock of black hair out of her eyes. Hey! Ready to take on another day? Ready to take on you for sure. Oh really? Really? Izuku continued to rub her belly. Careful, Ms. Number 8 hero. Pretty soon you're gonna have some more competition vying for my attention. Oh, I'm sure I'll be able to take care of whatever little monster we've created. Are you? Izuku leaned in for a soft kiss. Born ready. Ha ha. Oh, you never change. Ah. Just then, Momo's body jolted. The bed sheets over her PP shifted, a head bobbing up and down beneath them. Right after, Izuku felt a mouth wrap around his morning wood. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's one way to wake up. Only 2 missing from what I see. Think we can guess who they are by their tongues. Izuku chuckled as he shifted Mina's legs off him. Okay then, I'll guess. Toru. Momo nodded. Yeah, this ferocity definitely reminds me of. They both flipped up the sheets revealing their bedmates. Okiko. The rosy-cheeked brunette, her hair now longer than in her high school days, was doing vigorous 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 against Momo's snatch. She gazed up at her with heavy longing. Toru, invisible she may be, was clearly lathering Izuku's PP with saliva. Giving it one last peck, she then rose up until her heart-shaped but sat in front of his rod as she kissed up his jaw. Morning, handsome, she purred. Okiko was still liking away at Momo's PP, the lust on her face and her energetic tongue too much for Momo to bear. Oh God! Oh God! Okiko, you're always too fast. Momo came with a small yell, biting the back of her hand to stop. Okiko was breathing heavily, her ample BRSs which had grown to rival Momo's in size as she'd aged, trailing up Momo's voluptuous frame until she could easily slide her face. Her belly was also protruding forward, PNT with Izuku's first child. She gently pulled Momo's hand away from her mouth and gave her the sweetest, most languid French kiss she could muster. Izuku was preoccupied with Toru grinding against his nether region, rocking back and forth in all the right ways. Izuku gave a weary grin. "I know you guys get corny in the morning, but quite frankly, this is a lot." Toru giggled. "It's all because we love you." She bent down to kiss him again. As Okako and Momo broke their kiss, the latter sighed. "You know we're not going to be able to do this that often with the kids to take care of, right?" Okako giggled, thumbing Momo's hair. "That's why I'm collecting right now." She pecked her lips. "Although who says we won't be able to find some downtime when we're off duty?" Momo sighed contentedly. "I'd like that." But still, Okako crawled over to Izuku, eyeing his PP hungrily. "We need to always be prepared for the main course." Murmuring at the commotion, the other women began to stir. Yui had Pony, Ibara, and Leiko latched to her slender frame at the other end of the bed. They all blinked groggily. Karuko bolted upright, hair a mess as she shook her head. She had hickeys coloring her skin purple up and down her bare neck and chest. Kinoko rose beside her in a similar state, caressing her back. Rumi's rabbit ears twitched. "Oh, another morning F session. After we exhausted each other last night." She let a feral grin fall upon her tanned features as she rubbed her own baby bump. "Joining this massive HM of yours has been the best decision of my life." Setsuna gasped in pleasure as Mo resumed liking at her. "Right away. I'll say." Mo pulled her head up to get some oxygen, the tips of her green hair firing up as she did so. Some of the best heroes in the nation, including Mr. Number 1 himself, all in one package. It's the deal of a lifetime. Doesn't hurt that you're all gorgeous. She bent down again, tongue prodding at Setsuna's LBAA with reckless abandon. Kissing Shino and Tomoko, Pixibob eyed their PNT bellies lovingly along with her own. Nemirai came over and hugged the three, kissing them all as her own PNT stomach pressed against theirs. As they were the oldest, they decided to receive Izuku's seed faster than most of the others. And they weren't the only ones. "A shame the others had to skip out on crashing with us last night," Pony said. "They have to get ready for our bonds of holy matrimony to be exchanged soon," Ibara said, holding a quick prayer. "It's only a week away you. Eek dash." Nejaya giggled as Yuyu hugged her close. It was then that Itsuka and Mina crawled over to Izuku as well. "Looks like it's another busy day. Better be ready, Midori." Momo sat by Izuku's head, gently stroking his face. "So, glad you decided to start dating us all at once." Izuku grinned as Okako inserted herself atop his PP, gently pushing Toru away, who acquiesced in letting her go first. Pumping up into his first girlfriend at once, he held her close, her thick thighs wrapping around his waist and her chest smushed against his. "Do you even need to ask? I love every single one of you. My turned on a VBRTR. So do I want me to prove it?" Nejaya eagerly went over to Mai, pulling her in for a kiss. "We'd love to." Yuyu rolled her eyes. Honestly, always so rowdy in the morning. Although she didn't complain when Melissa began gently fingering her and nibbling at her ear, long blonde hair cascading past her face. With another insane bout of sec upon them, Izuku could only thank whatever powers that be which had allowed him to amass the world's greatest lovers. And with that, we go back to where the tale starts about 2 years ago. 2 years prior, a large house located on the outskirts of Musutafu served as the home of Izuku Midoriya and Okako Uraraka, the freshly branded super couple of the century. They preferred to stay out of the public eye whenever possible, living on a private piece of land they could enjoy all to themselves. Deku would just fly them to and from the agency they ran using One for All, exploiting the loophole in that it was for hero work, so there was no need for them to wait in any vehicle. They could rocket to work and then rocket back home no problem. And besides, who was going to tell them they couldn't? The alarm set for 7 a.m. began playing their favorite radio station on their bedside table. Izuku tapped it off, holding Okako closer to him. Running a hand through her hair, he gently kissed her awake, fingers slipping into the gloves she wore to prevent using her quirk when asleep to rub her hands. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 blearily opened an eye, smiling up at Izuku through her messy hair. "Hey handsome. How do you look so appealing in the morning? Anybody tell you you're perfect?" "You do, actually. Every day." She sat up straight, large breasts bouncing. She stretched, looking at the alarm and then pointedly at Izuku's PP hidden beneath the blankets. "What would you say if I wasn't willing to wait all day and just wanted you to F me right here and now?" Izuku shook his head. "You are one greedy woman, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲. Having said that, he thumbed off her gloves and brought her in for a kiss, already feeling himself get hard. Putting his legs over hers, he pressed the tip of his PP against her entrance, eliciting a from her. Diving in. "Operation Cock Sleeve is a go, Commander Deku." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smiled wide. "You know what to do." With that, Deku moved into her fully, her 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿 having gotten so used to his PP it wrapped around it with ease. Both grunted in joy. Do the thing. That thing. Use your quirk, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲." Obliging, she made herself weightless at the same time Izuku triggered float. They began to lazily rotate in the air, and Izuku hugged her close, punctuating what he was saying with a kiss on her face, neck or chest. "You are the most wonderful, stunning, secretary goddamn woman I could ever ask for. Don't sell yourself short there, stud. I'm just as lucky dating the world's greatest hero." She rutted him closer into her, his PP pushing even further and making them both and its greatest thing machine. Grunting, Izuku shoved his PP inside his girlfriend and love of his life, pumping in and out of her eagerly. Kissing and spinning, the sensations were too overpowering, too strong, too lovely for them to handle forever. With one long the two of them came, Izuku's seed spewing out from inside her and dripping onto the bed below. Breathing, Izuku pulled out and grabbed a nearby box of tissues using a single tendril of black whip. Yanking a few out, he began to mop up his girlfriend. She stopped him for a moment to swab up some of the excess semen and swallow it, giving him the most artsy look she could as she scared on her fingers. Gulping, he proceeded to clean her out, flying to the washroom to flush the tissues down the toilet. Coming back, he could see 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 still floating, arms pressed beneath her chest and legs crossed. Her hair drifted almost like a cape behind her. "That really enough for you?" she asked, 𝐺RPNG "Well, that's enough for me when it's the morning. Do you still want more?" Nodding, she gave the sexiest smirk imaginable and spread her legs open, pointing at her opening. "I know you're not so into drinking your own cum, but it should be fine. I'm clean now. Mostly." She pet her head. "Unless you're not willing to take that risk even if it means getting to like my sopping PP. Too much for the world's #1 hero." She liked her lips to accentuate the point, her eyes becoming half-lidded as they normally did when she was feeling especially corny. Clearing his throat, Izuku shot forward and grabbed 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 by her plush, round but as he enthusiastically ate her out. She squealed with joy. Locking her legs around his head and keeping herself from accidentally floating away. Liking every part of her snatch he could, he feasted on her PP, curly green hair flopping from side to side as he ate her out. Sking in breaths, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 enjoyed the sensation of her love's tongue, grinding up against his face all she could, and before she knew it, she was leaking again, her essence flying everywhere. The 0G drops hung suspended in air, little dots of her 𝐼𝐻𝐿 surrounding them. Wiping at his mouth, Izuku drifted back up to her face. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 hungrily pulled him in for a kiss, smiling against his lips as she tasted herself. "You may not like your cum, but I love mine. Especially when it's delivered to me through that expert mouth of yours." Pressing a finger against his lips, she hugged Izuku to herself, bosom placed flush against his chest as she gave him a few more tender kisses. "Okay, that was fun, but we've really gotta go, 𝐻𝐻𝐲. Come on." With that, Izuku set himself back onto the floor and 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 sighed in acceptance, releasing her quirk and bouncing on the bed, large breasts making a smacking sound as she did. "Time to see if the world's managed to keep spinning without us babysitting, Deku-kun." Half an hour later, they had arrived at the dekuwhatif hero agency dressed in their outfits and ready for patrol, saying hello to their sidekicks and visitors. One man found his eyes tracking 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 but as she walked past, but a sharp look from 𝐒𝐿𝐴 dissuaded him from the primary lapse of foolishness. "Whoa," 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said suddenly, eyes going wide at one of the guests. "You're," said guest jumped up, a young woman with stars in her eyes. "Oh my god. You placed second in the sports festival. You're the #1 hero in the flesh." They had both shouted at the same time, drawing curious eyes around the reception hall. Once everybody realized it was 𝐒𝐿𝐴 going on another of his rambling hero rants, they rolled their eyes and continued about their business. While he had matured in many areas, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 gave a light snort seeing his familiar naive hero otakuism going into overdrive again. While she never got tired of seeing it, it did begin to border on being a little creepy when he got too in the zone. "I saw how you took down that one student with the heat absorption quirk. That was close, but you managed to pull through. Dude, you watched my fights in the sports festival. Eep." The girl jumped up and down. "You're as big a hero fanatic as they say. I've been following you forever now, ever since you beat Shigaraki and took back Japan." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 flinched a little, so fast that only 𝐒𝐿𝐴 noticed, but he went right back to normal in the next second. He resumed his chattering with the girl, and it seemed they would take a while. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 tapped her partner on the shoulder and indicated she would go ahead, to which he nodded. Up the elevator, she thought over the terrible things that had been happening up until only a couple years ago. All for one, once the evilest villain on Earth, had been secretly grooming a successor even worse than he was, whose capacity for terror was matched only by 𝐒𝐿𝐴's capacity for inspiring hope in people, Tomura Shigaraki. He was currently serving life in prison in Tartarus' deepest floor alongside the other members of the League. She sincerely hoped he'd stay there. He'd caused them all enough pain, especially 𝐒𝐿𝐴. After what happened to All Might, he'd never been the same. Shaking her head of those dark thoughts, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 walked over to the main office, massive boots clacking against the floor. Opening the door, her eyes widened in surprise as she saw a familiar face inside. "Momo." The black-haired woman smiled. Her hero outfit had been redesigned over the past couple years so it could now better contain her curvaceous frame, especially her breasts, which seemed to have swelled even larger than they already were when they'd first met. The leotard was wider and did a better job of supporting her gargantuan bust. "𝐒𝐿𝐴. How wonderful to see you. I wasn't expecting you here today. I have a bad habit of not checking my work emails unless I'm in the office. Is there a case you need help with?" "No, it's something a little bit more personal actually. Is Deku in today? Someone say my name." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 opened the door, also surprised to see Momo in their office. "Perfect timing, as usual," Momo said, a big smile on her face. It then faltered, turning into a slight frown. She put a hand to her chin. "Oh dear, this is awkward." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 put a supportive hand on her shoulder. "What is it?" Momo began twirling at her hair. I was maybe hoping that my Doria would, only if you both wanted to, of course, let me." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smiled, nodding to encourage her. "You can say it, Yaoyorozu. What do you need?" Taking a deep breath, she shouted her question with her eyes screwed shut. "Please let me have a one-night stand with you." Whatever the century's biggest super couple was expecting, it wasn't this. Eyes growing blank with shock for a few seconds, they took a few minutes to process this startling question. And then, after their morning's hero duty, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had agreed to meet up with Momo later at a nearby cafe so she could elaborate further on her request. So, at about noon, the three were sitting by the restaurant's window out of their hero outfits, attracting the eyes of any passers-by attentive enough and agreeing to sign autographs for whoever came up to them. As 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was signing the notebook of a young middle school boy, Momo began her spiel. "I do mean what I said this morning. I've been trying to land a good match for months now online but can't even find a single sufficient date. They're all either sycophants, psychopaths, or JRKs. And the ones who are nice enough never quite do it for me." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 took a sip of her coffee as she ate her bagel. "I always thought you and Todoroki had good chemistry. Why did you never pull the trigger and start dating?" I've never asked you because I figured it was a little personal with everything that's happened to him. I mean, we tried, but… Momo shook her head. It's as you say. Shoto needs somebody different, and we quickly realized we wouldn't work because of that. But I don't know. Maybe between that and turning every other guy down, I just have too high standards. Taking another sip of her drink, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stealthily eyed Momo's downturned face. Maybe you're into girls. Momo jumped at that, cheeks growing flushed. Oh, no, no. I mean, I've never really thought about it, but… Izuku gave 𝐒𝐿𝐼 a chastising look after seeing her small smirk at having successfully teased their friend. She could only shrug in response. She'd confessed to him before that she'd snuck a few glances at the other girls' nd bodies in the high school changing rooms when they weren't looking. She also remained openly bi-curious despite her commitment to Izuku, saying she wouldn't mind experimenting in the future, which was a longing Izuku had given his consent for her to explore at some point. As such, she was always on the lookout for any other women with an interest in the same sex, eager to find at least one she'd be comfortable with. That meant, of course, any sexcapades Izuku chose to embark upon wouldn't be frowned upon by his partner either. In fact, she seemed to openly encourage it, wishing to further spice up their love life. Izuku sat back in his chair. Well, I know 𝐒𝐿𝐼's okay with it. I'll do it if you want, but I want you to be absolutely sure. You don't want to try your luck on somebody else. Momo shook her head. I think it's almost run out, if I'm being honest. If we do this, it's got to be when our schedules are clear. Our Friday night should wrap up fairly quickly unless there's a major accident or incident of some sort, which I think we'll be safe on. So confirm it, is that a good night for you? Are you 100% sure you still want to do it? Momo nodded. Yes, Friday would be perfect. And I've never been surer of anything. Izuku smiled. Good. Then we just need to arrange an exact time and place. Boom. An explosion rocked the building outside, coming from inside the nearby convenience store. A gang of costumed villains piled out through the window, cackling and firing their quirks at nearby civilians to drive them away. Gritting his teeth, Izuku stood up and rolled his shoulders, pulling his gloves out from his jacket pocket. It's always something. I'll take care of this, so you ladies just continue conversing. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 furrowed her brow in concern. Are you sure you'll be fine? Babe, if I can't handle a pickle-skinned burglar wearing 500 yen aviator shades, I might as well just give up being a hero right here and now. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled at his joke, waving him off. Izuku rushed out the door and proceeded to apprehend the amateur villains. Momo sighed. There he goes. Mr. Perfect. Oh, he's still got his fair share of flaws, trust me. I personally think he still beats himself up too much. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 set her can coffee down. Way too much. Momo gave a sympathetic smile. Does he talk about it? Sometimes, but you know how he is. Always trying to put on a brave face. He broke down about it right before we revealed we were going out, but every other time All Might comes up. Well, anyway. There's nothing we can do now. So. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 leaned back, grinning. I'm curious, how many guys made it past second base? Tapping a finger against the armrest, Momo wore an unreadable expression. 4. DMN. I guessed 5. Chuckling, Momo counted them off her fingers. Shoto was my first, and between you and me. Whoa. Fanning herself, Momo grinned at the memory before frowning again. The others were SHT. Trying to contain her laughter, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 squeezed the armrest for support. Well, I guess that explains your high standards. Oh, shut up. And before you ask, Shoto's out of the country, so that's why I'm coming to you guys. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 leaned back in her chair. Okay. Yeah. This is gonna work. But on one more condition, I get to watch. Deal. They shook hands on it just as Izuku came floating upside down outside the cafe window. Burglars are all taken care of. What did I miss, girls? Friday. The big night. Izuku, 𝐒𝐿𝐼, and Momo had checked into a LVHTL, paying the receptionist extra to not reveal some of the most popular heroes in the nation were staying there. Izuku even had to forcibly pry the money from 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hands, whose poor upbringing was too deeply ingrained in her to ever fully go away. Izuku was still a little skeptical about the location. "Are you sure you don't want to do this at our place? I mean, it's quiet, out of the way, only me and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 have had sec there. I think." 𝐒𝐿𝐽 scowled from the couch. "Oh no, Buster. You're not sneaking back home after we forked over all that dough. You're doing it here." Laughing, Momo sat Caesar style on the bed in a lace black BR, panties, garter belt and stockings. She had pulled her hair out of its trademark ponytail. "Oh, the chemistry between you two is adorable." Taking off his shirt to reveal his rock-solid, scarred physique, Izuku placed a hand on his hip. At 5 feet 9 inches, he edged out Momo in height by 1 inch. "You've been taking the CNTR-CPTV, right? Still want to do it bareback?" Nodding enthusiastically, Momo stretched her arms out. "Whenever you're ready. Deku." "Oh wait, Momo," 𝐒𝐿𝐽 interjected. "One request, could you make me a DLD?" Blushing, Momo nodded. She tossed 𝐒𝐿𝐽 a freshly made pink DLD with a healthy amount of bumps and ridges on it. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 gazed at it with a strong look of lust. "This is gonna be so good." Unbuckling his belt and kicking off his jeans, Izuku was left in his green boxer briefs. He crawled into bed, the red lighting of the room feeling very SNSL. Looking down at Momo's behemoth BRSS, he could confirm they were about the same size as 𝐒𝐿𝐽's. He wasn't going to complain about that. In the corner of his eye, he saw his girlfriend with her briefs and panties pulled down already, idly fingering herself as she looked on with anticipation. Making the first move, he cupped Momo's face as tenderly as he could, bringing her in for a kiss. Vanilla. She tasted like vanilla. Lips soft and plump, hair long and silky. She filled up his entire world in no time flat. He pushed her back, laying on top of her as they kissed. Momo wrapped her arms around Deku, enjoying the sweetness of their makeout session. She gave a little yelp of excitement as they began to wrestle with their tongues, Deku's hands creating trails of fire across her skin. Breathing heavier and hugging each other tighter, Deku's hands slid up her back to unclip her brother, pulling it off her. He took a moment to take in her rosy pink nipples before moving in to SCK at them. Momo cradled his head as he brought both nipples to full attention, letting him have his fun with her chest. She was well aware it was one of her best assets, and Izuku being so entranced by them thrilled her to no end. He eventually moved back up though, diving in for another passionate kiss before Momo pushed him up onto his knees. Fingers scrabbling at the band of his briefs, she pulled them down his legs. His irked PP sprung up as she did, nearly poking her in the eye, which he immediately began apologizing for. Chuckling, Momo stroked his length, saying it was her fault. "Besides, it's not every day you get slapped by such an amazing PP." Flipping him over so he was on his back, she took a hold of his member and swallowed it whole, taking the tip into her mouth and slowly working it further down her throat. "Whoa," Izuku said, hands scrabbling at the sheets. He saw 𝐒𝐿𝐽 rubbing the tip of her toy against her entrance, slouched against the couch. The sight only served to make him feel more aroused. Bobbing up and down, Momo practically inhaled his rod, lavishing it as lovingly as she could. If Izuku didn't possess an iron will, he knew he'd have clenched in under a minute. Pulling up with a pop, Momo sat back, wiping some drool from her chin, her soft curves just begging to be fed. She leaned back, grabbing her BRSTS and pushing them against each other. "It's been a long time since I've let a guy do this. So, what are you waiting for?" Clearing his throat, Izuku moved to place his PP in between her cleavage. At once, she began working her melons up and down. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 had now begun pushing the DLD into herself a bit more, getting herself going with the pace of their action on the bed. To say this was the most wonderful feeling in the world was a lie, because Izuku knew the only thing more satisfying than this was actual NTRCS. As Momo moved her BRSTS up and down, breathing on his PP whenever it would pop up, he got closer and closer to his limit. Toying with his PP, Momo liked the tip, eyes begging him to come. With a grunt, Izuku finally released his hot seed over her chest and face, PP ejaculating with gusto. Falling off her, Izuku wiped his brow as he saw Momo scoop up his cum. Taking a taste of it, she smiled at him. None of the shyness he typically associated with the woman was there. She was staring at him with potent lust in her eyes, and her breathing was only growing heavier by the minute. Standing up after cleaning up the rest of his SMN, Momo began unbuckling her garter belt. She stood in front of Deku, pointing at her panties. There's a couple 𝐭𝐴 I have that I want to try with you. First, I love it when men use their teeth to take off my panties. Izuku took her by surprise by lunging forward at the hem of her underwear, pulling it down past her stockings. Her pee-pee was dripping with 𝐼𝐿, and she gasped as the air hit it. And the other is? Izuku asked. Momo laid back down again, clothed in only her stockings now. Tell me, do you ever use Black Whip for secretary? 𝐒𝐿 spoke up from the corner, still pressing the DLD against her lower lips and abstaining from climaxing. It's weird. I wouldn't recommend it. She was having trouble forming a coherent sentence. Momo nodded. Noted. Do it. Manifesting a tendril which wrapped around his finger, Izuku laid on his front. Don't say she didn't warn you. Shooting the coil forward into her vein, Momo's eyes widened, and she arched her back. 𝐻. As Izuku moved it around, Momo began tossing and turning frantically, concerning him. Want me to stop? No, no. She moved out a hand in dissent. I need this. Gyrating her hips against the penetrating tendril, Momo was brought to a swift 𝐶LMX, screaming in joy. Izuku made sure to pull it out right after she did. 𝐒𝐿 continued to moving the DLD into herself fully now. Gasping as she came down, Momo beckoned Izuku forward. The time had come. Without another word, Izuku lined up with her entrance and moved, filling her hole. She was tight. Very tight. But that added challenge only spurred Izuku forward. He began pulling in and out, Momo's massive BRSs bouncing up and down beneath him. She pulled him in for a kiss, which elicited another loud from 𝐒𝐿. Deciding to kick things up a notch, Izuku stood up on the bed and lifted Momo's hips up, keeping her legs suspended on either side of her as he pile-drove her in a mating press. Melons flopping about, Momo grabbed one and sked on it, giving Izuku the most alluring gaze she could muster. The image was complemented by her appealing hair spread out on the sheets, reflecting the red light of the room in their silky blackness. Grunting, Izuku kept pounding into her faster and faster until he came with a overflowing her PP and causing her to 𝐶LMX along with him. 𝐒𝐿 finally worked up the pace on the couch and furiously moved the toy into her PP, leaking with a loud yell. Izuku laid on top of Momo as his seeds spilled out of her PP. Cupping her face, he stole another kiss, hips bucking more gently, riding out the last of the wave as they came down. The three were left gasping for breath. Stumbling over, 𝐒𝐿 took the opportunity to pull her boyfriend in for a deep kiss, pecking at his face as she did so. You are unmatched, Deku. She looked down at Momo, and without hesitation gave her an intense upside-down kiss, surprising her. Pulling back up, 𝐒𝐿 pulled her hair behind her ears. I'm too hot and bothered right now. I need to let off some steam. Izuku sat down by the pillows, hand raised up. Sure, just give me a minute. Not just with you, 𝐒𝐿 said. I mean, you're unbelievable when it's just you, but now that we're all here I want to F you both. Right now. Izuku and Momo took a few seconds to process that. The only response they could muster was, here. Momo, stockings off and now completely 𝐷, was holding Izuku's head in her lap. 𝐒𝐿 sat on his PP left in just her brother gulping. Izuku's eyes flitted from one pair of BRSs to the other, feeling his PP pop up. Grinding her butt against it, 𝐒𝐿 looked down at him, tongue between her teeth. Somebody's excited. And who can blame you? The two hottest women you've ever met in your life are prepared to F you silly. Momo's face had been red this entire time, and her dampening PP revealed her excitement. Just relax for a little, my Doria. Me and 𝐒𝐿 will make you feel good. Your refractory period still isn't kicking in, right? Shaking his head so fast he was worried he looked too desperate, Izuku assured her he wasn't. One for all has a lot of benefits, and one of those is enhanced physical performance. Smiling down at him past her BRSs, Momo said, Then we'd better make sure this lasts. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 grabbed Momo's shoulders and gave her a kiss. Making out for a few seconds before pulling back, she kept grinding her round but against Izuku's junk. Momo, you know what to do. Bringing Izuku's head up further, Momo leaned over until her BRSs flopped on Izuku's face, which he began sking gratefully. Tucking her hair behind her ear, Momo kept leaning over him as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 took care of his lower end. Izuku began activating One for All, keeping it at a low percentage. With some soft action to start them off, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 unclipped her BR and allowed her melons to be set free, nipples just as pert as Momo's. She moved down, making sure to drag her BRSTS along Izuku's stomach until she reached his PP. She inserted his PP into her cleavage, brown eyes in their trademark half-lidded position again. I loved it when Momo wrapped those fat melons of hers around your PP. Tell me whether mine are better or not, okay? 𝐼𝐳. Kudosh red heart hash. With that she began working his PP between her BRSTS, mashing it with all her might. Aiming against Momo's chest, he grabbed her torso for support, leaning his head into her stomach more. Momo decided to shift around, placing her PP over his mouth. You don't mind, right? Without a word, Izuku grabbed her hips and made her sit on his face, tongue working overtime as she shouted in surprise before shifting over into 𝐸𝐻. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled. Show him a nice PP and he's a starving wolf. You had the right idea when you came to us asking for this. As Izuku was eating out the black-haired goddess, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 kept working her BSS up and down, drawing his PP into her mouth. She would take small pauses in her FLLT to continue egging her boyfriend on. Can't believe it, his stud. That you're fing and being fed by two hot babes. Well, you should. You deserve it. She kept working him up, her hair tickling his pelvic area. Momo, too, was being worked up into a frenzy. She was feeling raw from before and hadn't fully come down, but where Izuku's tongue was sending her was something else entirely. He ate her out like a man possessed. Not even Shoto had managed to be this caring, this passionate, this strong. It was keeping her turned on and she was hoping the night would never end. As 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pumped her BRSs up and down his PP, Izuku began grunting more, his sounds vibrating against Momo's snatch. He reached out to like at her CLT, making her scream. Unable to hold it any longer, she came over his mouth, screaming in joy. Izuku swallowed it, eyes alight with passion. Momo kissed him, tasting herself against his mouth. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 watched this with a grin. Oh, so you managed to hold out. Not bad, stud. But how will you do against two fat sets of melons? Taking the hint, Momo broke their makeout session to crawl down to where 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was. Moving so they were on either side of him, both flashed him an affectionate smile before smothering his PP between their BRSTS, nipples rubbing together. Izuku was trying to maintain his composure, taking fast, hard breaths through his nose and out through his mouth as his two partners moved their BRSTS up and down, taking turns to like at his PP whenever it would poke up. He threw his head back onto the bed, hips beginning to unconsciously jerk up. I think he's close, Momo observed. It was a great fight Deku-kun, but you can't keep up against something like this forever. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 began moving her BRSTS up and down even faster, squishing Deku's PP between her mounds as hard as she could. Momo followed, her nipples rubbing even more against 𝐒𝐿𝐼's. Up and down they went, completely focused on making Izuku CLMX. Almost there, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 cooed, and in the next moment, Izuku ejaculated for the third time that evening, seed spraying all over 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Momo. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 made sure to coax Izuku's PP down from its high. She and Momo then stood on their knees. They cleaned his cum off each other, swallowing it and liking where it had landed on each other's chest and face. Once they had finished, they shared another kiss. Sitting up and staring at his feet, Izuku breathily said, Momo, I promise we'll get back to you right after this. Momo's quizzical look soon changed to surprise as he lunged forward and grabbed 𝐒𝐿𝐼 by her bottom, pushing her face first into the mattress and spreading her entrance. Bending forward to gently fondle one of her BRSTS, he breathed into her ear, You didn't think I'd be the only one getting serviced, did you? Smiling into the sheets, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pushed herself back as Izuku moved himself forward, entering her. He began moving violently, pounding her into the mattress. She made satisfied MMMS with each successive push forward. Momo stared with a hand over her mouth, immensely aroused by the display she was seeing. The sheer, passionate aggression they had as they fed was stunning to behold. "You keep changing my life, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲." 𝐒𝐿 leaned into her back, continuing to move. "When you told me you liked the name Deku, that was the first time anybody inspired me to be my own hero, not just All Might's successor." Smacking her butt and watching it jiggle, hearing her MMMM in pleasure, he pulled her into him. His hands pawed at her BRSTS as he continued pegging her. "When you saved me in that exercise, the first time Black Whip triggered. When you told me how happy you were when you got your first Christmas present from me. All the other times after that too, and now this." He looked at Momo with genuine gratitude and love in his eyes. "Every second you're in my life, you make it better. You know that. So this is for you." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 screamed as she clenched, Izuku following after her once more. Cum pouring out, she collapsed onto the bed, breathing heavily. Izuku fell on his back, one for all still circulating through his body. Momo brought her hand away from her mouth, looking at the two of them. Izuku looked apologetic. "Sorry. It's just that 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 gets me going like nothing else. I can see that." Looking back and forth between the two, she scratched her chin. "To put it bluntly, I still want to. She gulped. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 one more time. Breathing heavily as she got up on her knees, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 held her hand out. "Make me a strap-on." Surprised, but not voicing disapproval, Momo made the strap-on, a simple HNS with a purple DLD, with another furious blush on her face. Wiping away and swallowing Izuku's cum, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pulled the strap-on up her PP, buckled it tight and lined it up with Momo's entrance, laying her down and grabbing her hips. "Can't leave all the heavy lifting to Deku, and this night is supposed to be about you. I've never done this before though, be warned. Well, here we go." As she moved forward, Momo gasped at the strange sensation. She had plenty of DLDS at home, but this one being worn by another woman was oddly secretary we good. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 let a big smile spread across her face. "Good. Now let's diversify things a bit." Pressing all 5 of her fingers against Momo's thigh, she made her weightless. The shift in gravity made Momo gasp. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 moved into her again, watching the look of overwhelmed delight that crossed her face with glee. She began pushing the DLD in more and more, slamming Momo's hips against hers. Not to be left out, Izuku crawled over with his face over Momo's. Cupping her chin, he bent forward and captured her lips in a deep kiss. As they made out, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 continued to move forward, using her experiences with Izuku as reference, although the lack of weight made her job easier. Moving enthusiastically, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 grinned as she watched Momo and Izuku make out, becoming more and more aggressive the more she rammed into her. With her BRSTS jiggling even more in zero gravity and her senses overloaded, Momo could feel her 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 swiftly approaching. Pulling Izuku's face as close as she could and sking on his tongue, she pushed her hips up into 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿. They went faster, 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 and then it all came crashing down as Izuku pulled away and let her scream, cum gushing out of her PP around the DLD, droplets sprayed into the air until 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 released her quirk and let her fall back to the bed. Pulling out, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 took the strap-on off. Izuku took care of cleaning up Momo's PP, liking it all up. Once he was finished, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 pulled him in for a taste too. It wasn't too different from her own, in all honesty. Momo lay dazed, staring up at the ceiling. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 and Izuku fell down on either side of her, grunting in exhaustion. It took a few minutes for Momo to come back to her senses, shaking her head once she did. Pressing the butt of her palm against her temple, she smiled. "That was unbelievable." 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 grinned wide. "Oh, you enjoyed all that? I thought you hated it." Momo laughed, folding her hands onto her stomach. "I don't know if I can have sex with anybody else after that. I mean, nothing is gonna compare." She looked a little dismayed at this. Sharing a look, Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐿 realized the same idea had entered their heads. "This doesn't have to be the last time, if you want." "Yeah, Mo. We can make these sessions a regular thing." Shocked, Momo tried to sit up, but the rush of blood to her head caused her to fall back down, making her partners concerned. Izuku patted her shoulder. Hey, you don't have to feel obligated to go solo again. We can get you in on our fun whenever you want. I mean, I've seen 𝐻𝐻𝐿 really corny, but this was something else. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 agreed. Mo, we'd love to continue. Well, making love to you. Do you want to keep doing this with us? Looking between the two with that regular shy look on her face, fists clutched together in front of her mouth, she flushed as she nodded furiously. Izuku chuckled, content. Great. Having taken care of that, it's time for bed. They got up to change the sheets, laying things out nice and evenly. Crawling under the covers, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and Momo hugged Izuku's arms on either side of him as they drifted off to a well-needed sleep. Izuku found himself in a familiar place as he dreamed, the color surrounding him seeming to be scared into a vacuum. Looking around, he saw 𝐷𝐿 with an exasperated expression. Again. You used it again. Izuku held his hands up in apology. Look, only after she asked for it. It was the same with 𝐒𝐭𝐴, although she didn't seem to like it. And I thought you said you wouldn't spy on us in those situations. Shaking his head, 𝐷𝐿 replied, it's kinda hard when you use Black Whip without warning, kid. Especially when. Wincing, he sighed. Well, if a woman that appealing asked that of me, I guess I'd agree too. Young Midoriya. Always full of surprises. Toshinori, his lingering vestige taking on the appearance he had upon initially receiving One for All, stepped out from behind 𝐷𝐿. Izuku straightened his back immediately, still not used to seeing his mentor far younger than the emaciated father figure he had known. All Might. It seems you've established a new relationship with Yaozu. Please, I'd like to hear about it. Or, well, the safe for work parts. All Might gave a knowing smile. Now that was more like the man he'd known. Smiling, Izuku proceeded to talk about Momo. And that's how he spent his dream, quietly discussing his present life with the memory of his hero. Momo Yaozu was a refined woman. With a privileged upbringing and genius-level intellect, she had ascended through the hero industry through born advantages and hard dedication. There had been many trials over the years, but conquering them made her all the prouder of her accomplishments. It was a far cry from the girl who confessed her insecurities to Shoto, and she was immensely happy with where she had ended up in life. Especially so as she was currently being reamed by both Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 in their bedroom, legs wrapped around Izuku's waist. It had been about a month since the three had their rendezvous in the LVHTL. They had decided to cut to the chase and let Momo come over to their house when they had sec, partly to have an established meeting place and partly because 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was adamant they spend no more money than was needed. Japan's #1 hero held Momo close as he moved into her while 𝐒𝐿𝐴 kept skinging at her BRSTS, teasing her CLTS with soft strokes. She came fast with the combined stimulus, screaming. And so it went, the three having sec at least twice a week. They didn't seem like they'd get tired of it anytime soon, and Momo was over the moon about finding not just one but two people eager to have her involved in their SXL activities. When they were finished, Izuku promptly fell asleep between 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Momo, having had a long day taking care of hero work before expending the last of his energy with them. The women decided to pass the time softly talking as they waited to drift to sleep. Gazing at her love's peaceful face, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 played with his messy hair. Watching him sleep is soothing. He's always smiling and composed at work, practically married to the job. But when he's like this, it's one of the times I get to see the real Izuku where he doesn't have to be strong for everybody. Momo held the covers to her chest, nodding in agreement. You're lucky to have him, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pursed her lips together. About that. Me and Izuku have been talking for a little bit. We never placed any strict limits on who our relationship could involve, Su'u. Momo shifted so her head was propped up on her hand. And you don't have to be our but call forever, you know. You can take the next step. What next step? Actually dating him. Become his next girlfriend and make things easier for all of us. Flushing, Momo tried to keep her voice down so as not to wake up their green-haired lover. Oh 𝐒𝐿𝐴, that's much too scandalous. I couldn't possibly, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 cut her off. We're fing the #1 hero together whenever we can find mutual time off. I'd say that's already scandalous. But, no buts. I've seen how you've started looking at him these past few weeks. It's super obvious. Ah. Momo could raise no objections to that. She'd found her thoughts drifting to Izuku and Okiko very frequently, especially when she was thinking about who she wanted to spend her life with. Yet the idea was simply too insane. There was no way it was a reasonable idea. Okiko could tell she was still conflicted. He's going to ask you out tomorrow since he knows it's your day off. I think you should go with him. You'll have fun. Sighing, Momo rested her head against her pillow. I'm not against it personally, I just don't want to get in the way of you two and mess things up. You're perfect together. Okiko smiled and reached over Izuku to grab Momo's hand. We're great together. Not perfect. We could be even better with you, trust me. Let yourself be happy, Mo. There's nothing wrong with that. Turning over to her other side and closing her eyes, Okiko ended their conversation, leaving Momo with a nervous but warm feeling in her chest about what the following day may bring. The aquarium. A friendly blue refuge for families to visit. Or couples. Couples were the other major demographic here, Momo thought as she fidgeted outside the Musutafu aquarium. She was wearing a pink beret, black shades, a caramel button-up shirt and jeans as a means of hiding her appearance among the crowd so they wouldn't flock to her while simultaneously dressing up for her date. Couldn't forget the bright red lipstick either, she'd been very careful about applying just the right amount. Hello, Momo. Izuku walked up beside her, wearing a simple baseball cap as his disguise. He had a black blazer and breathes on, a collared shirt happening to pair well with Momo's blouse. The tips of his green hair poked out from beneath the rim. Momo sighed as she saw his bare minimum effort at concealing his identity. Izuku, do you really think that's going to work? This isn't like some movie, people are going to tell who you are in minutes. Izuku pulled his cap down. Well, I'm counting on the old hiding in plain sight technique, and he began to blush a little. I trust you're going to be pretty enough to draw attention away from me. Momo's chest squeezed once she heard that. Clearing her throat, she tried to look composed. Am I correct in saying Okiko fed you that one? You got me. Flirting's never been my strong suit. I know. She hooked her arm in his and they walked into the aquarium. She looked up at him with an affectionate gaze beneath her sunglasses. But hearing it made me very happy. Speaking of, that had reminded Momo of something Okiko had told her right before she left for the date. She'd been allowed to use her and Izuku's bathroom while he doubled his workload for the morning so he could take the afternoon off. Momo, just be prepared. What is it, Okiko? I know Izuku still lapses too much into being an embarrassed dork, but I had to warn you, since he's gained more confidence, he's turned into an accidental flirt. Momo pet her head as she applied her lipstick. Meaning? Okiko had a somewhat embarrassed expression on her face. You'll see. Momo wondered if she would see this new habit of Izuku's pop up. An accidental flirt. Really? How do you flirt with somebody without even trying? They began exploring after getting their tickets, taking a good look at each exhibit. Momo was especially fascinated by the underwater tunnel they walked through, the fish swimming above their heads while she hugged his arm closer while walking under. She relaxed a little when she realized what she was doing, but Izuku had hoped she'd cling tight like that a little longer. Past the clownfish and octopi, the slimy crustaceans and eels, they made their way to the penguin exhibit. It's amazing what penguins can do, Momo said. They survive in harsh temperatures, but most of them don't actually live in the Arctic or Antarctic. Their biggest obstacle is the water, since it drains heat faster than air. They've evolved to protect themselves under it. Momo watched the penguins do as their trainer ordered them to, waddling around awkwardly on the man-made platform until diving into the water. If most sea creatures swim, then the penguin is one of the few who can fly. She saw one smaller than the rest, trying to keep up as it waddled. Oh, poor thing, she said. It's trying so hard. The penguin climbed to the top of the rock. It flapped its little flippers a couple times, shook its head and then dove off the edge, making a cleaner dive than any of the others. Momo gasped at the display, the penguin zooming through the water like a torpedo. Izuku pressed his arm against the glass, surveying the small creature. Tiny and weak when it's somewhere it's not meant to be. Hey. I guess I was like that most of my life. Izuku closed his eyes, flashing an apologetic smile. Don't mean to reminisce. This date is about enjoying ourselves. No, I actually want to hear this. You spent your childhood quirkless, and I admit, I've always been curious about that. The first 15 years of my life, specifically. Izuku leaned against the railing. The man you call Deku, he didn't exist until All Might found me. I used to wonder if I was wrong for even wanting to be a hero. For wanting to be somebody you could admire. The penguin swam around still, twirling in the water like it was doing some sort of submerged ballet. But I got my chance, and I ended up where I felt I really belonged. Because it was where I wanted to be. Momo gave him a gentle look. She rubbed his shoulder. It must have been hard. But now you're the best hero there is. I've come to realize there's a lot more people to admire than just the guy above everybody else. You, for example. Momo was a little taken aback by this. Me? Yeah, you. You're a major reason why we all held together when Shigaraki took over. And, well, Izuku scratched his head. What I'm trying to say is, you helped everybody keep a cool head even when it hurt. Even when we wanted to say it was over, you helped push us all forward. I think you're giving me too much credit. You're the one who brought everybody together. I led the charge, I didn't have time to do the herding while I was fighting. There would have been no victory without that. Without you. Izuku flashed her one of his brightest smiles. I'm grateful for everything you and Ida did for us. Really? Momo smiled, cheeks blushing. I guess I can take that bit of praise. She looked at the penguin as it got back up on land, shaking itself off. And now that I think about it, I guess I'm not too different from a small penguin either. Meeting everybody at you, that was the first time I'd ever had real friends. Momo held a hand to her chest. I've been sheltered most of my life, and only over these past few years am I truly grasping how much I still don't know. I was always afraid of whether I was able to be a hero as good as the rest of you. But when I finally began learning how to assert myself. Her fist clenched. It gave me a strength I never had before. Izuku nodded. That's good. Being confident in who you are is always the most important thing. Is that Deku? The pair froze. Deku. Deku. The Deku. Oh my god, I've always wanted to meet him. Hey, then is that Uravity with him? Her hair looks different though. He, was all Izuku could say before he grabbed Momo's hand and they ran for it. They went that way. Running with her hand in his, Momo yelled, I told you it wouldn't work. I didn't hear you have any better ideas. Looking behind them, their faces grew pale with dread as they saw the stampede that had formed behind them. Ruun. They continued to run all over the aquarium, doing a speed tour of the different exhibits. The fish in the tanks seemed to follow them lazily with their eyes as they ran from the rabid crowd. Bursting out of the emergency exit, Izuku scooped Momo into a bridal carry as he leapt off the roof, floating away high into the sky. Heart pounding in her chest, Momo held Izuku close. As the cold wind bit at her face, she looked down at the ground. It had to be at least 200 feet below them. Shrieking, she grabbed Izuku in a vice-like grip, hanging on for dear life. He winced. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm in the habit of making these quick escapes with 𝐒𝐭𝐻 and she's used to flying while you're not. Hang on, I'll bring us down. He flew them down into a park. Momo staggered to a nearby bench and sat down, heart pounding in her chest. Oh, that shaved years off my life. She scowled at him. He could only throw his hands up in apology. Tight escape. I couldn't think of another way. He scratched his head. Sorry. Momo's scowl stayed on her face for a few seconds, although she couldn't maintain it at the small giggle that escaped her. She threw her head back and began laughing in earnest, hand over her biasis. Izuku began chuckling along with her, looking sheepish. I mean, you were pretty cute, Izuku said. The way you clung to me felt good. Realizing what he'd said, Izuku scratched the back of his head and looked the other way, more sheepish than ever. Momo felt her heart do jumping jacks. Oh. So this is Izuku's true form, the accidental flirt. Not somebody to be taken lightly. Not at all. I have to admit, as far as dates go, that'll definitely be the most memorable. She gazed up at him warmly. Thank you. Yeah. Looking around, he realized he didn't know where they were. I guess I should call a cab if you're not up to flying. Not that high, at least. Not yet. But, she stood up, holding his hand between her own. She was blushing. I'd like the chance too. Izuku's eyes grew wide. So that means, yes, Momo confirmed. I'd love to be your second girlfriend. If you're okay with it, of course. Pulling her in for a long kiss, Izuku hugged her close. Momo couldn't help but bring her leg up, feeling lighter than air. Breaking away, he looked down at her with the most radiant smile. Excellent. That is, very excellent. Tilting her head, she looked away in another direction. Your house is only 20 kilometers from here, I think, she said. We can take a cab for 15 and then you can fly us the rest of the way there. Slowly, of course. And what'll we do when we get there? She wore a mischievous expression. I'll let you decide. Nodding, Izuku tilted her head up. I'd like that. He captured her lips once again. They were the very image of a happy couple, out on a date and simply enjoying one another's company. There's an operation on an old PLF base happening in a few days, said Momo, stark naked with an equally exposed Izuku resting his head in her lap. She was absent-mindedly reading a magazine. Okiko, bouncing on Izuku's hips as she slammed his PP into her over and over, was of course also ND. Really? More and more seemed to pop up every month. It had been a week since Momo officially became Izuku's second girlfriend, news which had made Okiko overjoyed. She had begun the slow process of moving into Izuku's home, although still desired to hold onto her penthouse for the time being in case it was needed. As it stood, she eagerly participated in Izuku and Okiko's SXL activities every night, which the two were more than happy to oblige. Kyoka told me about it today, Momo continued. I think Itsuka's going too, and I heard Ida was leading it. I was thinking they could use some help, but I'm all tied up. I'll go, Izuku said. I'm committed to seeing every trace of the PLF vanish off the face of the earth. Then it settled, Momo said, just as Okiko and Izuku clenched. Seeds spilling out of her, Okiko fell flat on the bed with a contentedly lax expression. Tossing aside the magazine and laying Izuku's head down gently, Momo crawled over and began cleaning Okiko out with her mouth, eliciting mms and squirms from her. Upon finishing, she wiped her lips as she positioned herself over Deku. See if you can make me feel just as good, stud. Momo smiled seductively, changing to a look of joy as Izuku slammed her down onto his hips and began moving up. As Momo began to ride him, Okiko lay down beside them and propped her head up. She inserted a finger into her PP. You two look so good together. Momo smiled, even with her mind going into a frenzy at the PP inside of her. Thanks, Okiko. We certainly F good enough. Izuku massaged her BRSTS, giving them hearty squeezes. You two are angels, you know that. Glad you know it, Okiko said, bending down for a kiss. She then offered him a BRST to SCK on, which he accepted gladly. Because these two angels are planning to stay with you for a long time before we all go up to heaven. Momo kept humming, hips bouncing up and down with verve and thighs resting on either side of him. She threw her head back and hummed, CLMX washing over her. Izuku's seed erupted into her, a veritable geyser gushing up. She fell forward, her chest against Izuku's and kissed him softly. Okiko was rubbing their skin slowly, care in every slide. Momo pulled away. She looked overjoyed as she grabbed both Izuku and Okiko's hands. I love you both. So much. Thank you for this incredible relationship. Okiko giggled, throwing her appealing babe in the mix. How could we say no? They fell asleep shortly after, holding each other close. It was 8 in the morning. Izuku was fleetingly reminded of the raid on the Yakuza base he'd participated in 4 years prior. Thinking over how much had changed since then was staggering. The world had its very core rocked, and everybody was still left picking up the pieces, especially since peace had only been restored to Japan a couple years back. Fully functioning infrastructure in the country had only returned the year after. He was in the mountains, the secret base they were investigating, more of a backup stronghold than anything else. It was best to make sure, however. He put away the phone he'd been using for GPS in one of his belt pouches. Walking toward the building in question, he could see some familiar faces standing outside of it. Ida and Kirishima. Tenya Ida and Ahiro Kirishima, best known as Ingenium and Red Riot respectively, rushed over to greet him. Ida's helmet now automatically retracted itself into his back using nanotechnology, and Kirishima had more lightweight armor over his chest, like an open jacket, for added protection. Ida nearly ripped Izuku's arm out of his socket, shaking it so hard. Kirishima pulled him in for a bear hug. "Dude, it's been forever. How's life as the number one?" Izuku laughed, patting him on the shoulder as they pulled apart. "Busy. Always busy. Thank God for Okako, or I think I'd lose it. Kaken keeps telling me you're doing good, but I don't have many chances to relax these days. Midoriya, what do you know about the situation?" Ida quizzed him as they walked over to the officers assembled out front. "Just that this is an abandoned PLF base. Might have some dangerous stuff inside just based on that. Most of the info I got was from Momo and she didn't seem to know too much about it. Had to come when I heard about it though, make sure there's no nasty surprises waiting. I'd hate dealing with a Shigaraki clone." A woman shuddered behind him. "Midoriya, please do not put those thoughts into my head. One Shigaraki was more than we could handle already." Izuku turned with another smile. "Gyro. And Kendo." Kyoka Gyro and Itsuka Kendo were two extremely disciplined women in very different respects. One used a crafty combination of shockwave attacks and Rekken, while the other trained her body rigorously to perform her expert martial arts and overpower her foes using quirk-enlarged fists. Kyoka had become a little less tomboyish but still possessed an air of calm confidence, even if Izuku knew she had her fair share of insecurities. Her new hairstyle was a little longer, framing her face more elegantly. Her costume had stayed mostly the same, a bulletproof vest under a longer jacket being the most noticeable differences. Kendo hadn't changed too much either, having maintained her old side ponytail, growing another inch in height and having extra padding to protect her shoulders. Her hair did seem a little longer, though. "Looks like the gang's all here," Kyoka said, idly twirling one of her earphone jacks. "Do we head in?" "Just one moment, Kyoka." Itsuka placed her fingers together. "Maybe it was only my imagination, but did you just refer to Momo by her first name? I couldn't help overhearing you. I apologize for that." Izuku smiled nervously. "Oh, yeah, her and Okako have been hanging out together lately and we just kind of, took to calling each other by first names. Felt natural, you know. Ha 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 ha." "Really?" Itsuka had a slightly quizzical look on her face, but good old faithful Tenya came to his friend's rescue. Kendo, not to be too forward, but is this really something we should be talking about before a raid?" Kendo gave a repentant smile. "Oh, look at me, getting caught up in stupid details. You're right, let's head over." They stood in front of the entrance, getting ready to break in. It was a 10-story building that seemed to have been plucked straight from a city. Remembering Gigantamachia's size and strength, Izuku wondered if it actually was. Ida was in charge of the operation and was giving the orders. "Midoriya, since you're here you can take Kendo and half the officers with you. Investigate the upper 5 floors, me and the others will investigate the bottom 5 and the basement." "Oh, you should take all the officers with you," Izuku said. "Me and Kendo will be just fine on our own." Flicking his fingers, the resulting wind pressure bore a hole into the wall of the 6th floor. He then grabbed hold of Kendo in a bridle carry, making her yelp in surprise as he leapt up. After they disappeared inside the hole using Izuku's super strength and float, one of the officers whistled. Kirishima was trying hard not to laugh while Ida gave a sigh of exasperation. Shaking her head, Kyoka could only comment, If I didn't know how much he loved Okiko, I'd tell him to be careful about who he pulls the moves on. Whether he's aware of it or not. Landing inside an unlit hallway, Izuku set Itsuka on her feet. She still wasn't over her shock. "Warn me next time," she said, holding her chest. "My stomach's still recovering." Izuku froze before blushing profusely, bowing over and over. "I'm so sorry. Me and Okiko are so used to working together that I just do this stuff on instinct, and then when I'm with other women I don't know how to act around them, so I just go with my gut and," laughing, Kendo waved away his worry. "Lucky for you, you're too cute to stay mad at. A simple sorry is fine." Realizing what she said, it was now Itsuka's turn to blush. Why don't we just get going here?" Izuku nodded, face feeling like it was on fire. "Good idea." They set off, not another word exchanged for 2 floors. Itsuka pulled out a flashlight so they could make their way safely. Once they'd reached the 8th floor, Itsuka could bear the silence no more and struck up conversation again. "I hear you and Okiko are planning to marry each other soon." "If time allows it," Izuku confirmed. "Planning a wedding is big, especially when you want a private one between the number 1 and number 7. It feels like we need to hold the wedding in space to even have a chance of keeping it to the guest list only." And while he didn't voice it, there was also Momo to consider. Her involvement with him and Okiko meant that the wedding would have to wait. It depended on how long she wanted to keep their polyamorous arrangement going, but having 2 significant others in his life still felt a little bizarre. The media would have a field day with it for sure, and he wondered how many mothers across the country would have to dissuade their impressionable sons from believing they should also seek out multiple relationships. He could imagine their looks of scorn at his media appearances and hear his posters down from their kids' walls already. Although, if he really thought about it, he'd known Momo for years. Spending the rest of his life with her alongside Okiko would be a blessing, especially with Japan's polygamy laws having been rescinded over the centuries. Yeah, that could work. If Momo wanted it go that far, of course. Itsuka pulled him out of his reverie. "Still, I think that's lovely. I know I'm still young, and I know things are crazy right now as we recover from what Shigaraki did, but I still feel like finding that special someone of my own. I hope I meet them someday." A sad smile tugged at her lips. "You will," Izuku reassured her. "The world goes by too fast to think you're going to get everything at once. Just keep doing what you're doing, and you'll find who you're looking for." Itsuka nodded. "Yeah." They opened a set of double doors, entering a room with lab equipment. Dusty monitors were on the wall, and in a chair sat a gray Nomyu, tongue lolling out of its mouth and eyes lifeless. Its exposed cranium still retained some sponginess. Itsuka recoiled at the sight. "I hate these things. They really are just like dolls, here. And we keep finding leftovers. Honestly, how many are still lying in wait like bombs across the country? And to think each and every one was human." Izuku shook his head. That doctor really was a bastard. Signaling Kendo to stay back, Izuku shot out Black Whip and wrapped it around the Nomyu's torso. No reaction. He tugged it. No reaction still. Sighing, Izuku gave a thumbs up. "I think this one's the hoof." The creature had suddenly sprung to life, tackling Izuku to the ground. Reacting instantly, Kendo made a swipe for it. With an enlarged hand, but not before the Nomyu punched Izuku through the floor. Deku. Off. Down and down each floor they went, smashing through them like cardboard. Managing to twist around halfway, Izuku began furiously punching the Nomyu into SBMSN. They tore through the entire building until, Kinglish. The both of them slammed on the basement floor, surprising the officers and other heroes assembled on it. The Nomyu was whimpering, unintelligent eyes dazed before Izuku's fist smashed into its beak, knocking it unconscious again. Dusting himself off and clearing his throat, Deku wrapped up the Nomyu in Black Whip and gave it to the officers to use their emergency equipment for dealing with them, a set of carbon-coated control poles and a straitjacket. Kirishima went over to Izuku to check on him. "DMN dude, that was crazy. You alright?" "Sorry about that, it just surprised me," Izuku said. "Could have sworn the thing was dead." "Midoriya!" Kendo came running down, a little out of breath after bolting down the stairs. You weren't hurt, were you? Izuku raised his hand to show he was fine. Don't worry, Kendo, I faced Shigaraki. It takes more than one of his brainless chumps to take me down. Kendo looked down at her hands. Still, I wasn't fast enough. Hey, don't beat yourself up over it. Izuku gave her a gentle smile. I'd rather have that thing crush me through 8 floors than you. I doubt even you'd look that good after that. A groan sounded out from the officers. Kirishima was doubled over laughing while Ida raised an eyebrow in Izuku's direction. Kendo was blushing. Izuku realized he had somehow put his foot in his mouth. Here. What did I say? Kyoka facepalmed. Dude, if you keep acting like this you're going to end up in some real trouble one day. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? And what's with this sudden air of pity? That's not real pity, actually jealousy, too. It ended up being another long day. Investigating the rest of the building, they'd found some old notes about Nomu research, hoping it would lead into further insights in how to better immunize quirks to such gross experimentation. Afterward, Kendo caught up with Izuku. Deku. I was just wondering if we could catch up on case notes sometime. There are still some bases we don't know about, after all, and I know you have an interest in checking them out in spite of your duty as number 1. Oh sure. Why don't you come over to my place sometime? We can discuss things there. Giving her the address, they parted ways and he flew back home. He was more than halfway there before realizing he'd dropped his phone in the commotion with the Nomu. Hanging his head in annoyance, he made a mental note to go back and search for it tomorrow. Landing on his front lawn, Izuku shook himself out as he opened the door. The sight that awaited him on the other side made him feel like he'd been punched through 100 floors. Okiko and Momo, the most wonderful girlfriends any man could ever ask for, were standing in the foyer in nothing but aprons. And by nothing, that meant nothing. Not a stitch of clothing anywhere aside from their cooking attire. Momo had her hair down once again. Me and Momo got to talking, Okiko explained, hip jutting out and showing her exposed side. How best to welcome home the hardest working man on the planet. Especially when he's fighting the worst evils of society. A heartfelt meal was the answer, Momo said. She was blushing unlike Okiko, but still seemed entirely committed to the role. And what's more heartfelt than expressing your feelings? Ahem, laying your feelings bare. So what'll it be? Okiko was looking at him teasingly. Do you want dinner? A bath, Momo said. Or us, they said at the same time, leaning forward so their cleavage was presented in stark relief. Izuku wanted to cry tears of joy. He felt like he could die then and there. Sitting down at the table, Okiko and Momo pulled out the dinner of katsudon they'd made, Izuku's favorite meal, and he chowed down. They explained that they had eaten earlier. Izuku's eyes kept wandering to their practically naked forms, which didn't go unnoticed. Once they had finished, he noticed a lovely smell wafting from the oven. Okiko pulled on a pair of mitts and walked over to it. She made sure to bend forward with her but jutting out as she opened the oven, pulling out a tray of cookies. A little treat for later, she explained. Pulling off the mitts, she sat in Izuku's lap. Her thighs crossed over on either side as she liked her lips. We could get started on a different treat right away though. She pressed her humongous chest into him. Just as soon as we brush our teeth. A small nibble at his ear drew his attention to Momo, her hair tickling his shoulder. Gulping, Izuku said, "S-e-ing." A speedy trip to the bathroom later, he raced back down. Izuku seemed especially eager tonight, his girlfriend's attire htmltng him thoroughly. He'd stripped down to his boxer briefs. Okiko was sitting down on Momo's lap on their living room couch, both still in their aprons. Momo hugged her close as she looked at Izuku's hungry expression, and then at the tent forming in his boxes. I think it worked, she remarked. Okiko nodded, pushing herself off Momo and strutting to her love. Like a charm. She reached up for a kiss, molding herself into Izuku's embrace. Momo walked over and joined them, kissing Izuku's neck. Unraveling both their aprons, Izuku took a second to drink in their ndi forms before pulling them in, swapping from one to the other as he kissed them. They matched his ferocity melons for tat, bringing his hands to their BRSTS. Finding himself suching to Momo, she raised a leg around his waist as 𝐭𝐿 hugged him from behind, rubbing his pee through his underwear. She was massaging it, trying to get the blood flowing even more so it could grow as big as possible. Continuing to make out, Izuku and Momo stumbled to the couch and fell over the armrest. Laughing, they continued making out as 𝐭𝐿 helpfully pulled off Izuku's boxers. Without pause, Izuku moved into Momo as she pulled herself into him at the same time. Momo massaged her breasts, rocking her hips to meet Izuku's every time they'd push forward. The way his pee filled her was beyond pleasure, beyond orgasmic, it was euphoric. She couldn't live her life without feeling it penetrate her regularly, of that she was sure. The feeling of his flesh inside of hers felt so perfect that she couldn't find the words to do it justice. Only the thoughts of it plowing into her, meaty and strong, bulging and hot. It pierced her, stripped her bare. It was a thrill unlike any other. Bringing Izuku down to kiss her again, Momo shoved herself up into him faster and faster, meeting his rapid pace and begging him to fill her with his glorious seed once more. The closer she felt to leaking, the faster their tempo became until searing light clouded her vision and she screamed. 𝐭𝐿, already immensely wet from the display, was breathing. "You two are the thing hottest together." She inserted herself between them. Izuku almost pulled out before realizing where they were. "People sit on this couch," he said. "Maybe we should go upstairs like usual." His girlfriends froze, looking at the SMN that had spilled onto the cushions. "SHT, 𝐭𝐿 said. A brief interlude followed, where Izuku flew himself and Momo up to the bathroom to wipe themselves down while 𝐭𝐿 cleaned the couch, putting the spoiled cushions into the laundry room. Afterwards, they were all on top of the bed and ready to go again. "Hey, Momo." 𝐭𝐿 lay down on her back, pointing at herself. "Lie down on me, why don't you?" Momo blushed but nodded. She carefully placed herself over 𝐭𝐿 until the lighter brunette yanked her down, BST to BSE, for a kiss. She then touched her, making her weightless while hugging her torso to her. Pulling back, 𝐭𝐿 tilted her head, hair falling to her left. "Like I said, Deku's a starving wolf when he sees PP. What do you think he's like when he sees two?" Momo gasped in shock as she felt Deku's tongue hit her core, and 𝐭𝐿 closing her eyes in pleasure confirmed that Izuku had inserted her onto his PP. Laughing, Momo leaned down and recaptured 𝐭𝐿's lips, making sure they could mutually maximize their enjoyment. Izuku kept sliding his PP in and out of 𝐭𝐿, engaged in skillful 𝐶NLNGS against Momo's PP. Sparing a peek, he saw his girlfriends sharing a deep kiss. The sight made him more ravenous, doing acrobatics against Momo's PP and pushing his PP as deep inside 𝐭𝐿 as it could go. The girls ummed against each other's lips at his new burst of energy. Momo pulled out of the kiss, gritting her teeth as she felt a second 𝐒𝐬𝐴𝐺 coming. Throwing her head back and screaming, her juices came over Izuku's face, who gulped them down without hesitation. 𝐭𝐿 released her quirk and let her slump forward, her head fell beside hers as she rested. Hugging her, 𝐭𝐿 kept rocking into Izuku and bit her bottom lip. "She's a keeper," 𝐭𝐿 said. She gave Izuku one of the happiest looks he'd ever seen, a look that said that Momo being with them like this filled her with no small amount of jubilation. As he kept impaling her onto his PP, she never lost that look of simple happiness, continuing to meet his hips as hard as she could. They were getting close, though. Still hugging Momo tight for support like her own hug pillow, 𝐭𝐿 shook even faster with Izuku moving to meet her. A few more ferocious pumps and they both came, umming loudly. Sliding Momo off gently, 𝐭𝐿 and Izuku viciously made out. They still felt hunger for each other's bodies, any thoughts of having late-night snacks like cookies except a long drink of water fleeing from their minds. Sitting back, Izuku inserted 𝐭𝐿 on his PP once again, his body's stamina allowing an indefinite delay on his refractory PRD. He pumped up into her as they prepared for another round, making her squeal with delight. Thud. Or they would have, if they weren't interrupted. Heads snapping to the door, they both blanched as they saw Itsuka, mouth open wide and staring at the scene before them. She dropped her purse and was clutching Izuku's phone in a death grip in her left hand. She seemed too surprised to look away in embarrassment like most people would. "And, guys, what is it? Momo had regained her senses, realizing that Okako and Izuku had stopped. She rubbed her eyes and blinked before seeing Itsuka. She blinked a few more times. It wasn't long before her face turned red as a beet. Itsuka! She scurried back, falling off the bed in a tumble in her surprise, the others shouting at her in concern. Momo! I found your phone on the floor where you were attacked by that Nomu. It must have fallen out of your pocket while you were fighting, so I decided to drive over here to give it to you. But then I found the front door unlocked, so I wondered if something had happened to you guys and went in. I heard noises from upstairs and yeah. The group were now sitting in the living room, the cookies from earlier on the coffee table for them to eat. Izuku and his girlfriends were wearing bathrobes and sitting on the couch. Itsuka had first moved to sit on there, but, remembering their earlier tryst, they had managed to guide her to another seat. Ochako and Momo gave Izuku a reproachful glare. He began defending himself. Look, when I got home I wasn't thinking straight. I was tired after today and then I saw you too. Blushing at that, Ochako and Momo turned to their unexpected guest. Still, it's kind of strange that you wouldn't figure out what we were doing, Ochako remarked. Itsuka blushed. Yeah, that one's on me. I guess I was too worried, and then when I saw you my brain just froze up. I guess the cat's out of the bag here, Momo said. She went on to explain that she had become Izuku's second girlfriend after a hookup the previous month. Itsuka's face grew redder as she went on. So that means you're all dating? Yeah. Exclusively inclusive, as I like to call it. Itsuka nodded at what Ochako said. I guess that's one way to describe it. And that means those tabloid articles about Deku and another woman at an aquarium were, yes, that was me, Momo confirmed for her. Those rags got something right for once. But still. Ochako crossed her legs. It's kinda weird to stare when you accidentally walk in on people like that. How long were you watching us? Itsuka began spluttering. It's not something you see every day, okay? And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little jealous my rival was getting action with the #1 hero. Momo giggled. Oh, Itsuka. Always cool and collected on the outside but deceivingly cute all the same. That's one BS big sister for you. I graduated from that role a long time ago, Itsuka said. Although every time I meet up with Minoma, it feels like I haven't. Itsuka Kendo, secretly a pervert, Ochako said. Who da thought? I am not a pervert. I mean, you're free to watch if that's what you really want, Ochako said. I think the term is PPNGTM. Geez, Yuraka-san. Itsuka's face along with her hair made it look like her entire head was on fire. When did you become a tease? I thought you'd be the most embarrassed out of any of us. Ochako gave a cute laugh. Oh, trust me, I'm only like this in private. Well, thanks for bringing me my phone, Izuku said, hoping to bring any talk about peeping tongs to a definitive end. This was unfortunate, but I'd rather not stretch things out further than they have to be. Just keep this a secret for us, okay? We want to be ready when we tell everybody. Itsuka nodded. Sure thing. Ochako gestured to the plate of cookies. And feel free to take as many as you want. I can get a container for you. A few minutes later, Itsuka was standing at the door, a box of cookies in her hand. She held it with both hands as she bowed to her friends. It may seem awkward with me barging in all of a sudden, but even so, I want to say I'm happy for you three. If you really enjoy being together, then you shouldn't let anybody tell you otherwise. Momo nodded, smiling at the encouragement. I always value your advice, Itsuka. Before she headed out the door, Izuku thought he saw a forlorn expression cross Itsuka's face. Her steps toward the car seemed awfully small. The girls had noticed as well. She seemed a little sad, Ochako observed. Momo sighed. She hasn't been having any luck with dating, just like me. She won't say it, but I think she's a little jealous. She told me something similar, Izuku said. I wish I could help her, but you guys know better than anybody I'm no matchmaker. Can't help her, heh. Ochako pressed a hand to her chin. I wonder. Ocha. Blinking at Izuku calling her by her nickname, Ochako gave a smile. Well, That was kinda weird, but it's all behind us now. So, that being the case, sliding her hand into Izuku's robe, she leaned into his side. Shall we continue where we left off? Momo hugged his other arm, her smile just as lovely. Izuku gulped. They might have to take the morning off tomorrow. A couple days later, Izuku was eating lunch with some of his old classmates from UA at a ramen shop they frequented. Ochako and Momo were with him, of course, but also Kyoka, Ojiro, Mina, Juzo, and Tsuyu too. The owner was a big fan of theirs and always offered them a room in the back where they wouldn't be disturbed. So yummy. Mina was slurping her noodles down without a care in the world. Her hair had grown longer, reaching her shoulder blades. Her athletic figure strained against her costume. Everybody was trying not to stare. She was already quite attractive as a teenager, but the passage of time had done her many favors. Izuku thought she was easily one of the most striking women he'd ever met. So striking, in fact, that Momo and Ochako both discreetly stomped on his foot under the table to stop him from darting glances her way. They were sitting on either side of him. He hunched over his ramen, put in his place. He did notice that Kyoka kept staring at Mina longer than any of them, her eyes seeming to land on her generous chest most of the time. He could relate. And then there was Momo, whose hero outfit still left far less to the imagination than most. Kyoka seemed quite happy to stare at her too whenever she wasn't looking. Izuku could relate to that too. Ojiro waved his chopsticks around, his new goatee fitting him surprisingly well. So from what I hear, Gyro, you and Midoriya ended up tackling another PLF base. Anything interesting? Kyoka shook herself out of her BRST-inflicted daze and shrugged. Maybe. It's just more of the same stuff, it feels like. I'm mostly worried about some of the PLF guys still out there, but without Shigaraki they shouldn't be too hard to handle. At least, I hope so. Izuku nodded. That's true. So long as Tomura Shigaraki doesn't escape his nice little playground in Tartarus, we're good. I personally guarantee it. Juzo nodded. He'd cropped his hair short, a proud look in his eyes. His lipless face and lanky figure made him look similar to Ectoplasm, the man he was a sidekick for. He had finished his meal already and was leaning on his helmet. We've done good. We just need to keep it up. Tsuyu held a finger up. She'd grown a little taller, her hair as long as always. Her costume had seen a few upgrades with a darker green color scheme and a smaller belt. Her figure was leaner than the other girls but had become no less curvaceous, especially around her hips. That's all well and good, but guys, I'd rather not talk about that stuff when we're not working. That's fair, Mina said. To be honest, work's been so busy lately I haven't had much time for myself. How are things with all of you? Normal, Ojiro replied, tail waving behind him. Gyro snorted. Yeah, we knew that, Mr. Average Karate Man. She meant specifics. Momo sighed. No need to tease him that much, Kyoka. Dunno what else to tell you. Ojiro scratched at his goatee. I get to work, do what I'm assigned, patrol and hang out with you or the others when I can. Life's good. Can't complain about that, Izuku said. The conversation got going from there. Inevitably, discussion turned toward dating, as it was liable to with Mina around. Anyway, there's something I've been wanting to know. How's the Centuries super couple doing? Planned a venue yet? I'm curious as well, Tsuyu added. She fixed Izuku with one of her penetrating blank stares. It always unnerved him a little, even after all this time, but he understood that it simply meant she cared. Although this time he couldn't quite touch on what was unsettling him. Maybe he was imagining it, but it seemed there was something a little more to her gaze. Ochako laughed, shaking her head. Mina, I told you last week. We're not ready for that. Especially since, she stirred her noodles around. Well, there's a lot to deal with. Izuku nodded. Right now, we're just making our way through things step by step. Society comes first and all that. All that, Momo repeated. She couldn't help but let a hint of melancholy creep into her voice, but she recovered after a few seconds. Izuku and Ochako tried hard not to wince. While they had agreed to keep the relationship secret, it must have stung to hear what they were saying. Izuku and Ochako gave each other a meaningful look, quietly resolving to make it up to her that night. This didn't go unnoticed by the others. What was that? Mina asked. The three in question jumped. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was stumped on what lie to make, but Momo came in quick with a save. I've been telling them about my dating troubles. And you know how generous these two are. They are good listeners, and even without saying it, I know they feel sympathy for me. The others were surprised, although 𝐭𝐽𝐾 still looked somewhat suspicious. Izuku made a mental note to confer with 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐾 and Momo on how to throw her off their scent, especially with what she'd heard. Wait, you're having dating troubles, Yorozu? Ojiro asked. You. Then maybe there's hope for the rest of us, Juzo said, chuckling. Not that I mean any offense. Oh, don't worry about it. Speaking of, 𝐒𝐽𝐾 interjected. I've been wondering. How's Itsuka been doing, Juzo? Juzo was taken aback. Me? 𝐒𝐽𝐾 shrugged. You're one of her closest friends. We saw her the other day and she looked kind of down. Juzo sighed. So you've noticed it too? He pushed his ramen bowl aside. As long as I've known her, Itsuka always listened to what people had to say without complaint. She's a worrywart. Too much of one, actually. And when things calmed down and we could actually live our lives again, it should have been a weight off her shoulders. But it felt to me like she never moved on. Like she's still on the lookout for things to go wrong. And maybe she's right, and maybe things do go bad again, but you can't keep thinking about that every day. Hence, relationship troubles. Oh, Mina said. I guess I never realized whenever I met her. Well, I did pick up that something was troubling her, but I was never able to figure out what. I mean, in some ways I'm the same. I've been trying to meet new people, but nobody's been clicking. Same, Ribbit, Tsuyu said. Ojiro chuckled. I guess not all of us can be the perfect super couple. Izuku frowned, looking into his bowl. I'm sorry to hear that, guys. Juzo chuckled again. Idiot. I guess you're the same kind of worrywart too, fussing over what you can't help. We all have our own problems, and that means we've got to help each other through it. Wasn't she dating Tetsu at some point, Ribbit? Tsuyu asked. Juzo could only sigh in response. I love Tetsu like a brother, but he's never been the most perceptive guy. He's a good man, but not a good fit for Itsuka. They figured that out quick. Momo nodded. Yes. I understand how that feels. 𝐒𝐽𝐾 had kept quiet throughout the conversation, hand on her chin. She didn't realize it, but she didn't look too different from Izuku when he was muttering up a storm. 𝐒𝐽𝐾, Tsuyu asked. No response. Izuku said, shaking her out of her pondering. Oh, right. Itsuka. Well, I was thinking that I might have a plan that could help her. Help? Jiro's eyebrows raised. How? 𝐒𝐽𝐾 smiled. I think I might have somebody I can set her up with. A pit formed in Izuku's stomach. He had to stop himself from looking at Momo and risk cluing everybody into their polyamorous arrangement. He instead opted to give 𝐒𝐽𝐾 a look that screamed, "What are you doing?" 𝐒𝐽𝐾 played with her hair, smirking. You know what? Just go along with it, big guy. Well, whatever you can do to help her is fine by me, Juzo said. Hopefully she gets better. Enough about that, Mina said. I want to know what Izuku and 𝐒𝐽𝐾's house life is like. 𝐒𝐽𝐾 sighed. Sometimes I wonder if you're more invested in our lives than your own. And, if you're willing, maybe a little bit of what you do in private. 𝐒𝐽𝐾 blushed. Mina still knew how to press her buttons. Why do you have to say things like that? 𝐭𝐽𝐾 chuckled. Oh yeah. Leave it to Mina to lighten up the mood. Mina giggled. Leave it to me. She bounced, her chest following suit. Everybody hurriedly looked away save for 𝐭𝐽𝐾 and Izuku, the latter of whom earned another couple stomps on his feet. It was Saturday evening. Izuku found himself dressed in his best suit opposite Itsuka in a periwinkle dress on the balcony of a famous high-rise restaurant. 𝐒𝐽𝐾 had made sure to reserve it just for them, buying out everybody else who had made reservations and even giving a little extra to the staff to remain quiet about it not being her Izuku was seeing. She also mentioned that she would be heading over to Momo's place for dinner, wishing him good luck with a deep kiss. Strange way of encouraging somebody embarking on a date, but under the circumstances far from unwelcome. Knowing how frugal she liked to be, 𝐒𝐿 was impressed. Yet no amount of admiration toward his girlfriend was going to save the dead air they were currently facing. 𝐒𝐿 tried to start off. He couldn't find anything to talk about. Why couldn't he find the words? 𝐒𝐿 wasn't much better off. She stopped. The dead air resumed. It was nice of Uraraka-san to set this up, although I wasn't sure I'd agree, 𝐒𝐿 finally said. But after seeing how far she went, I felt like I was kind of forced into it. I mean, she said neither her nor Momo would fill in for me. It'd have been a waste. I mean, not that that's the only reason I wanted to meet with you, of course. I was just thinking, oh no, meet. Not meet, this is a date, and 𝐒𝐿 said, holding up a hand. Take it from somebody who mutters all the time when he's nervous, breath. 𝐒𝐿 followed his advice, taking a hearty gulp of air before expelling it. Yeah. I may not look it, but I'm nervous when it comes to stuff like this. 𝐒𝐿 chuckled. Actually, you remind me of me and Ochiko's first date. We couldn't stop stumbling over each other. She seems much more mature now. 𝐒𝐿's sweat dropped. I feel like I almost can't keep up with her now. But that's good. I guess I wouldn't settle for anything less. He shook his head. But I should be asking about you. How's work been treating you? Okay. 𝐒𝐿 took some of the bread on the table, breaking it apart. To be honest, when Ochiko told me she set this up, I started really looking forward to it. I mean, you're you. Me. I'm definitely me. 𝐒𝐿 giggled at his lame joke. Yes, you are. And when I heard about you taking Momo as a second girlfriend, I do admit I started wondering what that'd be like. 𝐒𝐿, having mulled it over the past few days, had come around to the idea of having 𝐒𝐿 possibly join him and the girls. He was pleasantly surprised she was expressing real interest. And let's consider tonight a trial run. Okay. Looking around, 𝐒𝐿 scratched his neck. Ochiko's gonna kill me after what she spent, but I need to be honest, this isn't my scene. 𝐒𝐿 breathed a sigh of relief. It isn't mine either. Got a different place in mind. Hey Tayo, another round. 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 had relocated to a bar he was familiar with. Being the #1 hero, 𝐒𝐿 had a lot of places whose staff he knew on a personal level and could ring up any favors he asked for. Normally he didn't use those privileges, but with her appealing woman a part of the picture, he decided to make an exception. They had stopped by 𝐒𝐿's apartment to let her change. It was somewhat of a shame to hang the dress back up, but she said she'd find another opportunity to use it. She changed into some caramel breathes and a frilly white shirt. 𝐒𝐿 kept his suit on but left his jacket behind. They had hopped in a cab and had been over in a flash. Currently, they were sitting at a booth by the lower end of the restaurant. 𝐒𝐿 had undone the top 2 buttons of his shirt as a means of relaxing, iron pectoral muscles showing. Sure. I know I don't need to tell you of all people to overdo it, Tayo said from behind the bar counter. He was a man in his 30s, his 7-fingered hands pulling down the beer taps like a well-oiled machine. His messy black hair reminded 𝐒𝐿 somewhat of Aizawa, although it wasn't nearly as long. 𝐒𝐿 was also quite conscious of everyone staring at him. After agreeing to sign a few autographs and explaining he was taking a friend for a night out, their suspicions seemed to have been swayed. He also made them promise not to post they had met him until the following day. He didn't need another swarm of overzealous fans chasing after him. He was still traumatized by the aquarium date. 𝐒𝐿 was holding a few darts in front of the dartboard, muttering as she threw them. I can never get this right. And enlarging my hands only makes throwing these tiny things even harder. I see, 𝐒𝐿 said. Look, all you need to do is steady yourself and give the right flick of your wrist. Trust me, I was terrible at first, but I kept at it. I've gotten pretty good. Really? How good? Passable. 𝐒𝐿 smiled, pulling out the darts she'd impaled haphazardly onto the board. She flipped them around, tail ends facing 𝐒𝐿. Prove it. 𝐒𝐿 threw his hands up and got to his feet, taking the darts from 𝐒𝐿. Taking a breath, he moved the first one back and forth, lining up his shot. Then, He threw all of them one after the other rapid fire, all hitting bullseye. He stepped back and bowed as 𝐒𝐿 began clapping. The rest of the bar followed suit, a few with stars in their eyes. Ha! Momo called you Mr. Perfect and she wasn't kidding. 𝐒𝐿 bounced over, pulling the darts out. Well, I guess I can't let you outdo me completely. I'm gonna keep trying at this. Sounds good, 𝐒𝐿 replied as he grabbed the drinks off the plate 𝐿𝐿 was carrying, setting them on the table. Hey man, you're sure this isn't a date? 𝐿𝐿 was giving him a knowing look. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but smile nervously. I can't imagine 𝐒𝐿𝐿 would be too happy if it was. Nah, I told you. She just needs some time off. Thought she'd feel at home here. 𝐿𝐿 gave a curt nod. MHM. And you dress in suits that fancy for stuff like this? 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. Business meeting. Didn't have time to change. Right. Looking at 𝐒𝐿, 𝐿𝐿 patted 𝐒𝐿's shoulder, extra fingers making his grip a little firmer than the average person's. That look on her face right now. I see it all the time, and it only ever means one thing. Make sure you don't trip on your feet. You've already got a girl. As I'm well aware. Thanks, 𝐿𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 politely shut him down, letting him know there was nothing else to discuss. 𝐿𝐿 acquiesced, heading back to the bar. Looking at 𝐒𝐿, he saw her expression stretch with glee at the bullseye she just made. 𝐒𝐿, you're seeing this. I did it. 𝐒𝐿 chuckled. I saw it. But make sure it's more than luck. Let's work on your form. 𝐒𝐿 bit her lip, watching 𝐒� closely as he demonstrated for her once again. She rarely looked away from him for the entire date. After a good night of drinking, 𝐒� was drunk and giddy. 𝐒� slung her arm over his shoulders as he hauled her up from the stairs. He briefly contemplated flying back home, but he wasn't willing to take the chance and have her throw up. They'd taken another cab back instead. Unlocking the door, he pulled 𝐒� through. She detached from him to do a small jig in the middle of the hallway. 𝐒𝐿𝐿, he does whatever you need him to. Fast, and strong, and she struggled for a bit. Adat mstr. That's me, although it doesn't really rhyme, 𝐒� said. 𝐒� laughed. Oh, that's funny, you called back to the thing. The thing, 𝐒� repeated. I don't know if I've ever seen you this carefree. 𝐒� couldn't help but giggle. I mean, with you around, how could I not? Her drunk blush turned even redder. She leaned back onto the kitchen counter. Damn it, I did it again. 𝐒� leaned onto it next to her. Well, I can't say I don't like it. But that's just the thing, 𝐒� said. I always feel so unprepared to deal with my life, and now you're here and we're doing this, and I know I'm an idiot when I'm drunken. 𝐒�. You're losing it again. 𝐒� sighed. Thanks. She seemed to cut through her stupor to regain some clarity. Say, when was the last time you had a friendly sparring match? A few minutes later, they were in 𝐒�'s personal dojo. The room was small, but NTMT. The teal tatami mats definitely felt like her personal touch. However, 𝐒� was a little concerned given the martial artist's current state. Sure you want to do this? I mean, we can call it a night and then spar another time. Oh no, I'm positive I want to do it tonight. 𝐒� was doing stretches while facing away from him. 𝐒� wondered if he was crazy for thinking her bending forward to make her caramel breathe strain against her defined buttocks was intentional. He'd be thrilled if he was right, though. Wait, no. She's drunk. This isn't right. But we're not exactly dressed for fighting, and I don't want to ruin the suit. That's fine. We can spar in our underwear. 𝐒� had to stop himself spluttering in shock as 𝐒� stepped out of her clothes. In no time, she was standing before him in nothing but her silk green BR and panties, bowing respectfully. Her full BR estius rested comfortably in the BR cups, a little larger than when he'd first met her. They fit her frame perfectly. Trying to keep his mind off her stunning features, 𝐒� mulled over the reservations he had. I'm not so sure about this. Anticipating his hesitation, 𝐒� hooked a thumb into her BR, snapping it back to make her BR STS jiggle. 𝐒�'s eyes bulged at the sight. I think I should let you know I've been taking the pill all week just for tonight. Wait, what? 𝐒𝐿 gave me the go-ahead. In fact, she was oddly adamant about it. Izuku was perplexed. 𝐒𝐿 can be pretty demanding, but DMN. She's oddly gung-ho about this stuff. I'm not opposed to another girlfriend or anything, but it's like she wants this more than I do. Somehow, Izuku felt he would lose to 𝐒𝐿 in some way if he were to back down from this challenge. He couldn't have that, right? It had also been a few days since he'd managed to have sex with either of his girlfriends, and he had to admit he was feeling a little rowdy. So, you're sure about this? 100%. I mean, I don't want to force you into anything if you feel obligated toward 𝐒𝐿. And even if we go ahead with this, it can end after tonight. I'm only doing whatever's okay with you. Itsuka seemed to glow with appreciation. I understand your concern, but honestly, I've been looking forward to tonight all week. So don't disappoint. And that means... Taking a defensive posture, fists raised, Itsuka beckoned him forward. No holding back. We'll be sparring without quirks, of course. Izuku took a minute to carefully strp himself out of his clothes, folding and placing them in a corner. In his boxers with his muscles on full display, he bowed to Itsuka before taking a stance of his own. Can't say I've ever done this before, secretary. I'll try not to go too HRD on you. I mean, you're still my date. Itsuka shook her head. Maybe I want you to. Don't worry, I can take it. I want nothing less but the #1 hero's absolute best. Giving another of his winning smiles, Izuku tilted his head. Then let's see where things go. Although if it gets too intense, I'm calling it off. Deal. The room became dead silent for a second. The two combatants stared each other down, waiting for the pin to drop. The tension building between them all night was beginning to fray. It snapped with Itsuka stepping forward. Her moves were graceful, live, perfected. Izuku, on the other hand, was always more focused on speed than form. He met the flurry of jabs aimed at his chest with some blocks, using his ingrained moveset to flip backwards onto the dojo wall. He kicked off with the momentum it gave him, flipping over Itsuka in a short arc and aiming a light kick to throw her off. He wasn't trying to hurt her too much. This, however, served as a mistake. Itsuka was expecting him to make a roundabout move like this and grabbed him midair. Surprised, Izuku grunted as he slammed down onto the mats. He wasn't really injured, more taken aback. He flipped back onto his feet, looking at Itsuka with a more guarded expression. She was breathing fast, clearly excited, side ponytail swaying. What? You're not underestimating me, are you? Izuku shook his head. Wouldn't dream of it. He then bounded forward, aiming a sharp roundhouse at her which she quickly dodged. Here's the thing, Midoriya, Itsuka explained, lightly sidestepping his ensuing kicks. You're always focused on ending the fight as quickly as possible. And that's good, but... She slapped one of his kicks away, getting in close. It's just as good knowing how to keep it going. The teal-eyed woman used her body to shove him away, following up with a kick of her own. She followed that up with a couple uppercuts. Her attacks kept changing as she threw perfectly coordinate jab after jab, never letting Izuku take a breath. She was trying to get inside the reach of his arms and deal the final blow. It was at this moment that Izuku caught sight of her BRSTS bouncing, and was rewarded for it with a fist to the jaw. Itsuka winced as he stepped back. Oh, yikes. I didn't think I'd actually hit you there. Shaking his head, Izuku responded by aiming an axe kick at her, making her shriek. He was smiling. What happened to going hard? Itsuka chuckled wearily. So you do get it. On and on they sparred, each landing small hits. They were getting into a good sweat, and Izuku wondered if they'd even have enough energy for anything else afterward. But even so, this had been going a little too long. Izuku pulled off the same wall jump from before, except this time leaped for the ceiling. Even without one for all, his inherent physical prowess was nothing to scoff at. He aimed to tackle Itsuka to the ground, but she intercepted him, bracing herself as they rolled across the floor. Coming to a stop, Izuku found himself with his hands placed on either side of Itsuka's face. They were breathing hard, sweat all over their bodies. Izuku felt her thigh rub against his, their skin sticking together. Looking down at Itsuka, he could see her teal eyes grow dark. Feeling that familiar claw of lust tear at his chest, Izuku could take no more and dove down to capture Itsuka's lips. The rest of the tension that had been building up began unspooling, the yarn of their longing crisscrossing over them as they then began wrestling with their tongues. Izuku held Itsuka's face as they made out, almost biting at one another in their haste. Izuku laid down on his back, letting Itsuka sit onto his lap. His PP was bulging inside his boxers, and Itsuka gulped once she saw it. She brought the underwear down his legs and watched it spring up, eyes wide with delight. Without a word, she pulled her panties down and positioned herself over it. She looked at Izuku, who gave her a nod. She smiled as she sat down, the iron-hot PP plunging into her. She ummed ecstatically. She gripped Izuku's shoulders as she began to rock with him, going as fast as they were in their sparring session before. She grinded down, more than happy to feel that massive phallus roll around inside her. Izuku gripped her waist, bouncing her on top of his PP. Itsuka was wrapped around his PP in just the right way, allowing him to keep pulling himself up into her with ease. Her energy was infectious, making him feel he had to defeat her even in the midst of fighting each other. Almost hopping up and down in her haste to 𝐂𝐴𝐺, Itsuka maintained her hard grip on Izuku's shoulders. She was overjoyed by this sensation, feeling more whole and complete than she ever had before. She was in no hurry to part with Izuku's PP and decided right then and there that she'd beg to join him and the other girls if they'd have her. Probably not as a fully committed girlfriend just yet, but still. Oh God, keep fighting me, Itsuka breathed, hips working overtime to feel bliss wash over her. F Midoriya. You want me to go hard, Izuku breathed. This is me going hard. Itsuka howled as Izuku moved into her even faster, his hands pawing at her, but now. She began gritting her teeth, furiously working to bring them both to orgasm, and then, Izuku. Yelling out his name, Itsuka felt his salacious seeds spill into her at the same time as her own juices squirted out where they were connected. They continued rocking until her and Izuku slumped forward against each other, minds blank. Ha, ha, ha. That was great, Izuku said, giving small kisses to her neck. That was. Wait, did you call me by my first name? Itsuka was brought out of her daze as she shook her head. I guess so. Izuku. She pulled back, nodding with a content expression. It feels natural. Izuku looked at the cum that had spilled out on the floor. I'll help clean up. Oh, of course, Itsuka said, taking her hair out of its ponytail to let all of her brilliant orange tresses fall down. But. She unclipped her pert BRSTS fully exposed for Izuku to see. They jiggled a little as she moved. I was also hoping to go a little further. Izuku nodded, grinning. You read my mind. He leaned forward and brought her in for a kiss, gently this time. The tension had become undone, and they were eager to keep tying themselves up in the string binding them tight. Stepping into her flat, Momo flipped the lights on, primly took off her boots and placed her keys on the counter. Akiko followed after her, kicking off her footwear and gazing in wonder at the wide array of furniture in the living room. Going over to the window, she could survey the bustling nightlife of Musutafu from up high. Whenever Izuku took her flying, she had to contend with the cold wind and bundle herself up nice and warm against him. Now, in AC-controlled comfort with his and her new bombshell girlfriend, she didn't need to worry about that. She could simply relax. Please, sit. Momo gestured to the dining room table. I'll make us something. I was thinking more along the lines of takeout. If Izuku and Itsuka are treating themselves, then maybe we don't need to work for the evening either. Smiling, Momo nodded. You have a point. They made idle chatter as they awaited their food. Once food did come, they kept their conversation going as they slurped up their noodles. Their talk had, inevitably it seemed, ended up drifting toward Izuku. Look, I know he's amazing now, but believe it or not, Izuku didn't know how to handle himself in bed when we started out. Momo giggled. I imagine not. I remember he'd get quite flustered whenever you even got a little bit close to him. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smiled as she reminisced. Looking back, I think the real reason I gravitated to him was because I just knew he was the one. Every act of kindness he did, every time he'd figure out how to overcome one for all's disadvantages, how he always stood up no matter what to do what's right. And because of that, I think I also knew he was destined to become the greatest hero we've ever seen. Setting aside her finished meal, Momo placed her hands in her lap. He's the best hero there is. I want to keep getting to know him. I'm not sure where this relationship is going to go, but I'm willing to pursue it. I mean, you're sure you're okay with this thing we've got set up? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 nodded. As I've already told you, I am. I know it seems strange, but you can't deny the feelings you have for him. And with how tonight goes, that could include Itsuka too. Yes. We shall see. Cleaning their dishes, the two retired to the living room, bellies full. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 stretched her back out like a cat, long brown hair falling past her shoulders to the top of her alluring rump. The way it moved was oddly entrancing to Momo. Smack. After slapping herself, Momo shooed away 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲's look of concern. It's nothing, it's nothing. Her right cheek began to flush red and sting. Here. Well, what should we do for the rest of the night? I have an old copy of Dance Dance Revolution, if you want. Yeah, no. That's the type of thing you only do at an arcade, and I'm not exactly up for heading out. Sorry. It's okay. I don't feel like heading out either. And so they Saturday. Their wellspring of topics seemed to have dried up, and they were left in awkward silence. Whenever they were together, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 found her eyes kept following Momo's curvy figure, and tonight was no exception. The way the blouse hung onto her breasts, wide hips hoisting up the skirt, and her long legs contained within those black leggings. She'd found herself leering after other women before, but once she had participated with Momo in so many threesomes, she couldn't tear her eyes away from her. Especially when that fantastic but would begin to sway, juicy and ripe for the taking. Gulping, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 began to tug at her shirt collar, feeling uncomfortable all of a sudden. Was her BR always this small? Did her BRSTS grow bigger again? Or was this just her chest tightening because? Say, Momo. I've been meaning to ask you something for a little while now. Oh. Please, go ahead. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 blushed as she managed to spit out her next words. What do you think of me? Wait, what? At this, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲's entire face turned red. Clearing her throat, she repeated her question slowly. What do you think of me? Momo stayed quiet for a moment, her own cheeks flushing red. I think you've become incredibly appealing, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲. One of the prettiest women I've ever met. Smiling at the praise, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 replied, I think the same of you too. You've always been stunning, but even more so as you've gotten older. You're the most appealing woman I've ever met, honestly. And I know this is all new and weird and fuzzy, but I was just wondering. At that moment, Momo finished for her, blurting out, if we could have sex without Izuku. Spluttering in shock, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 tried to recover. Well, it's just well, yes. I guess. Wincing, she bowed in apology. I'm so sorry. I'll head out now. No, wait, Momo said, grasping her wrist before she clambered out of the apartment. I've been thinking the same thing. Widening her eyes in surprise, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 stopped in her tracks. Hey. Ever since I began experiment with you two, you've opened my eyes to new possibilities. And I'd be thrilled if, Momo brought a hand to her chest, her demure expression entirely sincere. If I could explore some of those possibilities with you, and only you. Taking a second to process this, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 shifted in front of Momo. You're sure you don't find this too weird? Oh, it's weird all right. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't like it. Patting her lap, she smiled at 𝐒𝐻𝐲 encouragingly. Sitting down, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 placed her thighs over Momo's. I'm ready if you are. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲 was still a little nervous despite bringing the topic up. Momo smiled to reassure her, taking the lead this time. Closing her eyes, she leaned in to capture 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐲's lips, who also screwed her eyes shut. Their mouths met and they kept them pressed for a few seconds. They pulled back, watching one another's eyes darken. Abandoning their hesitation, they both lunged at the other's mouths, making out with just as much passion as they showed in their threesomes with Izuku. Trailing her hands up beneath 𝐒𝐿𝐴's long-sleeved shirt, Momo's hands found purchase on her sizable breasts. Giving them a squeeze, she grew satisfied at how they molded to her hands through the fabric, smiling against 𝐒𝐿𝐴's ravenous lips. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 wasn't idle either. She pulled Momo's head closer, slotting herself against Momo's body. They were starved after not having sex with Izuku for a few days now and had found an outlet in each other. Pulling away, Momo tugged her hair out of its spiky ponytail. She dove back in to recapture 𝐒𝐿𝐴's lips as it fell down her back. Bedroom. Continue. Better. Nodding, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 got off on shaky legs. After Momo shut off the lights in the main room, they practically raced to her bedroom, throwing the door open. Nodding at the king-sized mattress with a shake of her lustrous hair, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 began to take off her clothes. Lie down. I want to do a little show for you. Tilting the shorter girl's chin up for another kiss, Momo agreed. I'm expecting something good. Giggling, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 threw her shirt to the other side of the room. Momo sat down, gingerly taking off her skirt and blouse so as not to accidentally tear the fabric in her excitement. Both were in their underwear now. Momo's were a passionate, see-through red while 𝐒𝐿𝐴's were a light pink, her panties resting proud on her bubble butt. Reaching for a remote, Momo dimmed the lights and set the curtains to come down. The lighting and mood appropriate, she scooted back up the bed. Smiling, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 toyed at the straps of her brother. One came off, and then the other followed. She slid them down her arms, using them to roll her chest around through the cups. Momo stared transfixed, a hand snaking down to her PP. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stopped the show to wag a finger at her. No touching yourself. I'll be the one to get you off. Reluctantly, Momo pulled her hand away and allowed 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to resume her show. Sensually rocking her hips, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pulled the BR down, her mammoth breasts bouncing for a second. Giving the straps one last tug upward to play with her melons, she unclipped it and let it fall to the ground. She began FNDLNG them. I admit, I'm pretty proud of these. They're as big as mine now, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 grinned. And just as natural. Momo shuddered at her stuck tone. Tilting her head, 𝐒𝐿𝐴's eyes became half-lidded. She walked toward the bed, thumbing at the strap of her panties. She brought them up to accentuate her hips and thighs. Her frame was curvy in all the right places, and her skin looked oh so soft. Momo could feel herself getting immensely wet. Turning around with her but facing Momo, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pulled off her panties in desperately slow fashion, making sure to wiggle her hips and make her lover gasp in anticipation once more. Spinning the panties on her index finger before throwing them away, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 crawled onto the bed in naught but her birthday suit. She came up until she rested on top of Momo. I think, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pulled a strap off Momo's shoulders, careful not to touch her with all 5 fingers. One of us is too covered up. I was about to say the same, kissing the tops of Momo's breasts as the creation hero unhooked her BR. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's hands roamed up and down her torso, head filled with fantasies about long dark hair and Momo's intoxicating perfume. While Momo discarded her BR, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 came down to her panties. Looking up with a devilish grin as she remembered her specific K&K, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 grabbed them with her teeth, pulling them down her legs in one swift motion as Momo lifted her hips to let her. She gasped as the air hit her sensitive PP. Her stockings quickly followed. Taking a deep sniff of Momo's musk, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smirked, head resting in between her legs. Breathing heavily, Momo began 𝐿𝐴 at her BST, only feeling this hot and bothered when they were with Izuku. With a few teasing kisses up her left thigh, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 put her tongue out, tasting Momo's undiluted juices for the first time. She'd only ever tasted Izuku's cum properly before, and even in their cum-swapping kiss from before only got a small sample of Momo's. In that moment, liking at Momo's LBA fervently, she felt like she'd never tasted anything better in her whole life. Her thoughts clouded, breathing heavy and loins on fire, she could think of nothing else but continuing to connect to this appealing woman for as long as she could. Her nose was practically buried in Momo's 𝐿𝐿. Momo ummed at the tongue probing her insides, one hand still FNDLNG her BRS while the other pressed down on 𝐒𝐿𝐴's head. She was floating, floating like she'd just been hit with her girlfriend's quirk. Wherever the ground was, she knew coming back down to it would end her pleasure. Izuku was the best solo experience she'd ever had up until that point, but honestly, Okuko's knack for 𝐶𝐿 was probably just as good. How did she ever come to deserve such a wonderful relationship? Spitting against Momo's PP, Okuko decided to add a finger. The resulting squeal of excitement encouraged her to put in another. Moving them in and out, she continued to like, desiring nothing more than bringing her second lover to the most enthralling 𝐶𝐿 possible. Heavy MMMs punctuated her fingering, followed by an orgasmic scream a couple minutes later. The cum gushing out spurred Okuko forward. Gulping it down and continuing to finger Momo past her high, she stayed like that for a good 30 seconds before pulling away. They shared a heated kiss, Momo skinning down every remaining bit of her essence she could and liking at Okuko's mouth. Brushing her hair out of her face as they pulled away, she smiled. "I was hoping to return the favor." Okuko huffed in satisfaction. "Thought you'd never ask." She stood on her knees, waddling over Momo's sweaty frame. Running her fingers through her hair to straighten it out, she swiftly placed her core over Momo's face. Grabbing her large rear, Momo set to work. While clumsier and shyer than Okuko, there was still a potent fervor to her liking, the scent of PP driving her onward. She liked and liked, darting her tongue in at a good rhythm and massaging that glorious but pressed against her chin. Okuko began bouncing up and down, piling her hair atop her head as she pressed her thighs on either side of Momo's face. She rode that tongue for all it was worth, wordlessly egging Momo onto new PP-devouring heights. Their lust felt like it had no end, and the euphoria taking over their minds drove out their every worry. It was just them, alone in a penthouse bedroom with nothing but each other to keep company, and mercilessly Okuko felt her high coming, whispering yes, yes, as she kept being toyed with, that wonderful tongue reaching as deep into her as it could, when all of a sudden the dim bedroom felt like it was filled with light and she went somewhere. Somewhere far away where she was allowed to experience the greatest of pleasures, and with this her cum shot out over Momo's face. She eagerly lapped up every last drop she could. Falling off, Okuko lay breathing. "Momo, I think this is one of the best things that's ever happened to me." Momo, taking a few seconds to catch her breath and swab Okuko's cum into her mouth, replied, "Yes. Yes, I think the same, goes for me." Looking at where she was, she rolled over until she was on top of Okuko this time. Surprised, Okuko found herself facing that delectable PP once again. "Wanna try round 2? Okuko gasped in pleasure as she felt that inexperienced but joyous tongue penetrate her again. "Oh God, yes." As Momo feasted on Okuko's PP lips, she began to do the same in return. Her partner giggled against her snatch at the burst in pleasure. With thick, muscular thighs cradling both their heads, the two continued their rabid lovemaking. Neither knew how often they came or paid attention to how much time passed. They were focused solely on one another, guiding themselves to orgasm again and again and again. Eventually, the two ended up disengaging from their regular 69 and began skiing on each other's nipples in a BRST 69 to take a break. Okuko was on top again. Massaging Momo's left teat, Okuko bit gently at the NPL, causing Momo to whimper against her own. "Your melons are fing massive, Mo. I don't know how guys have, let these things, MMPH, walk out of their lives." Momo took a small pause to speak uninterrupted. "I could say the same for yours. They're appealing." Okuko giggled, the vibration feeling like it reached Momo's heart. "So big melons turn you on." "I'm the same, Two seki, buxom women, both among the top 10 heroes in the country, miles per hour. And we're fing each other's brains out. What would people say, Jimph, if they knew?" Momo stopped skiing on Okuko's BRST, patting her shoulder. Rotating back around so they were face to face again, Momo tenderly brushed a thumb against Okuko's cheek. "It doesn't matter. Only you do," she said quietly. Heart swelling with love, Okuko kissed her. Feeling their stamina wearing out at long last, they pressed their pussies together. Gasping at the sensation, they began to grind. With every roll of their hips, they did it faster, harder, eager to return to that state of bliss they'd experienced already so many times now. Grabbing a handful of Momo's left breast again, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 juggled it in her palm. Honestly, I was always a little jealous of your melons, Mo. And now, oh, now I get to have them whenever I want. Momo shifted against 𝐒𝐿𝐼, aiming at how their CLTS kept meeting. Yours are great too, 𝐒𝐿𝐼. I can't imagine never being able to F you again. Eyes becoming lidded like before, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 straightened herself out until she was face to face with the black-haired woman, the second love of her life. Promise me. You, me, Deku, Itsuka, whoever else, will always be together. Always together. Nodding, Momo lunged for 𝐒𝐿𝐼's lips once more, mashing their gigantic brests together and hugging tightly. Their pussies, sensitive and toyed with for who knows how long, ground against each other. Never in their lives had they experienced pleasure quite like this, and it was addicting. Simply feeling one another felt more important than anything, more important than even their hero work. All except for a certain freckled man they adored just as passionately. 𝐻𝐿𝐼. I'm 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Me too, me too. Me too. Crying in nirvana, the two clenched one final time, hugging each other tight and long hair clinging to their sweaty skin. They sat like that for a moment before falling on their backs. The sheets were stained in their cum. After taking a minute to collect herself, Momo stood up, the rush of getting to her feet making her woozy as she stumbled out of the room. The clink of glasses hitting the countertop reached 𝐒𝐿𝐼's ears, as well as the sound of the tap turning on. Momo came back into the room holding 2 glasses of cold water, handing one to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. They sat on the edge of the bed as they took a long sip, guzzling the water down their parched throats to restore some of the energy they'd expended during secretary. They stopped at the same time, gasping in satisfaction. Wiping at her mouth, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pressed the glass against her forehead. That was new. But it was wonderful. Setting the glass down on the night table, Momo stroked 𝐒𝐿𝐼's face. I think I'm quite comfortable having another session with just the two of us. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggled, pulling Momo in for a kiss. Just one more time. Of course not. We can do this as many times as we want. Momo grabbed 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hands as she pulled back after placing the other glass on the table too, holding them between both their brests. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded happily. Yes. It was just then that a look of dismay crossed Momo's face. Maybe I should have made some toys, now that I think about it. Giggling, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 reassured her with a soft peck on her cheek. We can spice things up as we go along. You shouldn't feel disappointed that all it took. She made sure to lower her voice, whispering into Momo's ear with her lips spread into a lustful smile. Was nothing but your own divine PP and tongue to make me this corny. Now that hit Momo like a freight train. She gulped. Please 𝐒𝐿𝐼, I don't know if I have the energy for anything else. Keeping the lustful smile on her face, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 bounced off the bed and walked over to the attached bathroom, making sure to keep her shapely, sashaying rear in Momo's field of view. Looking over her shoulder as she held the door frame, she jutted her chin out. Maybe a shower and bath will revitalize you. She went in without another word. Momo, cheeks flaring up again, followed after her. Light shone against the other side of the curtains Momo had drawn down last night. Yawning, Momo smacked her lips as the wonderful memories of the previous night washed over her again. She was also quite interested in seeing how Izuku and Itsuka's date had gone. Likewise, she was sure the two of them would be very curious to hear what she and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had gotten up to. Speaking of, the brunette was currently suckling Momo's left breast unconsciously. Her hand, gloved in Momo's oven mitt, rested on the black-haired woman's other teat, trying to grab it almost possessively. Sighing, Momo could only pet her head, deciding to wait until she woke up on her own before saying anything. Although she had to admit it was rather adorable, seeing the number 7 hero so innocent and carefree. Looking at the clock, it read 7 a.m. Normal wake-up time. They would have to head out for their hero duties sometime later, but that could wait. For right now, they'd stay in the same bed and enjoy each other's presence, basking in the morning afterglow of their rigorous love. Izuku and Itsuka hit the bed with a soft thump, holding each other's naked forms close as they prepared to keep their contest going. Feeling the contours of her muscles, 𝐒𝐿 made sure to begin memorizing 𝐒𝐿's entire body by hand. Her biases were flush against his chest, and her fiery orange hair spilled out onto the pillows like wisps of fire. And for tonight, he would stoke that fire as high as it would go. Having moved from the dojo to the bedroom proper, 𝐒𝐿 had made sure to pour a couple glasses of water for them on the table for after. He had a feeling they'd need them. Hands holding her face, 𝐒𝐿 took a moment to appreciate 𝐒𝐿's green eyes. They sparkled with mirth, a joy he hadn't seen in them in a long time. Between her babysitting 1B and the war, he'd only gained the privilege of seeing 𝐒𝐿 happy on a few occasions. He didn't take the time before, given they were only friends at the time, but he now drank in the joy 𝐒𝐿 was feeling. Her feeling good made him feel good. And he was going to make sure tonight would be an experience she'd never forget. 𝐒𝐿 bit her thumb. Her drunken cheeks grew redder. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Blinking, 𝐒𝐿 decided the time for modesty had long since passed. He needed to heighten the mood. "Because I feel like I could just stare at you for hours." A ripple of laughter reverberated across his chest from her own. "I'd rather spend our time more productively, 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿. That's my nickname. Like it? Very much, yeah. But when you say productive, what are you implying?" Cupping his face, 𝐒𝐿 looked vulnerable. "You know what?" Needing no further signal, 𝐒𝐿 bent down to kiss her. Before they had been hungry, tearing at one another in their longing to become one. Now it was time to savor the slow moments before cranking things back up to full speed. Nipping at one another's lips, tongues wrapping around each other, they became bewitched by the taste of each other's mouths. 𝐒𝐿 brushed his thumb against 𝐒�'s cheek, picking up on her small shudder. She was an instrument in his hands, a masterpiece of craftsmanship he was going to cherish in every way possible. His hands reached down for her incredibly firm butt, giving it an experimental squeeze and enjoying the larger shudder that resulted from it. Before, when he had been palming it furiously in the dojo, he hadn't had the presence of mind to enjoy the feel of it. It was clearly big, but he could now verify 𝐒𝐿 hadn't but the exact same size as 𝐒𝐿's. It was toned and perfectly rounded to an exact science. Continuing to squeeze it resulted in 𝐒𝐿 pulling back from the kiss. Holding his face rougher than before, she gave him a somewhat peeved look. "My butt's not a horn. But just as fun to play with," 𝐒𝐿 replied, smiling at the deepening blush on 𝐒𝐿's face. She gave a reluctant giggle as she kicked her legs onto the bed. "Okay, fine. I admit it feels good. Just try not to overwhelm me, okay? No guarantees." Deku trailed down 𝐒𝐿's body, planting kisses the whole way. He came down to her PP, the lower lips enticingly wet. Eyes widening, 𝐒𝐿 sat up a little. 𝐒𝐿 noticed her breath became a little faster. "Tell me how I compare to your other dates," 𝐒𝐿 requested before placing a few kisses up her right thigh and extending his tongue. As it writhed around inside 𝐒𝐿, she gasped, hands scrabbling at the headboard. "Oh, F, 𝐒𝐿. Oh." Encouraged, 𝐒𝐿 moved his tongue up and down, savoring the smell of 𝐒𝐿's snatch. He shook his head, allowing his tongue to move more inside of her. The sharp intake of breath was telling him it was working. On and on he kept liking, coaxing her next orgasm forward with expert pacing. For her part, 𝐒𝐿's face was contorted with pleasure. Both of her hands were pressed down HD on 𝐒𝐿's green hair, moving her hips up to meet every like of his tongue. 𝐒𝐿 could tell the faster her breathing got, the closer she came to leaking. Lashing his tongue every which way, 𝐒𝐿 moved his head around with enthusiasm. 𝐒𝐿 was gasping, one hand now bawling into the sheets in an attempt to find some sort of anchor. Something that would allow her to remain on the ground and not fly too fast to wherever 𝐒𝐿 was sending her. With a last set of desperating, 𝐒𝐿 came with an impassioned yell, juices shooting out over 𝐒𝐿's lower face. He was eager to lap it all up, inhaling her scent and becoming captivated by her essence. He continued to eat her out, although before he could finish an enlarged palm came over his head and practically yanked him into her core. 𝐒𝐿, meanwhile, was enjoying her orgasmic high and remained unaware of her quirk activating. She subconsciously pressed against 𝐒�'s mouth harder, breathing happily at the nose digging into her. She'd never had a lover willingly perform 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 before, and much less do it almost right out of the gate. Feeling warm over Izuku's partner's first approach to lovemaking, she almost didn't notice the panicked hand slapping at her stomach. Growing puzzled, she yelled in shock as she saw her hand practically pressing Izuku all the way up to Mount Fuji. She pulled it away fast, spitting out apology after apology as Izuku sat up for oxygen. "Oh no, 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 no. I'm so sorry. I wasn't aware of it, and I thought that you were so good and I wasn't thinking, oh God, you must hate me so much right now." Izuku, having taken a few breaths to recover, saw his advice about calming down from earlier hadn't worked. So, he decided to be more proactive about fixing the problem and shut her up with another sweet kiss. Eyes widening in surprise as she tasted herself, Itsuka slowly relaxed again and allowed herself to fall under Izuku's spell. As he pulled back, Izuku ran a hand through his rumpled hair. "Look, Itsuka. The feelings I get here with you are nothing but comfort and security, regardless of whatever quirk accidents happen. So let's just focus on making tonight good for both of us." Itsuka huffed. She traced the outline of Izuku's lips. "I think I can do that." Pushing him back, it was her turn to survey Izuku's bottom half this time. "That cool-down kiss, you learned it from Okiko." Izuku chuckled. "That's actually what triggered float for me, believe it or not. I was getting nervous as usual and she swooped in with an award-winning smooch and then off I went. It took a while figuring out how to shut it off. I don't have much practice with those types of kisses myself, but they are effective." Itsuka looked at Izuku's member, proud and standing tall at what had to be over 7 inches. Maybe close to 8. Enlarging her hand again, Itsuka wiggled her fingers. A giant PP like this can only be handled properly by an equally large hand. So just sit back and relax. She used her normal-sized hand to pull back her hair, giving Izuku a tender expression. His PP twitched. Wrapping the PP between her enlarged thumb and index finger, Itsuka gave it a light squeeze before sliding it up and down. The member was red-hot with all the BLD pumping through it, and Itsuka swore it got hotter every time she moved her fingers up and down. Her HNDJB was proving to be extremely effective as Deku was grunting with each pump. He had taken to breathing through his nose to prevent himself from umming. Deciding to SWCH things up, Itsuka placed his PP between her index and middle fingers this time, pointing them like scissors as they stroked up and down. Crawling forward but keeping her fingers pressed on either side of his PP, Itsuka seized Izuku's lips with her own and continued making out with him. She swallowed his every noise, dipping her tongue into his mouth as she worked her hand up and down. She got faster with every pump, hoping to swallow all of Izuku's pleasure so she could share it with him. She couldn't remember feeling like this even once before. Wanting to be one with somebody, wanting to feel them, touch them, hold them close. Watch as their PP moved between her fingers until it began spasming, come spurting out in globs onto her hands. As Izuku grunted through his 𝐔𝐬𝐽, Itsuka ummed along with him. She drew back with a wet smack, looking from the mess on his lower abdomen and then to her still enlarged hand. She shrunk it back to normal size and, making sure Izuku was watching her, began liking it like a cat. She liked up every last drip of SMN until her hand was spotless. Moving down, she attacked his PP with fervent kisses and likes, devouring the rest of his cum. Cleaning up along the bottom of his stomach, she reached his PP and ran her tongue up and down it, savoring the taste of the white-hot essence before swallowing it whole. She felt the dick rise back to full mast as she pulled it out of her mouth. She liked her lips. Having regained his senses, Izuku grabbed her hips and placed them squarely over his mouth. The small yelp she made as he did was adorable, and Izuku gave her but another hearty squeeze. "I could taste you all day," Izuku said. Itsuka laughed. "It's night, genius. Not waiting for her reply, Izuku pressed her down onto his chin and began devouring her snatch again. Without needing to be told what to do, Itsuka practically inhaled his PP and brought it as far into her mouth as she could. Bouncing his hips up every time Itsuka would SCK, Izuku lapped away at her folds. Itsuka's musk was intoxicating, and with every like he felt himself get more and more addicted. Her cum rolled down his chin and onto his chest, and his face was becoming wetter with each second. Itsuka, meanwhile, was having difficulty taking Izuku's gigantic PP all the way into her mouth. She sked and sked on it, hoping to take it all in but never quite reaching the base. Enlarging her hand again, she pulled Izuku's butt up into her by force, causing him to gasp in surprise. She nearly gagged once her lips touched the bottom of his PP, but she breathed rapidly through her nose to offset the reaction. She aimed at Deku's tongue and began bobbing up and down, the entire PP now inside her all cavity as she felt Izuku's tongue reach further and further between her lower lips. On and on they went until, aiming into each other, they came. Another of Izuku's hot loads shot itself out, but this time went all the way down Itsuka's throat. She pulled away coughing, SMN dripping from her mouth. Izuku, meanwhile, eagerly drank down her own cum, breathing heavily once she finished shooting it out. He rolled Itsuka over to sit back up, seeing her wiping at her mouth with her eyes in shock. Chortling, he pulled the box of tissues off the bedside table, yanking some out and wiping at her face. He wiped a couple over his own too. You didn't have to take the whole thing in, dummy. I mean, I'm fairly well hung if I say so myself. Not something most girls could handle the first time around. Gulping the last of his SMN down and coughing a little more, she looked up at Izuku through her messy hair. Those adorable teal eyes managed to be both cute and stuck at the same time. But I wanted to. Because I want all of you. She sat up, pulling him toward her again. She wrapped her arms around him and guided him to her entrance, feeling his PP become irked once more. This thing's still going. It can go all night, trust me. Izuku pecked at her mouth. Wanna find out? Itsuka giggled, shoving her hips forward and feeling his PP penetrate her like before. Rocking her hips into his, she smiled. They made out, wrapping each other in a fierce hug. Pulling out and flipping her over, Izuku entered into her doggy style. This is still a contest, after all, Izuku said. Or did you forget? Itsuka smiled against the sheets, blowing at the hair in front of her face. Not in a million years. Grabbing her waist, Izuku moved into her, feeling her walls wrap perfectly around his PP once more. He moved more and more, savoring how her butt smacked against him. He watched it jiggle, pinching it and earning himself an angry yell. Stop toying with my butt. Well, what do you want me to do with it? She huffed. Oh, fine. It's not like I've had anybody appreciate it like this before. I'm just not used to it. It feels. Gasping, she began pushing back into him, feeling his PP practically impale her. She gave a long rocking backwards and forwards. She could feel Izuku do the same. As his flesh rubbed inside of hers, she gritted her teeth, breathing hard and fast. For the second time that night, he erupted inside of her. The howl of pleasure that followed told him he'd done a good job. Turning herself over, Itsuka placed herself on top of Izuku's lap and was rolling herself into him. Somewhat amazed she had energy to spare, Izuku met her move for move. They proceeded to tear her room apart in their lovemaking. Izuku rotated her sideways and held her by her front and back as he plowed into her, greeted by the sight of both her butt and BRSTS jiggling. He grabbed them both as he moved, fascinated by how his hands sunk into them. Next, she settled into a reverse cowgirl position, rubbing her fantastic butt down onto Izuku's pelvic area, orange hair flopping around her head. She ran her hand up it, moving side to side and bouncing, feeling Izuku's PP move along with her. She bounced more and more with every smack, the member practically bucking inside her. Despite her earlier complaining, she giggled in satisfaction at how Izuku was smacking at her bottom, squealing at the cum that shot into her immediately after. She barely had time to recover as Izuku pressed her against the wall, doing doggy style again. Palming at her BRSTS, he bent over until he kissed her over her shoulder, swapping spit in joy. She placed her hands as she pushed back against him, her heated skin cooled slightly by the moderate temperature of the plaster. Pressing her back against the wall on the other end of the room, Izuku now held her in a carry-F and pushed his PP inside her as far as it would go, sking at her right BSE like he was starving. In his strong arms, his PP pistoning up into her again and again, Itsuka found herself somewhere between exhaustion and longing. She could feel herself getting close to her breaking point, but if she didn't go past it she knew she would never be able to say she gave her all tonight. Knowing she only had a couple more orgasms left in her, 𝐒𝐿 cradled Izuku's face close to her chest and moved her hips in whatever way she could while pressed against a wall. As they came again, they retreated to the bed, 𝐒𝐿 back in the cowgirl position they'd started off with in the dojo. She grabbed at her hair, tugging it down over her shoulders as she felt him rock into her. "Oh Izu. You're still going. I guess. I guess you aren't the number one for nothing, here." Izuku gave her but a squeeze, knowing he'd never get tired of playing with that delicious rear. "Even if I wasn't, it's worth going the distance for you." Almost crying with joy, 𝐒𝐿 bent over Deku as his PP continued penetrating her. She kissed him, cherishing how his rod impaled her over and over. "Jesus Christ, �SEK is ruined for me forever now. But only if." Cradling Izuku's face, 𝐒𝐿 choked out, "Don't leave me." For some reason, tears began streaming down her face. She was weeping, the dam of stress these past few years finally breaking down and flooding her with emotion. Seeing her face contort with sobs, Izuku hugged her close. "I'm here. I'm right here." He kept whispering that to her, even as she wailed into her final 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 and he grunted along with her, seed spewing inside of her one final time. Collapsing against him, 𝐒𝐿 began chuckling through her tears, nipping and kissing Izuku's face. She was hugging him tight. "Look at me, all crying and pathetic." "It's not pathetic," Izuku said, giving her a kiss. "What kind of hero am I if I can't help somebody right on top of me? Or, more accurately, when I'm inside them?" 𝐒𝐿 giggled. She bit her lip. "You're staying the night, right?" That was the plan. "Here, we need a drink." He handed her some water. They sat up for a minute to drink, not realizing exactly how thirsty they were. They downed both their glasses, rehydrated in an instant. 𝐒𝐿 rolled over on her side as she placed their glasses on the table, pulling the sheets over them as she pressed her naked form into Izuku's chest. Burying her nose into him, she hugged him close. "You'd better be staying after all that." As Izuku stroked 𝐒𝐿's hair, the two of them slowly drifted off to sleep. The fatigue from their special fight had caught up to them, and they basked in its afterglow as they were guided to sleep. 𝐒𝐿 began murmuring as she woke up, stretching herself out. Opening her eyes, she was momentarily confused as to where she was before remembering the events from last night. Flushing, she pulled the sheets up to her nose. Even she'd been surprised with how she and Momo had practically attacked each other. Izuku's gonna have quite a surprise waiting for him, she thought as she got out of bed. The blinds were drawn, but it was clearly morning. She walked over to the bathroom, washing the crust out of her eyes in the sink. She stretched again, BRSTS bouncing. She played with a lock of her hair, seeing how mussed up her long hairstyle had gotten. It would take a little time to style properly for the day, but that could wait. Walking over to Momo's closet, she pulled out a large white t-shirt and pulled it over herself, not bothering to put her underwear back on. When she walked back into the main area, she was greeted by a stunning sight. Momo, clad in only her red panties, was holding her chin in front of the pantry. She seemed to be deciding what to do for breakfast. She'd taken the time to do her hair up in its usual spiky style though, for whatever reason. Probably out of habit. 𝐒𝐿 liked her lips at her dusky nipples, waiting to be scared on again. Strutting over from the door, she kept her footsteps silent as she approached Momo. She seemed too lost in thought to notice her however, which was the perfect opportunity for 𝐒𝐿 to surprise her with a hug from behind. Momo gave a small scream before recognizing 𝐒𝐿's warm embrace. She brought her hand to her chest. "Geez, 𝐒𝐿. Morning, gorgeous." Momo sighed as she felt 𝐒𝐿 feel up her chest. "I presume it's pointless to tell you to stop." 𝐒𝐿 giggled mischievously. "Let's just say we'll be eating something a little different for breakfast." With that, she yanked Momo's panties down, leaving her entirely exposed again as they fell to her ankles. Momo barely had time to react as she felt 𝐒𝐿's face press against her butt, tongue darting forward to taste her ppming and bending forward at the sudden jolt of pleasure. Momo's forearms fell on the counter as 𝐒𝐿 ate her out from behind. She breathed hard, watching her face grow slack with 𝐼𝐿 through the distorted reflection of her kettle. Gritting her teeth, Momo came undone by 𝐭𝐭𝐲's tongue like the night before. She could feel 𝐭𝐭𝐲 lapping at her cum like she was drinking from a fountain, cum dribbling down her chin onto the floor. As 𝐭𝐭𝐲 pulled away, she grabbed Momo's hand and led her to the table, panties lying discarded on the kitchen floor. Having Momo kneel down, she pointed at her own pee-pee past the bottom of her shirt as she sat on a chair. "Time to eat up," 𝐭𝐭𝐲 said, evidently aroused. The way her pee-pee dripped confirmed it. Feeling like she was almost magnetically drawn to it, Momo proceeded to eat her out, inhaling 𝐭𝐭𝐲's scent and skiing at her 𝐿B. Giggling once more, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 began cooing in pleasure as she pulled her phone out of its charger. Opening it, she idly thumbed through her social media feeds as Momo continued eating her out, feeling like she could spend every morning exactly like this. Her jovial mood came crashing down at the post she saw scroll down her phone screen. Her face fell and, without realizing it, she began sitting cross-legged, trapping Momo's mouth against her core. She barely registered Momo's yelp of surprise. Izuku Midoriya, her boyfriend and the greatest hero the world had ever seen, was posing with customers inside and outside a bar. And it was a bar 𝐭𝐭𝐲 was familiar with. Searching through the Deku hashtag, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 saw multiple posts all confirming Izuku had spent the night at a bar with fellow hero Itsuka Kendo, aka Battle Fist, and had requested the patrons not share their experience with him until the morning after. There were also some rumors about whether or not Izuku was too faithful to his partner Uravity, but that didn't irritate 𝐭𝐭𝐲 nearly as much as what Izuku himself had done. This meant, of course, that if he had spent the night at the bar instead of the fancy, expensive, well-maintained, expensive, reputed, really goddamn expensive restaurant she'd booked out entirely for one night. That idiot! 𝐭𝐭𝐲 had to set her phone down, afraid she'd crush it in her hand. I spent all that money, and he just wasted every single yen to go to some dive bar. Without even telling me he would have rather gone somewhere else. What kind of moron does that? 𝐭𝐭𝐲's eyes widened at Momo's hands flailing at her stomach, realizing the poor girl was suffocating. Unlocking her legs, Momo fell back gasping for breath. 𝐭𝐭𝐲 bent over her. "Oh my god, Mo. I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" Once Momo had caught her breath, she sat up. Her spiky locks swayed as she shook her head out, clearing her throat. "Well, if I was going to die anywhere, I suppose there are worse places than between your thighs." Chuckling in relief, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 helped her up. Momo looked at the posts 𝐭𝐭𝐲 had been thumbing through and sighed. "You know, I really do think we should have expected this, in all honesty." "Yeah," 𝐭𝐭𝐲 admitted. She crossed her arms, pouting. "But I'm still mad." "Then what do we do about it?" Smirking as an idea began to form, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 wrapped her arms around Momo's neck, bringing her down to sit on her lap in the chair. "We dole out a little punishment, of course." Pulling Momo close against her still-clothed chest, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 pressed her lips against hers. They languidly made out, the taste of vanilla and cinnamon exchanged between the two as they held each other close. Worshipping one another, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 told Momo her plan, who seemed rather enraptured by the thought. It was mostly dedicated to showing Izuku their new commitment to their polygamous relationship. Just a little something to make sure he understood precisely what he had. Izuku felt his muscles pop as he stretched out on the bed. Itsuka was still snuggled into his chest, flaming orange hair strewn across her back and falling onto his chest. He ran his thumb through it, enjoying the soft texture. He waited for her to rise from her slumber, peaceful face twitching itself awake. She groaned as she woke up, holding her forehead. She winced a little at the light. "I think I had a bit too much last night." Izuku pulled her hands away and brought her up for a kiss. He rubbed his hands up and down her back. "I, for one, can't have too much of you." He punctuated this with a gentle squeeze at her bum, making Itsuka gasp a little. "I'd love to go again," Itsuka said, reluctantly pulling away and reaching down to pull a t-shirt over herself. "But I need some food first." She finished by pulling up a pair of green panties, pulling her hair from beneath the shirt and letting it fall down her back. "Of course," Izuku said, pulling on his boxers. 20 minutes later, they were sitting at the table. 𝐒𝐿 had made the two of them eggs over easy with sausage and they were eating gratefully. 𝐒𝐿 plopped an aspirin tablet into her water, watching with dull fascination as it began to bubble. She plopped in a second for good measure. Bottoms up. She gulped the whole thing down, smacking her lips once she was finished. Okay. Now I'm re-energized. I think. 𝐒𝐿 graciously filled her water back up for her, watching her gulp it down again. Finishing their meal, they leaned back in their chairs and surveyed one another. 𝐒𝐿 could see 𝐒𝐿's nipples through the fabric she was wearing, and he was rather pleased by the way she was staring at his abs. How's your shower? 𝐒𝐿 ventured. 𝐒𝐿 lit up. There's enough room for two. She stood up, taking off her shirt again in the process. 𝐒𝐿 watched her perfect breasts bounce, rosy nipples standing at attention. He felt the BLD rush to his PP. Standing up, the two ferociously made out, tasting eggs and sausage on each other's tongues. It was oddly invigorating. Eventually, they made their way into 𝐒𝐿's shower. As opposed to other Japanese residences, 𝐒𝐿's apartment did not possess a bath. She said a shower was enough to get her ready for the day. 𝐒𝐿 made a mental note to have her experience the joys of his house's bath when the time came, more than eager to guide her through its various functions. Soon enough, the two had hot water running down their bodies. 𝐒𝐿 looked up and down at 𝐒𝐿's toned body, appreciating how well-balanced her hips were along with her defined musculature. 𝐒�L's teal eyes darkened with lust as she bit her thumb. Pulling close, 𝐒𝐿 ran her hands over 𝐒𝐿's chest before bringing him down for another kiss, pushing him against the wall as she did. She began to rock into him, feeling his PP tease her entrance. Remembering how it filled her, she gave a breathy 𝐒𝐿 got the message and hugged her close, PP rubbing at her PP as he moved. They continued making out all the while, the heat of the shower matching their burgeoning longing drop for drop. Craning down to 𝐒𝐿's neck, 𝐒𝐿 began sking on it before she swatted at him in disapproval. She didn't need a hickey going into work. 𝐒𝐿 decided to trail further down instead until he reached her chest. Grinning as his eyes became level with her nipples, he began gently suckling her right BST. 𝐒𝐿 breathed through her teeth, her wet orange hair almost entirely red now. She hugged him closer, basking in the divine motions of his tongue against her melons. Giving the NPL one last playful bite, 𝐒𝐿 did the same to the other one, lavishing it with affection. 𝐒𝐿 twirled her hair around her fingers as he did. 𝐒𝐿 brought his head up from 𝐒𝐿's breasts. Drawing her in for a few more nipping kisses, he flipped her around and lifted her up by her thighs, spreading them out to the side. 𝐒𝐿 grabbed his head in her suspended position. She needed it as he guided her into a reverse carry F, mirroring the night before, except this time she wasn't moved up against a wall. Well, not a literal wall at least. 𝐒𝐿's sculpted frame felt about as solid, and she happily leaned herself against it as his PP penetrated her. Biting her lips, 𝐒�l continued aiming low and deep as 𝐒𝐿 bounced her up and down his member. His sure hands held her thighs in just the right position, taking advantage of her natural flexibility while maximizing their mutual pleasure. She began huffing in rhythm with his moves, bulbous tip tearing through her over and over. Faster and faster he went, the heat of the shower now nothing compared to what was bubbling up inside them. Each careful lift of her body made 𝐒�l more enchanted, letting 𝐒�l do all the work as his massive PP speared her core. He was approaching the speed of a jackhammer, kissing her shoulder blades as he continued to F her. Despite the water pouring onto them, 𝐒�l never slipped with either his feet or his hands. He was a solid rock, an anchor in the furious hurricane he had pulled her into. His searing PP was the most thrilling experience of 𝐒�l's life, and she knew deep down she'd never banish her need for it. It was without regret, now that she was entirely sober, that she wailed as her 𝐒𝐿 washed over her. 𝐒�l continued to move up into her even as he clenched himself, semen dripping out and washed down the drain along with her own juices. Breathing, 𝐒�l set her down. 𝐒�l stood on shaky feet, placing her hands on the tiled shower wall as she scared in her breath. She looked behind her, wiggling the butt he loved so much. I think we can spare a little time. Want another go? 𝐒�l smiled, grabbing her hips and moving forward once again. Itsuka, still a little sensitive, bit her tongue but began rocking back like she had the night before. Her but ground against his pelvic area, on a quest to have him fill her up with as much of his seed as possible. They continued to have fun in the shower for another half hour, surprising one another with their bottomless endurance. Izuku had to remind Itsuka of the time. She pulled away reluctantly. After quickly dressing and brushing her teeth, Izuku left through the window with a goodbye kiss so he could head home and get ready for work himself. Itsuka walked out her door feeling more fulfilled than she'd had in years. Maybe ever, if she were being honest. Her hand ghosted the areas of her but Izuku had kept palming toward. She could almost feel his skin on hers even when he was away. Okiko and Momo took the latter's car to her and Izuku's hero agency from home. They discreetly held hands the entire way, although separated upon arriving. They were currently in the head office, Okiko going through her computer and groaning at all the reports she had yet to file, some overdue by a couple weeks. I wish I had some sort of super intelligence quirk, Okiko groaned, head slamming against her desk. Or at least something that lets me write super fast. Patrols go by quickly but sitting at a desk makes everything drag on. Momo giggled, patting her shoulder. Oh, dear. Am I correct in assuming Izuku normally does the writing? I don't know how he does it. Okiko threw up her arms and began pacing. He writes the most ancillary details too, like how each villain's quirk would interact with mine or his own, or how civilians' quirks could have impacted his fights with them regardless of whether they got involved or not. Usually not. She stamped her foot. And goddamn, they're not even fights either. One punch or use of Black Whip and bam, they're all down. Oh ho 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 ho, you don't know how long we stay in the office sometimes because of his quirk OCD. That'll be another thing to get him back over. Momo attempted to mollify her girlfriend as she pulled her ringing phone out of her belt pouch. Now, remember what you told me. Ultimately the plan is for all of us to have fun. Itsuka too, if she wants to join. Seeing it was Kyoka, she pressed the confirm button and raised the phone to her ear as Okiko glumly walked back to her desk. Kyoka, how are you? It's been a few days. Hey Momo, Kyoka's husky voice sounded into her ear. Past week has been quiet. Been stuck in the office doing reports and the patrols have turned up nothing. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out sometime this weekend, just us girls. Oh, Momo said, looking at Okiko. The brunette had heard it, the two clumps of hair framing her face swaying as she sat up straight. She mouthed Saturday. Momo proceeded to put the call on speakerphone so Okiko could coach her more easily. Yes, I think Saturday evening can work. Just checked my schedule and it seems I'm available that day. Okay, Kyoka said. A pause followed. Kyoka. Well, not that it's any of my business, but you've been oddly busy lately even for a pro. I mean, I've had to hang out with Toru and you know how unstable she is when she's drunk. We had a few cocktails when we last went to karaoke and she was hitting every other note wrong by the time she finished her first glass. Momo and Okiko winced. They remembered Toru's more erratic drunk antics from over the years. Some involved trying to swallow a champagne bottle whole and using a wine glass as a telephone, to name a few less egregious ones. She was a lot to deal with normally, but her hyperactive behavior surpassed Mina's when she was under the influence. I'm sorry Kyoka, I've just found myself so tied up, Momo said. We'll have fun Saturday, I promise. I was also wondering, where are you right now? Momo gave another glance at Okiko. They had discussed with Izuku what to do about alleviating Kyoka's suspicions and determined the best course of action was to feign ignorance and carry on like normal. Still, Momo wondered if it was too risky to say where she was. Okiko mouthed be honest as her advice. Momo followed it. The dekuwhatif Hero Agency. You've been going there often? Yes, we took to sharing casework and just started hanging out. It's nice being with those two. Momo had a warm expression on her face, one that made Okiko blush happily. Hey. Kyoka. Sorry, spacing out. I was actually wondering if we could do Sunday night instead. Something just came up. Okiko nodded before Kyoka even finished, allowing Momo to answer yes right away. Okay then, Sunday night it is. Latest, Momo. Hanging up, Momo breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard to tell if she's on to us or not. Maybe it'll be easier just to tell her. Maybe, but I'd also like to keep this as private as I can for a little while longer. It's not that I don't trust her, I just want to keep this to ourselves for now. Especially with, The two of them blushed, the intense memories of the night before and this morning washing over them. They were spared the awkward pause being too prolonged, however, with the transponder on the desk suddenly flaring up. Situation B2 on Iranaka Street, I repeat, Situation B2 on Iranaka Street. Anybody copy? Copy, officer. Copy, Mr. Policeman. Hang on, Okiko said. I recognize those voices. That's Miko and Nejaya-senpai. Situation B2 you said, sir. I'll be there in a jiffy. Momo brought a hand to her mouth. And that's Deku. Okiko smiled. Or more accurately, bared her teeth. Momo began cowering at the oppressive, dark aura that began emanating from her girlfriend. She looked at her with immense fear, and also a little bit of attraction too. Air blowing out of her nostrils, Okiko rose from her desk. Paperwork can wait. We've got a #1 hero who's just led us straight to him. If Rumi Usajiyama had to say what the one thing she loved most about being a hero was, she'd say it was the sense of freedom. As she bounded from roof to roof, she felt more liberated than at any other point in her life. Closing in on Iranaka Street, Rumi saw the B2 disturbance. A translucent monster was raging in the middle of the street, skiing in the air around it and creating a massive whirlwind. B-designated threats involved elemental manipulation of some kind, and the number ranged from 1 to 5 corresponding to what type of element it was. Fixated on the villain, Rumi planted her feet on the side of a building and pushed off, soaring through the air like a bullet. She anticipated the feeling of her foot hammering into the slimy skin, putting a stop to this threat before it could seriously hurt anybody. The thrill of victory, addicting and fulfilling like nothing else. However, midway through her attack, a green blur tore through the sky and collided with the villain. A flash of red, armored shoes punted it up into the air, and by the time Rumi had landed on the ground, the #1 hero Deku had already cancelled out the villain's wind pressure and tied him up in Black Whip. She blew her hair out of her eyes as she watched Izuku punch the villain into unconsciousness. Still fond of stealing the spotlight, she said sulkily. Izuku turned around after handing the villain over to the cops, grimacing in apology. Oh, that was yours. Sorry. I heard the call on my transponder and got here as fast as I could. Morin, Rumi said. Don't apologize for a job well done. You being quick to act is part of what I like about you. Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. So you keep telling me. Rumi kept surveying Izuku, looking at his muscles through his suit. He grew slightly uncomfortable at her staring. Once he'd become the #1 hero, the way Rumi began to look at him made him a little nervous. She was almost hungry. Not to mention she had a habit of getting a little close to him, like she was doing now with assured steps forward, prominent hips swaying. Well, I'd better get back to Okiko at the office, Izuku said, trying to make an exit. Rumi grabbed his shoulder before he could. She leaned in, ripped torso pressing into his side and began whispering into his ear. Does she satisfy you, Deku? Is she really enough? Or are you waiting for a taste of something a little spicier? Izuku cleared his throat, glancing at the police for assistance. All the rookies did was flash him jealous looks, although the more experienced members had become too used to Izuku's frequently flirty interactions with women to spare much more than a silent prayer his way. They knew how relentless Miko could be, but were unwilling to put themselves in her path. After all I do for them, this is how they repay me. Things with me and Ocha are just fine, Usajiyama-sen, Izuku said. I know you're jealous she took the spot of the top-ranked female pro, but that's no reason to imply she's not. I know she's a good romp in bed, Rumi said. She wouldn't be #7 if she weren't. And I'm not jealous. What I'm asking is if you're looking for an alternative. This was the same question she'd slyly slip forward to him every time they'd encounter one another, each approach always a little more aggressive than the one before it. It was always worded differently, but the underlying meaning was always the same. He wouldn't be opposed to taking more women as lovers. But, quite frankly, Rumi was. A lot. In more ways than one, as he felt one of her thick legs wrap around his own. Her and 𝐭𝐼𝐾 had a strained relationship ever since the latter had surpassed her in the rankings, and they had now become fated rivals much like himself and Bakugo. He had grown increasingly uncomfortable knowing the tension between the two was in large part due to their mutual interest in him, even though 𝐭𝐼𝐾 was already his girlfriend. She's got to stop before the news arrives, right? Between last night, the aquarium and whatever else they're running with, I don't need more speculation. I'm cheating on 𝐭𝐼𝐾. Well, I guess it's sort of true, but it's with her blessing. As Izuku kept seizing up the longer Miko hugged him, her nose wrinkled. She began sniffing, long ears brushing against Izuku's cheek. Hey, wait. You smell different. Izuku's eyes nearly rolled back into his skull. Oh Siapi, don't tell me she smells Itsuka. Does that mean she might smell Momo too? Dear God, I'm begging you. Somebody, anybody, help me. Izuku. Something warm, soft and extremely fast collided into him, knocking him out of Rumi's grasp. She blinked a few times, startled. She looked at where Izuku had fallen and saw a female hero with periwinkle hair even longer than her own lying on top of him, rubbing her face into his chest. He was spluttering in surprise, growing red with embarrassment. Oh, it's been so long Izuku, how are you? How's 𝐭𝐼𝐾? How's being number one? How's the new place? Are you two expecting? When are you getting married? When? On and on she prattled, questions spilling from her mouth like a torrential flood. Even Rumi, normally unshakable, was a little taken aback. The officers who weren't looking on with envy dragged the ones who were away from the scene, swiftly going about their business. Yep, that's 𝐿egiah-senpai for you, said a voice behind Rumi. White hair whipping as she turned her head, Rumi narrowed her eyes as she saw her number one rival 𝐭𝐼𝐾 Uraraka, the 7th-ranked hero Uravity, get out of a car. Another of her rivals stepped out too, this one the number 8, Momoyorozu, aka Creati. Rumi had taken pride in being in the top 5 heroes once upon a time, but the rise of new legendary heroes had upset her ranking. She had been mercilessly kicked down to number 10, with the present women having risen above her. Tsuyu Asui, aka Froppy, was ranked number. Despite that, Rumi could at least take a small comfort in the fact they hadn't surpassed her all-time best ranking. Yet. Right, 𝐿egiah was her name. I was having difficulty recalling it, Rumi said, tone icy. Uravity-san. Miko-san, 𝐭𝐼𝐾 replied, tone just as frosty. She crossed her arms as she looked at her overwhelmed boyfriend. You see, Izuku saved 𝐿egiah's life back during the war, and she's been kind of clingy around him ever since. I think it's her way of showing gratitude. It comes across as a bit much, but I assure you, it's just puppy love. She frowned. I think. Momo and Rumi kept looking at 𝐿egiah rubbing herself against Izuku, half jealous, half impressed that she'd managed to subdue the number one all by herself. Look girl, I don't know how to break this to you, but... Rumi began. That's a bit much to call puppy love, Momo concluded. 𝐭𝐼𝐾 sighed. I know. 𝐿egiah still wasn't finished bombarding Izuku with questions or grpng him. Oh, and when you guys fly around the city, do you use float or does 𝐭𝐼𝐾 make you both weightless to move around better? Both. 𝐿egiah, Izuku choked out. If you would just let go of me, he cut himself off as she slid up his body, Beatrice rubbing against his chest. Her legs wrapped around his thigh in a vice-like grip. No way. I'm completely trapped. 𝐭𝐼𝐾 sighed again. Where's Yuyu when you need her? As if on cue, tires screeched as a car rounded the corner, stopping in front of the crime scene. Yuyu opened the door in her civilian attire, eyes scanning for 𝐿egiah until she pinpointed her assaulting Izuku. She ran over in an instant, yanking 𝐿egiah off him and giving her a hard smack to the back of her head. No. Bad 𝐿egiah, bad. 𝐿egiah rubbed her head, pouting as she looked at Yu reproachfully, who began bowing to Deku over and over. I am so sorry. She was gone before I knew it, so I had to listen to the transponder and pinpoint where she was, then I heard you were here, and I knew she was going to attack you again and just. Yuyu clasped her hands together, head down. I am truly sorry. Izuku chuckled weakly as he got up. Usually I'm the one who goes overboard apologizing. Don't worry, I understand she can be a lot to deal with. You're both meanies, 𝐒𝐲 said, continuing to pout. Her mood improved upon seeing 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Oh, 𝐒𝐿𝐵-san. She bounced over, enveloping her old kohai in a bear hug. Yu gave Izuku a peace sign, grinning. Thanks for being so patient, Deku. She's honestly too much sometimes. Izuku chuckled. That she is. But that's what makes 𝐒𝐲. Yu gave him an appreciative fist bump as she went over, reminding 𝐒𝐲 they still had a city to patrol. They said their goodbyes, 𝐒𝐲 giving Izuku a tight hug which made a vein pop in the foreheads of the other girls, sans Yu. She was finally dragged away and plopped herself down in Yu's car, pulling her long hair inside as they drove away. Why isn't Yu in her hero costume? Momo asked as they walked away back to her car. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 takes this time to look Yu, the reader, directly in the eyes. Horikoshi hasn't shown us yet, so million hypotheses won't bother designing one that won't even be canon. Momo and Rumi looked at where 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was staring, perplexed. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 snapped back to them, smiling. She's off duty but likes helping 𝐒𝐲 out. Oh! Rumi began sniffing again, looking from 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Momo. This drew their curiosity. What are you doing? Well, it's just you both smell an awful lot like each other. And Deku. The girls couldn't help but blanch. Oh. They looked over at Izuku who made a chopping motion at his neck. Oh, we've just been hanging out, you know, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said, an awkward smile plastered on her face. Sleepovers, teaching each other makeup techniques. That kind of stuff. Deku comes in every now and again too, 'cause we usually do it at our place. Yep, that's right. Rumi only nodded. Here. Well, I think it's about time I see if there are any villains I actually can catch today. I'll see you two newbies around and show you why experience trumps youth. She winked at Izuku before hopping up to a nearby roof, thigh muscles rippling as she did so. Izuku gasped in relief, feeling like he'd narrowly dodged a bullet. Thank God there weren't any news cameras to get all that, he said. He walked over to 𝐒𝐿𝐵 but then noticed something was a little off about her. She was looking at him serenely with her eyes closed, a pleasant smile on her face. Momo gave him a worried look. As 𝐒𝐿𝐵 opened her eyes, Izuku saw a storm raging in them he'd only ever seen a few times before. It clashed with her otherwise gentle expression. Oh, right. The restaurant. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 nodded. The restaurant. She jabbed a thumb in the direction of the car. Izuku walked toward it like a dog with his tail between his legs, girlfriends scooting him. I can pay you back for it. Pay back what? It's our money, you idiot, not just mine. Izuku lay handcuffed on his bed in nothing but his boxers. Momo had made the cuffs for him. They were diamond-coated to ensure he couldn't break out of them easily. A shock collar was around his neck. Standing before him were 𝐒𝐿𝐵, Momo, and Itsuka, each clad in rather revealing police uniforms. They were all unbuttoned to reveal their straining cleavage, complete with sunglasses, peaked caps and scandalously short skirts. Most of their attire had been made by Momo just for tonight. The one notable exception being 𝐒𝐿𝐵 wearing her trademark black pantyhose. It was now Monday night. Sunday was spent relatively quietly after the wind monster incident. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had left Izuku on tenterhooks and promised he wouldn't be allowed to have sex until the following evening. So having patiently waited all this time, Izuku now found himself the prisoner of 3 girlfriends. At least only one of them is actually mad at me, he consoled himself. Although while I wouldn't want to make any of them angry, 𝐒𝐿𝐵's definitely the one you want to upset the least. My current situation is proof of that. He spared a glance for the reusable water bottles they'd all prepared for themselves beforehand at Itsuka's suggestion. He had a feeling they'd be extremely useful. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 surveyed her boyfriend over her pink shades, liking her lips at his vulnerable form. Girls, I think our most notorious inmate needs to learn a little lesson with some non-solitary confinement. Momo was completely into the role. She brought her fist up past the top spike in her hair and chanted, "Yes, yes, Warden-sama." Itsuka, on the other hand, could barely get her line out. "Sure thing, Warden. She took off her hat. What's the point of all the roleplay? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 placed her fingers on Itsuka's chin, tilting it down toward her. Itsuka flushed as she looked into those hungry brown eyes. Because it's hot. Don't worry, I'll take the lead here. That shock collar Momo made is designed to give a zap every time it detects poor little Izuku's about to use his quirk, so he'll need to suffer a bit of recorrection. Look, I've said I'm sorry, Izuku said. You should have known booking a place like that wasn't going to work. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 balled her fists. Then you should have told me you didn't want to go there. Accept this as your punishment for that at least. I am accepting it. I mean, I'm only doing this because it's you, Ocha. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's act cracked a little as she blushed. She held her face and screwed her eyes shut happily. Itsuka laughed in amusement. It's easy to see why they fit together so well. But it's not just them anymore, Momo pointed out, adjusting her shades. We're a part of this relationship now. They've let us try something new. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had settled back into the role of the stuck warden and had her sultry expression back on her face. That's right, Mo. And speaking of what's new, how about we show Izuku the novel type of fun we've discovered together? Fun. Izuku shifted in his cuffs. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smirked, bringing Momo's back into her. The black-haired woman began breathing a little heavier, guiding 𝐒𝐴's hand over her exposed stomach. They looked at Izuku as they moved against one another. 𝐒𝐴 brought her lips to Momo's neck, softly kissing it. While you two were on that date last night, me and Momo did some experimenting, 𝐒𝐴 explained. She gave Momo's braless chest a squeeze, making the woman gasp. Izuku finally clued in, a small tent forming in his boxes. Holy SHT, really? Is that what Usajiyama meant by you smelling like each other? Honestly, if Momo wasn't as hot as she is, I don't know if I'd have discovered this side of myself, 𝐒𝐴 said, pulling Momo's hair out of her ponytail. I mean, we les out when we're with you, but alone. We weren't sure. But thanks to last night, I'm a bona fide PP lover now, and I'd guess Mo's the same. I can see why you're so fascinated. Izuku blinked, breathing heavily as his girlfriends caressed one another. It was one of the most SNSL displays he'd ever had the pleasure of witnessing. Itsuka, meanwhile, observed with her hands over her mouth. She seemed a little turned on herself. 𝐒𝐴 tore at the front of Momo's tiny shirt, mammoth BRSs bouncing. She needed them, showing their elasticity as she continued to kiss at her shoulders. Her other hand drifted down to Momo's butt, smacking it and making her gasp. 𝐒𝐴 unbuttoned her own shirt, letting her naked BRSs press into Momo's back. With a few more trails of her hands up and down, she pushed Momo onto the bed next to Izuku. She slowly crawled over her, making sure he was watching. Best seat in the house, Deku-kun, 𝐒𝐴 said, reverting to her old nickname for him. Watch and learn. She kissed Momo's neck, trailing down until she reached her BRSs. Taking one in her mouth, she sked the NPL with her eyes closed, long hair falling past her face. Her other hand went down to Momo's waist, placing a hand inside her skirt and making the creation hero squeal. Izuku was staring, body heating up as he watched his girlfriends begin to have sex without him. He instinctively activated one for all only to be zapped immediately for it, jolting at the pain. 𝐒𝐴 pulled up from Momo's BRST. Oh, too bad Deku-kun. It looks like you have to be tortured watching us so long as you're handcuffed. Itsuka was watching the action, hands still over her face. She was peeking between her fingers and breathing heavily. Still a PPNG, I see, 𝐒𝐴 said, stripping herself save for her panties and pantyhose. She tossed her costume to the floor. Why don't you STRP for our darling Izuku? Show him what's just beyond his reach. She proceeded to make out with Momo, large chests squished together. Itsuka began unbuttoning her shirt slowly, watching Izuku whipping his head from the lesbian session beside him to her. She was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, between being ordered to put on a striptease for a tied-up Izuku and feeling turned on by 𝐒𝐴 and Momo's lovemaking. Did this mean she was bi just like them? Itsuka's BRSTS sprang free through her musing, and she shrugged off the shirt. Topless, she brought the baton at her belt up and placed it between her BRSTS, leaning her hips to the side. She cleared her throat and tried to appear confident. "They're pretty busy, as you can see, and you're all tied up. If you really want to, I can alleviate some tension." Liking down Momo's stomach to the tune of Hareming, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 pulled up to give her more advice. "You've almost got it, just be a little bit more forceful." I'll F you if you beg me for it." "Yes." 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐽 continued fingering Momo, delighted at how she was aiming. Izuku was writhing and had once again used his quirk, groaning at the shock. Itsuka began working the skirt down her hips, revealing her green panties. Crawling onto the bed, she kneeled in front of Izuku and eyed the massive tent forming in her trousers. She felt herself begin to breathe in anticipation. But she had a feeling 𝐒𝐴𝐽 wouldn't permit her to go straight for the prize right away. No. She'd have to think up another way to satiate her longing. "Say, how much would you be willing to do to make me free you?" Izuku was breathing heavily, still looking at 𝐒𝐴𝐽 and Momo. 𝐒𝐴𝐽 had pulled the latter's skirt and panties down and was beginning to like at the parted folds. The sight made both Izuku and Itsuka catch their breaths. "Anything," Izuku answered, turning to her. Itsuka smiled, drawing the baton along his body and then placing it beneath his chin. "Good," she whispered. She'd come up with a suitable plan to stuck him and follow 𝐒𝐴𝐽's wishes. Itsuka pulled off her wet panties, sticky with her juices. Completely ndi, she turned around and plopped herself right on Izuku's face, but blinding him while her core touched down on his mouth. "Like," she ordered, and she gasped as he obeyed. 𝐒𝐴𝐽 worked Momo quickly to a loud 𝐒𝐻, slathering her snatch with her tongue. Izuku pulled at his cuffs, hoping to break free somehow and aiming into Itsuka all the while. The woman let her orange hair fall free of its band, shaking her head out as she continued working up and down Izuku's face. Gazing at her martial artist rival, Momo bit her lip. A flash of light materialized a thick, green double-ended DLD from her stomach. 𝐒𝐴𝐽 could tell it had the same girth as Izuku's erect PP. Liking it from end to end, she looked at Momo with unbridled lust. "Hey Deku-kun," she said, her boyfriend busy working Itsuka to a 𝐒𝐻. Itsuka fell forward once she came, exhausted. This allowed him see again. "Me and Momo are about to find out how far we can push this thing in. We'll be able to decide whether or not we need you." Blinking, Izuku could only stare at her. "Need me? I mean, if the number one hero can't even get out of some silly little HNDCFFS, then how is he supposed to be worthy of us as lovers?" Momo flashed Izuku an apologetic look before looking at 𝐒𝐴𝐽 expectantly. The brunette grinned as she plunged the DLD into her, making her squeal. Once it was pushed far enough in, 𝐒𝐴𝐽 kicked off her remaining clothes and inserted herself onto the other end, aiming as the toy spread her wide. The two began to rock, taking the DLD between them while Izuku watched enviously. Itsuka had regained some sense, coming to sit between Izuku's legs. She looked around for 𝐒𝐴𝐽's skirt which had the HNDCFFS key, but Izuku nudged her with his foot. Turning to him, she saw his eyes were hidden beneath his hair. "On second thought, I'm gonna break out on my own," he said. 𝐒𝐴𝐽 and Momo had now pushed the DLD far enough in that their cores met. They rocked into each other faster. "Here. But, Aizu, those cuffs are coated with diamond. And there's the collar too." "A real hero goes past his limits whenever necessary," Izuku said, eyes glowing bright green. He grit his teeth at the collar shocking him. "This is nothing compared to breaking bones." 𝐒𝐴𝐽 and Momo had taken to lying back, letting the DLD tear them apart. They jerked back and forth as they came, squealing with delight. As their cum spurted around the DLD, Izuku tore apart the diamond-coated cuffs like they were made of string. He crushed the shock collar, letting it fall to the floor in pieces as he stood up, glaring at 𝐒𝐽 and Momo. His gaze made them instantly turned on again, even coming down from their high. Itsuka was right along with them, feeling her core grow wet again. Momo and 𝐒𝐽 eased the DLD out of them as Izuku yanked his boxers down, throbbing member standing up straight. The girls all stared at it, wondering which of them would be first. However, Izuku had already decided on his target. 𝐒𝐽 looked the most expectant of the three, liking her lips as Izuku surveyed them. She grew a little disappointed as he descended upon Momo instead. Grabbing Momo's slim waist, Izuku lined himself up with her entrance. "You guys don't need me. Don't need me. Let's see if I can't prove that wrong." He moved forward, penetrating Momo. She threw back her head and emmed, back-arching. Not that a reminder was necessary, but there was no comparison between Izuku's PP and some pale imitation she could create on a whim. Itsuka and Okiko were left enthralled by the way Izuku proceeded to dominate Momo. Her entire body moved every time Izuku plunged his PP into her, BRSTS jiggling with each rapid motion. While they were busy, Okiko took this time to sidle closer to Itsuka, gently holding her wrist. "I couldn't help but notice, but you seemed a little hot and bothered by what me and Mo were doing. Were you interested?" Itsuka looked away in embarrassment. "I don't know." Okiko smiled knowingly. "I remember when I was this nervous with Izuku. But don't worry, it goes away with time." "That's good to know." "Hey, I'm going to try something, and you can tell me to stop at any time if it makes you feel weird." Nodding, Itsuka let herself be pulled against Okiko. She felt those pillowy BRSTS press against her back. Her padded fingers began trailing up and down, caressing her legs, neck and everywhere in between softly. She emmed as Okiko massaged above her hip, kneading the skin nice and slow. Izuku was well into dominating Momo. While they were in a simply missionary position, the tenacity with which Izuku threw himself at her was matched only by Okiko. In fact, Momo discerned he was ever so slightly better as he stretched her out. His PP was spearing her over and over. Before she knew it, she was crying into another 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐸 alongside him, hot seeds spilling into her. Having cleansed twice in such a short time span, Momo was a little overwhelmed. Making to pull herself off Izuku, she yelped as he instead pulled himself out first and flipped her around. He massaged her backside, squeezing the cheeks together and spreading them out repeatedly. "I usually go for melons if I'm being honest," Izuku said. "But I don't think your butt gets enough love." He moved forward again, making Momo's eyes almost roll back into their sockets. She was raw, undone already by the DLD and his PP, yet he still continued to PND into her. The other night with Okiko had been a measured test of endurance, but Izuku was simply relentless. She barely had any time to recover. Okiko watched Momo get pounded with a pout. She was still massaging Itsuka. "He's going to keep me waiting." "Probably," Itsuka breathed, growing hotter with every caress Okiko made. The brunette decided it was now time for the next step. "Remember, you can tell me to stop whenever. You can rely on the warden anytime." "Oh, okay." Okiko's hands finally snaked down to Itsuka's core, placing a finger inside. Itsuka threw her head back onto Okiko's shoulder, gyrating into the finger. Pleased, Okiko began moving the digit in and out. She placed soothing kisses along Itsuka's neck. Itsuka didn't even have the presence of mind to dissuade her to prevent any possible hickeys, allowing Okiko to take over her every sensation. On the other side of the bed, Izuku was pounding Momo with everything he had. He pulled her hair out of its tie, watching the glossy locks fall straight. He was enthralled by how they bounced along with her bucking body. He leaned forward until he could smell it, savoring their vanilla scent as Momo ummed louder and louder. With every rock, every movement of Izuku's PP and every greedy breath, Momo felt all sense abandon her. She allowed Izuku to completely take over, her round behind smacking against his hips as he pistoned into her. Momo began gasping again soon enough, having to restrain herself from biting her lip too hard. She balled her fists into the sheets, yelling as Izuku's seed erupted inside her for the second time that night. Breathing, she was half relieved, half disappointed as Izuku pulled out. Mind blank, she continued to breathe atop the sheets in the afterglow, SMN dripping from her PP. Wiping at his brow, Izuku grabbed his water bottle and took a long sip. He now focused his attention on Okiko and Itsuka, the latter of whom was being worked to another 𝐂𝐬𝐽𝐸 courtesy of Okiko's fingering. Okiko had 3 fingers inside of her now, still planting kisses along her throat. Itsuka was breathing through closed teeth, umming needily. Grabbing Itsuka's water bottle, Izuku shuffled forward and plopped himself down, patiently waiting for his girlfriends to finish. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 began huffing faster as 𝐒𝐭𝐼 continued to finger her, moving her hips to match how the digits danced inside her. With a labored exhale, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 quietly squirted around 𝐒𝐿𝐼's fingers. She looked down as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 exited her, seeing her fingers slick with her own cum. She instinctively grabbed the bottle 𝐒𝐿𝐼 offered her, gulping it down as she recovered. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 brought the wet fingers up to her mouth, wiping one clean. She then perked up as an idea hit her. She extended her fingers toward 𝐒𝐿𝐼, who deftly grabbed her wrist and placed nearly her entire hand in his mouth. He licked at her slender digits, swallowing every last drop of 𝐒𝐿𝐼's cum she could. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 watched this mid-sip, instantly becoming turned on once more. As 𝐒𝐿𝐼 finished, he looked at his other two girlfriends carefully. Ndi, gorgeous and clearly eager to accept his PP next. Their need was plain on both their faces, although he could tell 𝐒𝐼 was ever so slightly more impatient. For that reason, he ended up descending onto 𝐒𝐿𝐼, who lay herself flat against the bed. "Why don't you go resuscitate Mo, alright?" 𝐒𝐿𝐼 smirked at 𝐒𝐼, who could only glare at him. She did obey, however, and laid Momo's head on her lap. She grabbed the woman's respective water bottle and brought it to her lips, pouring in a measured amount to not overwhelm her. Momo blinked as the cool water slid down her burning throat, gasping in relief. She grabbed the bottle and before she knew it, had downed half of it in a matter of seconds. She let herself rest on 𝐒𝐼's thighs. "I think we may have gone too far." "There's no going too far with you," 𝐒𝐼 said. Despite this, she began to frown as she watched 𝐒𝐿𝐼 insert himself into 𝐒𝐿𝐼, her hands wrapped around his torso. He did clearly. "Single me out for last though. Yeah. I'm done for the night, so just be prepared, 𝐒𝐼." 𝐒𝐼 gently stroked Momo's hair as they both watched 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and 𝐒𝐿𝐼. They were beginning to understand 𝐒𝐿𝐼's inclination toward being a PPNG-TM as they went at it. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was playing 𝐒𝐿𝐼's body like a fiddle. Expertly and at a lightning pace, he held her close, giving her collarbone nips and kiss. She kissed the top of his head as she did so, intercepting each of his moves with a push of her own. She threw her head back and squealed happily as he erupted inside of her. Wordlessly, she allowed herself to be placed on his lap. Grasping his face, she captured his lips and rode him for a second time. The drink from before had energized her, allowing for electric sensations to resonate all throughout her body. Her chiseled legs wrapped around his waist, inhaling his tongue as his PP kept hammering into her. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hand reached up to her face, pulling away so he could allow himself to look into her appealing eyes once more. Their rich, teal color was fascinating. He reached up to kiss her eyelids, making 𝐒𝐿𝐼 giggle. 𝐒𝐼's pout grew more severe. Within a couple more minutes of furious sex, the two clenched again. It had been a little briefer than with Momo, but they were both more than satisfied. Crawling off him, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 went over to the other side of the bed, laying out alongside Momo and drinking from her bottle. At long last, it was 𝐒𝐼's turn. She was still pouting as she sat in front of 𝐒𝐼. "You made me wait," she said. "Way too long." "I could say the same about you," 𝐒𝐼 said, raising his eyebrows. 𝐒𝐼 could only sigh. "It was a lot of money I spent. And it proves how much you wanted to make 𝐒𝐼 happy. But I'd say you've gone above and beyond tonight, too." He nodded to the girls. "So let's settle this the old-fashioned way." He leaned back, pulling her on top of him. Feeling all remaining vestiges of her anger dissipate, 𝐒𝐼 began tenderly making out with him. She hummed as he entered her. Grinding her hips, she pecked 𝐒𝐼's face with kisses. "It's felt like forever," she mused. "Two forevers," he replied. He massaged her butt, happy to marvel in its shape and firmness once more. His hands trailed up, coming up to her breasts. He gave them a hearty squeeze, making 𝐒𝐼 softly. She sat up, his hands still on her large bosom. She shook her messy hair out as she rode him, settling back into their familiar routine after days of no secretary. This had been the longest they'd been without each other since their first time, and they weren't eager to repeat it. Before they knew it, they came. However, they were far from finished. 𝐒𝐼 took this time to place 𝐒𝐼 down on her stomach, allowing his PP to ram into her from behind over and over. He poured through her hair, savoring its silkiness. All the while Itsuka and Momo were quiet, content with just watching. Izuku began to hold Okiko in the reverse carry F he'd done for Itsuka in the previous morning, letting her every sink in as her body bounced onto his pelvis. Once they came, he brought her over to the bed where he could pile drive her, her ecstatic overlapping with his own. Finally, Okiko was on her side, bouncing along the bed as Izuku kept plunging into her. He leaned over her to SCK at a BRST, making Okiko bite at her knuckles as he did so. She held his head closer, his warmth a comforting torch that lit her love for him anew. She kissed the top of his head like Itsuka had, letting him know how it made her feel. Every move brought her final CLMX closer, yet she didn't want it to end. How could she ever let it end? When Izuku was with her like this, they were a part of one another. They were one. The thought filled her with no small amount of joy alongside every pulse of his thick PP. She grinned, shaking her hips more and more with every frenzied pump. With more trails of fire crawling up her skin, Okiko brought Izuku's head up so they could kiss, screaming into each other's mouths as they came with reckless abandon. For a moment their euphoria took them to that familiar but unidentified place they'd always go to at the crux of their NTRCs. They crashed back down from it, however, collapsing onto the bed. Izuku pulled out and laid himself flat, breathing heavily. Momo and Itsuka crawled over, handing them both their waters. Once they were all refreshed, the three women all surrounded Izuku. He looked at them all, placing his hands behind his head. His confident smile was stretched wide over his face. "It started rough at first, but I actually quite like that," he said. He encouraged the three ladies to crawl closer, slipping under the covers with him. Okiko made sure to claim his chest as her own as she laid on top of him, leaving Momo and Itsuka to grab his arms. Izuku wasn't about to complain as they hugged his limbs tight. "Maybe I should waste money more often," Izuku pondered. Okiko pouted and pinched his cheek, making him chuckle. "That was actually quite nice," Itsuka said. "I was worried it'd be awkward with more people, but that was perfect. Honestly. I think there's always room to improve myself," Momo mused. "Shall we call it a night?" "Sure," Okiko said before her toe hit a damp spot in the sheets. "Actually, let's clean up first." The four quickly redid the sheets, crawling into bed in their positions from before. Within minutes they were all asleep, Okiko using Izuku as her mattress. The following morning was a busy one in the Midoriya household. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Itsuka had taken to making French toast for everybody as thanks for letting her join in. Mugs of coffee, glasses of orange juice and a sticky bottle of syrup were on the table. "Anything need doing today?" Okiko liked the syrup off her hand, enamored by the sweet flavor. "I think I heard talk about some world-class hero artifact thief coming into town," Izuku said. "Not sure if it means anything, but I'll be sure to check it out." "But that means I'm stuck at the office," Okiko whined. Izuku chuckled. "That paperwork's only going to keep stacking higher the longer you put it off. Besides, I'm faster. If this thief can make off with his loot that quickly, I'll be able to match it and then some." "Oh, confidence," Momo said. "That's a welcome sight to see from you, Izuku. You never gave yourself the credit I always knew you deserved, and I'm happy you are now." Okiko's sweat dropped. "Didn't you give him some super harsh critique after that first battle exercise against Bakugo?" Momo became flustered. That was years ago. I've learned a bit more tact since then and gotten to know who Izuku really is." "Tact was never something you lacked, Momo," Itsuka said. "You're just too oblivious for your own good." "Oh," Momo said, crestfallen. Itsuka patted her shoulder. "But it's what makes you cute." Momo's mood lifted back up in an instant. "Whoa," Okiko said. "It's like what we agreed on during that slumber party, Momo. Itsuka really is the perfect boyfriend." Deku nearly choked on his coffee. "The perfect what now?" "Long story," Okiko said. Before Deku could inquire further, a phone started vibrating. "Whose is that?" "I don't have mine on me. I think I left mine charging upstairs." "Hold on, it's me," Izuku said. He walked over to the kitchen counter and picked up his phone. "Gyro." The other girls perked up at this. Itsuka had been brought up to speed on Kyoka's suspicions and was just as attentive as Izuku put it on speakerphone. "Hey, Gyro-san. Ah, my Doria-kun, you're awake. Good. Sorry to call you so early in the morning, but I thought I'd take the time to do so before I get too busy. Got some thief they're thinking is hitting a store today and I was called in to track him down." "Really? 'Cause I was about to look into that myself. Need assistance?" "Probably. I'd like it if you could come on by. See, this JRK doesn't stroll on out too easily. And I'm sure that means more photos of you for Okako to pin up on a board." "There are never enough," noted Okako. "Hi, Kyoka-chan. How are you?" "Good, good. There was something else I wanted to ask about though." The group looked at each other. "What is it?" Izuku asked. "It's not really something I'm comfortable sharing over the phone. I was hoping to discuss it this Saturday. How about, karaoke? That'll ensure nobody barges in to hear us." "Sounds good. See you there. Or, well, I guess I'm seeing you today first." "Hee, I guess you are. I'd better take off though, so I'll talk to you later. Bye my Doria-san, Okako. Don't take too long getting out of the house." After saying goodbye, the call ended. Everybody present exchanged glances. "She knows," Itsuka said bluntly. Momo sighed. "I have to agree. I was hoping to keep it secret a little while longer, but oh well. If somebody had to find out, the person I'd choose would absolutely be Kyoka." "Still, I'm curious how she'll react," Okako commented. "She's not prudish or anything. It's just weird from an outside perspective to see your old friends hook up like this." "Well, whether she knows or not, we're hanging out this weekend," Izuku said. "I'll at least make sure we have fun." "But really, karaoke again?" Momo shook her head. "She and I are going to be heading to karaoke the following night too. But, well, I guess it's only twice in a row for her. She's really into that sort of thing." "Clearly. All right, ladies, better wrap up quickly or our own employees are going to be yelling at us. Let's go." Izuku set things back on track, making them all finish their breakfasts and get prepared. Giving both a kiss, he waved Itsuka and Momo goodbye as they drove away. He then flew up in the sky with Okako in his arms, heading toward the agency. All in all, it was honestly just like any other morning. After dropping Okako off at the agency and sharing a frisky moment inside their office, Izuku flew toward the address Kyoka had texted him. He waved to the people looking up below him in adoration, flashing reassuring smiles the whole way. Upon arriving at his destination, a cordoned-off museum, he saw Kyoka with her jacks inserted into the building wall. She began walking toward him once he landed. "Right on time, as expected. You and Okako drag yourself out of bed before or after I called you?" "After, actually." Izuku chuckled. "We keep an okay track of time." "Good." Kyoka looked at him, an awkward pause falling between the two. She seemed to have more she wanted to ask him but didn't quite know how to say it. "Anyhow, a few other people have ended up coming for the job. Not sure they're entirely necessary with you here, but hey, we can hear you." A girlishly shrill voice shouted. Izuku grimaced. "I recognize that voice." Heading over to them were the three active members of the Wild Pussycats. Pixie Bob was in front looking indignant, Mandalay beside her with her trademark serene smile and Tiger behind both as the group's muscle. "Hello there Mandalay, Tiger, Pixie Bob," Izuku said. "Deku, how are things?" Pixie Bob leaned in close, causing Izuku to instinctively lean back a little. Much like Rumi, she had become very fixated on him after having come of age. Normally she was nowhere near as aggressive, but it was still a little off-putting even if done mostly in jest. He liked to think, at least. "Oh, they're good, you know," Izuku replied. Just came over here at Gyro's request." And here I thought you wanted to see little old me," Pixie Bob said. She was smirking. "But I guess when you're up against Duravity of all people, you might as well throw in the towel. I really wish my competition wasn't such a cutie. I'd have snatched you up right as you turned 18 otherwise." "Really?" "Seriously Deku, I know good catches when I see them. You were a kitten right there for the taking but were suddenly out of my grasp before I knew it." "Oh, The tragedy. She leaned back, palm to her forehead like an opera actress pretending to faint. At least she isn't spitting on me, Izuku thought. But still, even if there's zero chance of it happening in the future. Pixie-Bob brought her paw gloves together, almost as if in prayer. Izuku realized what was coming. Oh, not again. You're 20 years old. I can still groom you. She began darting around him, spitting on him from every direction. Kyoka looked on, half disgusted and half amazed. You'd think she'd stop doing that and go after somebody else, she said. Oh, she does try. Mandalay walked up beside her as Tiger helped restrain Pixie-Bob from assaulting Izuku with her saliva. But as you can see, she's a little too much for the average guy to deal with. Still as energetic as ever, Izuku said, laughing nervously. Thanks, Tiger. No worries, Midoriya, he said. You've become quite the plus-ultra hero. I could hardly imagine the scrawny little boy I kept beating up at the training camp would go on to be the number one. It was in part thanks to what you taught me then, Izuku said. Midoriya, Mandalay said. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Uraraka's the same. Yeah, Izuku said. But enough about me. How's Kota? I haven't managed to visit him for the past couple months. He can't wait for summer vacation to come around even though it's still a couple months away. Elementary school's a time for a kid to have fun, and he's been meeting lots of new friends. Seriously, Midoriya, the only reason he has that chance is because of you. You did so much to improve his life. That's excellent, Izuku said, happy about Mandalay's appreciative expression. But anyway, we can't chat for long. Apparently there's a villain thief inside the building. Kyoka chuckled nervously. Oh, you must have not read the other text I sent you. Somebody else arrived by chance and is taking care of it right now. Here. What do you mean? Well, the front of the museum exploded in a spectacular fireball. Bursting through it was a man in a scuffed-up magician's outfit and kaken. Katsuki Bakugo, the second-ranked hero, threw the magician to the ground. His hair had grown a little shorter but was still as explosively spiky as ever. His gauntlets were thinner, although still in the shape of grenades, and he had an artillery belt slung over his chest. Deku. When the hell did you get here, you demon nerd? Well, come on, make yourself useful. This piece of trash was trying to swipe All Might's first hero outfit. Izuku felt his BLD run cold. He was doing what? He blasted off the ground in a burst of speed, buffeting the others around him with wind. Joining Katsuki, he launched Black Whip the villain's way. He vanished in a plume of smoke, the tendrils swiping through them. He's over there. Mandalay pointed to a nearby rooftop which Katsuki and Izuku flew up to immediately. Give it up, asshat. You were already screwed with just me, but now you're SHT outta luck. Adjusting his monocle, the magician-themed villain made a complex series of movements with his fingers. The great magician Houdini shall not be outdone on his own stage. Great heroes you may be, but you have already fallen for my trap. Houdini vanished in a plume of smoke, too fast for either hero to capture him. The entire second floor of the museum exploded once he did so. Broken shards of glass rained down on the people outside. Screams of terror could be heard a few blocks away where pedestrians saw the building collapsing. Does he have a detonator? Or was it on a timer? Either way, there was no time to lose as Izuku flew through one of the destroyed windows like a bullet. Once inside, he punched through the floors to the basement. He quickly assessed how to maintain the foundation as he plowed through the walls. He pinpointed all the support beams he could find. What ensued was a race against time to preserve the museum and its priceless exhibits, Izuku having no choice but to partially demolish the building to save it. He hurriedly began to tie together every steel beam possible and rutting them in place of the destroyed supports on the second floor, going so fast he was only a green blur. Outside, Katsuki kept himself suspended with small blasts from his hands. The entire area had begun filling up with smoke as Houdini kept spamming his quirk. Mandalay, where the hell is this loser? He's too fast. He must have some sort of teleportation quirk. If we can just get our hands on him somehow, even for a moment, we can take him out. Is he still staying in the area? Mandalay nodded. He's likely hoping he can slip into the building after to get All Might's suit and whatever else he can find. Katsuki smirked, growing excited. Might wanna duck then. Not letting some rat coward run away from me. Blasting himself up into the air by 100 feet, Katsuki savored the small moment he was suspended in air before hurtling back down, hands stretched downward. Igniting his quirk, he made a circle on his right palm as he kicked his boots together to trigger the sweat store in them. The resulting blast from his soles made him twirl as he fell. AP shot, auto canoon. Twirling around in midair, his AP shot blasts fired down onto the block like hellfire, explosions erupting everywhere. Darker smoke replaced the lighter one, and Bakugo heard a man yell. Realizing he'd hit his target, he straightened himself out and slowed his descent. Landing on the ground, he saw one of Pixibob's earth beasts pick up Houdini in its jaw, eyes rolled back into his skull. Tiger grabbed him, placing his arms behind his back. The museum had now stopped collapsing thanks to Izuku's efforts. Oi, get the special HNDCFFS that fully immobilize Perp's hands, Katsuki growled. This loser made some movements with his fingers. I think that's how he controls his quirk. Still, keep a close eye on him. Izuku landed beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Great job, Kaken. Heh, as if I'd do any less than great, Katsuki said. He clenched his fist. I did something I've been wanting to for a long time. Finally got the chance to test it out. Oh, and what was that? Mandalay asked. We could tell a bunch of explosions were going off, but there was too much smoke to see exactly what was happening. A vein began to throb in Katsuki's temple. Wait. Did none of you see it? You told us to duck, so we ducked, Kyoka explained as Tiger brought Houdini over to the police. We had no time to witness your showboating. It wasn't showboating, Lobes. I did a totally awesome move. Way better than anything Deku could pull off. Speaking of, great work saving the building, Midoriya, Mandalay said. Things could have been a lot worse without you here. A lot of All Might stuff is in there, too, Izuku said. It would be a shame to have some two-bit thief place any of it in danger. His old suit can resist that kind of damage, but not the other stuff like his old support equipment. I have a particular investment in that since I helped find it. I double-checked to make sure it was all safe. While a few other exhibits were damaged, thankfully everything All Might is, well, alright. Hey, wait a minute. Katsuki was fuming as the others giggled at Izuku's joke. We're just moving on and praising this loser while I get nothing. What a joke. And by the way, you nerd, how are you and Okiko doing? Oh, things are great with us. She was talking about getting you and a hero over for dinner sometime in the next couple of weeks. Excellent. It's a plan. Kyoka's sweat dropped as the others tried and failed to suppress their laughter. Only Bakugo can pull off that specific brand of JRK and cross it over with being a decent guy somehow. Watch your mouth, Lobes. Did any of you get hurt? No. Then good. Stopping herself from laughing for a moment, Pixibob looked at Izuku. Still, it was quite impressive. Thank you for your hard work. Deku. Izuku, for his part, began flushing. Oh, don't mention it. Katsuki looked from him to Pixibob with an eyebrow raised. Dude. You do this with Okiko around. Hey. You and the blonde chick are totally making eyes at each other. You carry on like this, and one day Okiko's going to beat you up more than even I could. You're blonde too, Pixibob muttered as Mandalay placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Whoa, we're not flirting, Izuku said. That's not what this is. At all. Yeah, Katsuki said, craning his head up at Izuku. He clucked his tongue, once again annoyed by their new height difference. While Izuku had shot up to a respectable 5'9", Katsuki had remained at 5'8". It seemed these days, Izuku was always that one little inch ahead of him in every aspect. Just be careful who you get cozy with. Well, I wouldn't mind that at least. Pixibob giggled as Izuku spluttered. Katsuki groaned once more as the others sighed. Oh, you guys did it. From the other end of the street, a woman with bright green hair and wide yellow eyes. She remained peppy as she skipped over in her black business suit. Excellent. That was quite the show. Ah, Ragdoll, Izuku said. It's great to see you again. Oh, it's just Tomoko or Shayatoko now if you would please. Woohoo. Tomoko tripped over a piece of rubble, about to fall flat on her face before Izuku grabbed her, depositing her back on her feet. Oh, I'm so sorry we haven't cleaned things up, Shayatoko-san. It would really suck if you got a big scratch on your face because we were careless. Oh, Tomoko said, looking up at him. Hi, Dew, she blushed as she looked away. Thanks. Even though I'm not a hero anymore, I feel embarrassed you had to catch me. I feel like my old instincts have left me. All the more reason to make sure you've got the space to keep them up to par, Izuku said, patting her on the shoulder. Tomoko smiled bashfully as the others looked on. Pixibob was the least pleased. Is this what we call a moment? Mandalay sighed. Unfortunately, I don't know who's crazier for him, you or her. I think I know another competitor, Pixibob said under her breath so nobody could hear her, giving Mandalay a sidelong glance. Oi, Deku, Katsuki barked. Stop making goo-goo eyes, you're committed. Goo-goo eyes. Yes, goo-goo eyes. It's an English expression a hero taught me. You should be grateful I keep warning you about your clueless behavior, you wouldn't survive Okuko's wrath otherwise. Oh, trust me, I know, Izuku thought. Ocha was only sort of angry the past few days. Her being really angry is another beast entirely. Oh, Bakugo, we all know Izuku's too faithful for any of that, Kyoka said, strutting over. Her overly sweet tone made Izuku nearly shrink back in fear. Tomoko, noticing the change in his demeanor, ped her head. I mean, it's not like he's some cheater. Well, not really if you knew the whole situation. Who sleeps around with girls? Has a totally awesome woman by his side already. I mean, of course, but, Izuku yelped in pain as Kyoka began tugging at his ear, pulling it down until he was at her height. And wouldn't know how to somehow woo other girls because he's too clueless. Or supposedly. Her gaze was scathing. No, of course not, Izuku said. I mean, Okuko was the one who went after me. We wouldn't have gotten together if not for that. Great, Kyoka said, letting go of his ear. Remember, this Saturday. She punctuated this with a somewhat forceful rap to his side, making him jump. I'll SRT Houdini back to the station. You guys can just carry on your way. Bye. As Kyoka was driven away, Katsuki crossed his arms. Dude. Don't tell me those articles about your other dates, it's a misunderstanding, honest, Izuku said. Whatever you say, Katsuki said. He chuckled. Well, seeing Lobes put the fear of God into you was fun. I've got some other work to get to, you losers better do the same. And Deku, have Okuko confer with a hero when to have that dinner. With that, he blasted off again, heading out to resume his patrol. Saying goodbye to the PP Cat's Pixibob giving him an affectionate wink and Tomoko an energetic nod, he headed off himself. Well, this is a problem, Momo said as she laid beside Izuku. Okuko and Itsuka were sleeping soundly on Izuku's other side. I'm sure she'll understand, but the fact that she practically all but broadcast it to the others, Momo breathed in through her teeth. That's concerning. And I don't quite know what to make of her thinking I'd willfully cheat with you, I think. She's more suspicious of me than you, really, Izuku said. Doesn't want me to string you along on false promises. She seems concerned for the most part. You know, yes. I think you've got the lay of things. But you are right about this secret becoming harder and harder to hold on to. You're sure you don't want to tell anybody else just yet? Positive. I want to savor this calm before the storm. Any peaceful moment with you is wonderful. Thanks. Izuku kept staring at the ceiling. You know, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I think Kyoka has kind of had a crush on you for a long time. That might be part of why she's angry. Momo nodded. Yes, I've actually known for a long time now. But before discovering I was bi, I didn't really consider that type of relationship. But even if I had, I don't know if I'd want to ruin what I have with her. She's somebody you can always depend on. Very true, Izuku said. This does mean you girls will be on your own for that night. Oh, I think we'll figure something out, Momo said, looking at the other girls affectionately. Izuku began taking in Momo's form, sheets framing her prominent curves. I don't want to wake the others, but if you're in the mood, grinning, Momo stealthily placed herself on top of Izuku. She sighed happily as his pee-pee pressed itself against her pee-pee, fully irked. Umming softly, the two rolled into each other as she inserted him into her. Their hands were clasped the entire time, savoring their special connection. The Fujikawa Karaoke Club. Saturday night. A predominantly purple-themed establishment and Kyoka's favorite karaoke spot. They had booked a room for 4 hours, just them, cocktails in front of both. Kyoka eyed Izuku warily over her glass. There's nobody here, Midoriya. It's just you, me, and my personal playlist. So, spill it. What's going on with you and Momo? Yeah, I thought that's what it was, Izuku said. Why are so many of my Saturdays super busy all of a sudden? And considering last week with Itsuka, I wanna know what's going on with her too. You got us. Izuku proceeded to explain the entire story, from Momo's idea for a one-night rendezvous up to having Itsuka join in on their arrangement. Kyoka was left pressing an ice cube to her forehead by the end to distract herself from the headache, staring into nothing. Izuku felt he needed to elaborate further. Look, I know it sounds really weird. And kinda bad from a certain point of view, but Momo and Itsuka can both stop anytime they want. Me and Okiko haven't imposed and made doubly sure they wanted it. And, Kyoka raised a hand. I know, Midoriya, I know. You don't need to go on one of your tangents. She threw the ice cube to the floor. Honestly, I could never imagine you actually cheating, so when I saw those stories, I just dismissed them. But when Momo started going to your agency more and started hanging out with me less, I began noticing something was different. The Itsuka thing narrowed my suspicions. But still, it's a relief to know you're not a scumbag. Hey, Izuku said. I'd like to think not. You're not put off by it. I mean, yeah, it's weird, but I'm not going to stop you guys. Even if, Kyoka looked a little forlorn. Were you, by any chance, hoping to ask Momo out on a date? Blushing, Kyoka's earjax rose above her head. How did you know? Your crush was kinda obvious, Izuku said. And if I'm being real with you, Momo knows too. Kyoka grit her teeth in embarrassment, ears growing red. I guess if even you figured it out, of course she would've. Oh, man. She placed her head in her hands. Normally I date girls, but Momo's always dated guys. On top of that, even if she was into girls, I didn't know if she'd want to date me of all people. We're best friends and getting into that kind of thing could be weird. I mean, Denki already didn't work. Didn't want that to happen twice. You and Kaminari are still on good terms though, right? Yeah, but it can still be a little awkward for me when I think about it. Kyoka brought her jacks together. We hang out just fine as friends, but under certain circumstances I wonder if it would have turned out worse. Didn't want to run that risk again, but I'd still always hoped. Well, Izuku said, picking up the karaoke tablet and scrolling through the songs. I can also tell you Momo is actually bi. For what it's worth. Here. Kyoka was left dumbstruck, mouth hanging slightly agape. We can get you two to air things out properly a little later, Izuku said. Right now, I want to hear you sing. Pick up the mic. Oh. Which song is it? Telling her, Kyoka managed to psyche herself up as she still reeled over the bombshells Izuku had dropped on her. Most of all, Momo being bi. I mean, if they're that open about having sex with each other then maybe. Once the music started, however, Kyoka stopped her fretting and began getting into the rhythm. The two took turns singing for hours. Kyoka would often laugh at Izuku's horrible pitch, to which she'd entirely show him up when it was her turn. They kept ordering drinks, recounting old stories and getting just as invested in new ones. Okay, so and this one's become a favorite of mine. I'm hanging out at the mall, just minding my business. Nobody recognizes me with the hoodie, I'm cool. But then this teenage boy comes out and he's got he looks like he's got melons with the amount of SHT he was putting under his shirt. Seriously. For real. And I see him, and I'm like, yo kid, what you got under there, double DS? And he's about to bolt in the other direction when he realizes who I am, but I make him a promise I'd give him an autograph if he just returned the stuff. So he does, I sign one of my posters for him, he swears never to steal again in his life and he's off. Boom. Solved the problem without having to hand him over to mall security. Yeah, that's a very you way to resolve the situation, Izuku said. I think the best thing we can do as heroes is to apply how we handle our jobs to everyday life. Speaking of melons though, Gyro said, suppressing a belch. I really can't get over how lucky you are. You're dating 3 girls, man. That's 3 pairs of melons there. Big ones too. I guess that's one way of looking at it. Really, 3 pairs mean 6. 6 melons. Just like how you've got 6 extra quirks tucked away in one for all. Izuku started laughing. A melons for every power, here. I bet Okuko's melons represent float and... what was another one of your quirks? Izuku takes this time to look you, the reader, dead in the eye. Million hypotheses doesn't feel like bringing up the extra powers too much. Not until we learn what they are. Sorry. Kyoka blinked. Who are you talking to? Oh, it's nothing. Wanna go for one last song? Sure. You know Deku, I don't think I've ever had the chance to say this, but I've always thought you were the most admirable person I'd ever met. I mean that. Izuku smiled. That means a lot, Gyro. Honestly. And for what it's worth, I've always thought you were the most creative. I mean, your music is something else, and it never fails to cheer me up. It's no exaggeration to say that it's part of what's kept me sane these past couple years. In a way, you've saved me. Thump. Kyoka's chest began growing very tight and hot when she heard that. She was beginning to have difficulty breathing as she stared into Izuku's unfailingly kind, deep green eyes. Right then, Kyoka realized the small bud of a crush had begun sprouting. Maybe it had been there for years without her even knowing it. She had a bad habit of falling for certain people hard, like with Momo and Denki. Wait, no, Kyoka muttered. That's not fair, not now. Gyro, what is it? Blinking, Kyoka suddenly felt a wave of nausea, looking at all the drinks they'd been having. Her eyes bugged out when she saw they had each had about 7 or 8 each. Izuku would be fine given his superpowered constitution, but Gyro was on the shorter side despite her own toned physique. Oh, she said as she fainted. Izuku caught her before she could hit the ground, and his gentle attempts to shake her awake yielded no results. She was down for the count. Hoisting Kyoka in a piggyback and paying the bill, Izuku decided to take her to his house. Plopping into the back of a cab, he gave directions for about 5 miles from home, planning to fly Kyoka the rest of the way. Looking at her peaceful expression stirred up Izuku's more protective instincts. She looked exceedingly delicate with her guard down. Oh yeah, the girls are on their own tonight, Izuku thought. I wonder what they've been getting up to. Itsuka was sitting in a chair in Izuku and Okuko's bedroom, face flushed with her thumbs pushed against each other. She was watching Okuko and Momo on the bed, in nothing but their lingerie, having a tender makeout session. Reaching for the everything hero's hips, Okuko slid further up her lap as she wrapped those beautifully muscled legs around her torso. She reached back to undo her BR, and then reached forward to take off Momo's. Both eagerly shrugged out of them before continuing. It had all started 20 minutes prior. They had finished playing a copy of Street Fighter Itsuka had brought over so they could cope without their boyfriend. Itsuka had worked up the courage to ask Okuko and Momo about what their lesbian session was like. Momo raised her eyebrows. You wanna know how it felt? Hot, Okuko answered, setting her controller down. Really, really hot, and every time Mo would squeal, Momo cleared her throat before Okuko got too carried away. Both were now blushing. Long story short, it was fantastic, the shorter brunette said. I see. Itsuka held a hand to her chin, ears flaring red. Would you be willing to let me see it? Okuko and Momo, surprised, glanced at each other. I'm fine with it if you are. Yeah. I guess it could be RSNG in its own way. And Itsuka, I hope you know the fact you're asking this proves you're a PPNG TM. Right. Itsuka had nothing to say to that. They had a point. She turned off the console and let the other girls get ready, preparing their waters, turning off the lights save for the bedside lamps and stripping to their underwear. Now they were here, with two of the most appealing women 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had ever met taking off their panties so they could begin TRBBNG. Slotting their cores together, they ummed softly before rocking forward. I've seen some porn like this before, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 confessed. Most of it was really bad but, this always looked fun. She gave a particularly strong move at this, making Momo gasp. Anything with your PP added into the mix is automatically better. Ocha. Momo pressed a hand against her mouth as she said it, the special nickname Izuku had for his first girlfriend naturally slipping out. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's face lit up with glee as she leaned into her, throwing her whole weight into their grinding and devouring Momo's lips. Pulling back, she grabbed Momo's hands. She was giving her the same look of unconditional, aggressive love she had only reserved for Izuku up until that point. You're about to be fed so hard you won't be able to walk tomorrow, Mo-chan. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 found herself skiing in deep breaths, her body heating up. This was beyond RTC. It was the NTMT stimulus she never knew she'd needed, and she unbuckled her breathes as she continued watching, reaching a hand into her panties. She had to admit, maybe they had a point. She really did have a peeping FTSH. Grinding like crazy now, 𝐒𝐴 and Momo were breathing, hips working overtime as they assaulted one another's CLEs. Their cores kept pushing, the cum leaking out providing the needed lubricant. With one last set of furious rocking, they both came with a yell before 𝐒𝐴 collapsed onto Momo, heavy BRSs smacking together. Taking a brief moment to catch her breath, 𝐒𝐴 made Momo weightless. This surprised the girl. Grabbing her by the leg, she pulled her off the bed and rotated her until they were facing each other's crotches. I told you we'd spice things up as we went along, 𝐒𝐴 said. She stuck her tongue out to taste Momo's folds. Hair floating around her head, Momo bent forward to do the same. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was fingering herself in earnest now, utterly entranced. This didn't go unnoticed by 𝐒𝐴. You're a naughty girl, aren't you 𝐒𝐿𝐴-chan? She smacked Momo's bottom, biting her lip at the that vibrated against her PP. Why don't you join us? You asked us to put on this show for you, after all. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pulled her fingers out of her PP, a little startled by what she had done without even thinking about it. The smell of her own RLL was oddly enticing. Sure you want me to join in? Momo pulled back to look at her, upside-down expression filled with longing. I'd love the chance to F you, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. We'll F you for all we're worth, so just start undressing. 𝐒𝐴 went back to recapture Momo's PP lips, their standing 6-9 resuming. Head clouded with lust, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 tore off her remaining clothes until all she remained in was a pair of silk green panties. 𝐒𝐴 and Momo were getting close to another orgasm, furiously eating away at each other's pussies. The sight made 𝐒𝐴 even wetter, idly FNDLNG her left BRST. Pressing Momo up into her chin, 𝐒𝐴 moved her mouth around as she ate her out, smiling wide at the cum that sprayed up into her face. She soon followed, delighted by their second mutual CLMX of the night. Stumbling away and letting Momo float unattended, 𝐒�A's back hit the wall. She looked at 𝐒𝐴, corny but still somewhat nervous. She wordlessly held out her hand. 𝐒𝐴 took it and gasped as her body pressed against 𝐒�A's. Despite taking the initiative, 𝐒𝐴 didn't seem to know how to proceed. Oh, my face is kinda messy now that I realize it. I can clean myself up or, miles per hour. 𝐒𝐴 cut her off with a hungry kiss, tongue diving in to explore 𝐒�A's all cavern. She gently cupped 𝐒�A's face, thinking over what Izuku would do in this situation. She brought 𝐒�A's leg around her hips. Massaging her butt, 𝐒𝐴 rocked her body gently as they held one another close. Momo had floated over to the bed and had used it to make herself level again. Enjoying the show, she settled into the quiet role of spectator for the time being. 𝐒𝐴 pulled away from the French kiss for air. 𝐒𝐴 wasted no time kissing at her neck, trailing down to her impressive chest. Nipping at it, she took a NPL into her mouth and sked, making the brunette gasp. 𝐒𝐴 gently kneaded the other BRST, enjoying its large size and springiness. 𝐒𝐴 was arched against the wall, umming at 𝐒𝐴's tender ministrations. Usually the more forward one in private, She was glad to have somebody else take the initiative. She carefully pulled out Itsuka's ponytail, setting her hair straight. Itsuka kissed down 𝐭𝐿𝐼's stomach, trailing over her prominent abdomen. As she neared 𝐭𝐿𝐼's PP, she grew a little nervous. Her breath blew gently over 𝐭𝐿𝐼's lower lips, making the woman breathe heavier. Losing patience, she grabbed Itsuka's head and brought her into her PP, aiming at the tongue that instinctively darted into her. Tasting another woman for the first time, Itsuka blinked as she started liking. The taste was new and exciting, stoking a potent thirst inside of her. She began to like with full enthusiasm, 𝐭𝐿𝐼 grabbing a fistful of her hair. Nose pressed into 𝐭𝐿𝐼, Itsuka tried moving her tongue around as much as she could. Relishing the way 𝐭𝐿𝐼's folds were parted by her own wet muscle, Itsuka squeezed her hips closer. The acidic taste of her juices was a succulent elixir, one she was hoping to ingest more of. As she continued engaging in 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, she heard 𝐭𝐿𝐼's breaths grow heavier with each like. Remembering how 𝐭𝐿𝐼 pressed Momo into her mouth before, Itsuka did something similar as she rubbed her face into that puffy mound. Soon enough, 𝐭𝐿𝐼 spasmed as she clenched a third time, one fist bumping against the wall and letting go of Itsuka's head with the other. She tried to stop herself from collapsing to the ground. Momo took this time to float on over, hovering like a fairy in front of them. Itsuka was taking deep breaths as she wiped at her mouth, eyes landing on Momo with clear want. "I think Mo wants to go with you now," 𝐭𝐿𝐼 said. "Hey, Ocha, could you release me?" "Sure thing. Release." Momo landed on the ground as 𝐭𝐿𝐼 slinked away to the bed. She sat down to take a break as she watched Momo hug Itsuka close. "I never thought we'd end up like this," Itsuka admitted, tracing Momo's supple yet toned frame. Momo glanced down at her own muscular body. "Honestly, Itsuka, I think being with you like this is a gift. Allow me to show you exactly how much." A flash of light later and a strap-on was in Momo's hands. She pulled it on, making sure it was secure. Once she had, she pulled down Itsuka's drenched panties and picked her up. The redhead wrapped her legs around Momo's torso, a little surprised by her strength. "I think you're a treasure, Itsuka," Momo breathed. "So just enjoy this. It'll be like I'm filling you with Izuku's own PP." She lowered Itsuka onto the phallus, growing delighted at how Itsuka's expression grew tight with 𝐿𝐿. Soon enough, Itsuka was fully impaled. Momo took to bouncing her up and down, savoring the small mmms and yelps that the woman would make each time she did. Kissing the top of her chest to her shoulders, Momo's bucking remained powerful and her bouncing Itsuka onto the DLD remaining steady. Sitting on the bed, 𝐭𝐿𝐼 could see that Momo had had enough time to observe Izuku and was replicating his techniques to great effect. She dipped a finger into her core as she watched Momo f Itsuka silly, biting her lip at both the 𝐼𝐼𝐼 and Momo's shaking rump. She liked her lips as the women continued, slowly playing with herself. Itsuka allowed herself to be carried away, the sensation of being fed while carried reminding her very much of Izuku. She grabbed Momo's shoulders, allowing herself to be fed harder and harder. She sked a breath through her teeth as Momo sped up, yanking her weight onto the DLD each time. A minute later, she orgasmed with a loud yell. 𝐭𝐿𝐼 still toyed with herself, not quite ready to see 𝐿𝐿𝐼x again just yet. Kissing Itsuka's face, Momo carried her over to the bed and gently deposited her onto it. Unhooking the strap-on, she crawled on as well, 𝐭𝐿𝐼 joining in. They waited for Itsuka to regain awareness. Once she did, her slack expression grew into one of contentment. "I didn't know what to expect, if I'm being honest. But being with other girls is nice. Very nice. Could we, do it some more?" Itsuka began blushing again, twirling a hand through her hair. 𝐭𝐿𝐼 pecked her on the lips before lying back herself, stretching out her body. "Absolutely. Although, this time I was hoping you'd be willing to try something out. And that is, your hands get bigger, right? And that includes your fingers." Growing excited, Momo looked expectantly at Itsuka, who snorted derisively. "Is that the angle we're going for? We're just going to F each other with our powers. I mean, this is no different from what we've already been doing," 𝐭𝐿𝐼 pointed out. Momo laid down beside her, grasping 𝐭𝐿𝐼's hand and giving Itsuka an encouraging smile. "I think it's a wonderful opportunity. Please 𝐒𝐿, if you would. It's like you've decided I'm already gonna do it, 𝐒𝐿 grumbled, waddling over to the ladies all the same. She enlarged both hands by about an extra 50%. Bigger, 𝐒𝐿 said. They became 2 times their size. Bigger, Momo ordered. 𝐒𝐿 felt a little uneasy as she grew them to 3 times their size. Bigger, they shouted again. Oh god guys, you're really asking for it, 𝐒𝐿 muttered as she made each hand about 5 times larger than normal. She pointed the index fingers out, lining them up with her girlfriend's entrances. She began gently rubbing the cum leaking out against both lips, hoping to insert the fingers as smoothly as possible. I don't know if this is going to work or hurt like a beach, so just hang on, 𝐒𝐿 said. Don't say I didn't warn you. Taking a deep breath, she carefully pushed each finger forward up into the girls' pussies. 𝐒𝐿 and Momo's eyes grew wide. Oh my good, 𝐒𝐿 shouted, slipping into her Kansai dialect. Momo couldn't even get any words out, umming hard and fast as 𝐒𝐿 pushed into her. The martial artist began pulling out before 𝐒𝐿 and Momo frantically waved at her to stop. I think it's working, 𝐒𝐿 breathed. Yes, it definitely is, Momo agreed. Don't quit halfway, 𝐒𝐿. Keep going. 𝐒𝐿, 𝐒𝐿 said, still a little uneasy. All the same, she began moving the fingers in and out. The girls were shaking with each motion. This is incredible, 𝐒𝐿 breathed. 𝐒𝐿, I think you were born to finger girls. Umming deeply, the women 𝐒𝐿 was penetrating tried to push the massive digits in further, bodies sliding up and down the sheets. With their long hair splayed across the sheets, large breasts jiggling and holding each other's hands tight, they were the very image of beauty. 𝐒𝐿 let herself settle into a rhythm, carefully fingering each. Her girlfriends' faces twisted with pleasure, saliva dribbling from their mouths. Their eyes were vacant as they became completely focused on the respective finger tearing them apart. Knowing they were hers for the night filled 𝐒𝐿 with a hunger, one she'd only found out she'd had during her first time with Izuku. 𝐒𝐿 moved her hands faster and faster, making 𝐒𝐿 and Momo bounce up and down along with them. Her powerful motions overwhelmed the two, and the girls tightened their handhold as 𝐒𝐿 began angling her fingers up a little. She kept fingering them at a tilt now, enlarged hands able to P&D them as hard as even Izuku could. At least, when he wasn't trying too hard. Breathing fast and shallow, 𝐒𝐿 and Momo's eyes lit up as their 𝐒𝐿 drizzled onto 𝐒𝐿's fingers. Their joy lasting 10 heart-stopping seconds, the two finally slumped down as 𝐒𝐿 exited them, happy and fulfilled. 𝐒𝐿 shrunk her hands and liked at her soaked index fingers. Once again enraptured by the taste of cum, she began skiing both clean. Finishing, she crawled over to the other girls with a look of concern. Guys. I didn't kill you, did I? Blinking herself back to full consciousness, 𝐒𝐿 held her head as she retrieved her and Momo's water bottles. Handing Momo her respective bottle, they both took a long sip. That is far from the last time we're doing that, 𝐒𝐿 said. I don't think I'm prepared to do that again tonight, but that was more than just fingering. Forget dildos, that's the closest thing that's ever matching Izuku's PP. I agree, Momo said. I can't go back. I'm officially addicted to 𝐒�l's hands. Snorting, 𝐒�l leaned back. Well, I'm glad you two are happy. But still. She blushed, hands over her mouth. That was super hot. 𝐒�l set her water down, crawling over to 𝐒�l, trailing her hand over her stomach. Momo laid down on her other side and cupped 𝐒�l's face. 𝐒�l, for her part, looked at the two expectantly. Deku's not back yet, 𝐒�l said, fingers crawling downward. And I think we'd love to return the favor. Momo laid kisses along 𝐒�l's chin, pecks getting closer to her lips. Smiling, 𝐒�l said, I think that sounds wonderful. Without further ado, the other women began tenderly assailing 𝐒�l's body. Momo brought herself closer for a proper kiss, humming softly as 𝐒�l's hand closed around her right breast. 𝐒�l was testing its fullness, happy to see it was the same size as 𝐒�l's. 𝐒�l, meanwhile, trailed down toward 𝐒�l's snatch, paying back the stomach kisses from earlier all the way. Liking her lips once she got between the woman's legs, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 restrained herself from ingesting her succulent honey. Instead, she pressed in 2 fingers. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐼𝐺 into Momo's mouth, slowly beginning to gyrate her hips in response to the fingering. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼 took to pecking appreciatively at her thigh, carefully working 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to her own well-deserved high. She placed in a 3rd finger, slowly working to spread apart the woman's PP as far as she could take it. Breaking apart from the kiss and shifting over until she was lying on 𝐒𝐿𝐴's body, Momo relished how her massive chest pressed against 𝐒𝐿𝐴's. She slowly rubbed her breasts up and down, hissing at how their nipples rubbed against each other. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 looked down at the double cleavage in fascination, continuing to rock against 𝐒𝐿𝐴's fingers. Feeling a tongue begin playing at her own entrance, Momo threw her head back. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's face was pressed up against her bottom again, dutifully liking her PP with vigor. Grinning, Momo continued to rub her breasts against 𝐒𝐿𝐴 as she leaned down to recapture her lips, gently massaging her shoulders at the same time. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, face full of Momo's snatch, pressed her pinky into 𝐒𝐿𝐴. 4 of her fingers were now inside. The martial artist squealed into Momo's mouth, happily trapped in a whirlwind of pleasure. Liking faster and faster, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 proceeded to push her entire hand inside, making 𝐒𝐿𝐴 scream as she did so. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 could feel her go weightless, even trapped under Momo's curvaceous body. To compensate for 𝐒𝐿𝐴's new lack of purchase, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 moved her fist around inside her with more force. While eating Momo out, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pumped with everything she could muster. The feeling of another woman's walls pressing down on her hand was thrilling, especially when paired with Momo's PP in her face. She breathed and moved through PP, inhaling the scent and pushing as deep as she could. Her tongue prodded at Momo's folds, her fist tore 𝐒𝐿𝐴 apart, and all the while the thought of the two as lifelong partners she could show her love to constantly like with Izuku, pushed her forward. With a final curl and a subsequent dart of 𝐒𝐿𝐴's tongue, Momo and 𝐒𝐿𝐴's cum came gushing out. She lapped up every last drop she could while mercifully pulling her hand out of 𝐒𝐿𝐴. She returned 𝐒𝐿𝐴's weight and crawled up. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was breathing, unable to protest as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 furiously made out with her, Momo's cum still in her mouth. As Momo looked at them in awe, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 blindly offered her the hand wet with 𝐒𝐿𝐴's cum, which she gladly accepted, liking it almost completely clean. Once they were done, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Momo kneeled on either side of 𝐒𝐿𝐴 as she drank from her water. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 took the time to lap up the bit of 𝐒𝐿𝐴's cum that remained on her hand. "You taste so good, 𝐒𝐿𝐴." Darting a glance to her nether regions again, she looked at Momo. She got the message. Sensing they were about to try something else, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 put her water on the table. "Come on guys. Even more." "What, you don't want it?" 𝐒𝐿𝐴's casual tone clashed with the hungry look in her eyes as she and Momo closed in on 𝐒𝐿𝐴's PP. Momo seemed just as desirous. "Well." 𝐒𝐿𝐴 bit her knuckle, orange hair a mess. "Fine. Just make me feel as good as before." "Yum," Momo said as she gazed upon 𝐒𝐿𝐴's PP. Careful not to bump against 𝐒𝐿𝐴, they leaned forward and stretched 𝐒𝐿𝐴's legs out to make room. Darting out their tongues, they tasted 𝐒𝐿𝐴's cum once again, this time directly from the source. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sighed happily, pressing down on both their heads. She let their tongues take her high, focused on making her entirely world shrink down to just this one bedroom. Biting her lip as the girls grew more adventurous, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 surrendered completely. The touch of other women was sweet, inviting and supple, along with being unexpectedly ravenous at the right moments. She closed her eyes, thinking only of her girlfriends' eager faces as they set out to pleasure her. Leaking as she stretched herself out, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 let the pop in her muscles coincide with another rapturous release. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Momo wasted no time crawling up to meet her. She gratefully accepted their kisses, remarking upon her own taste as they made out. Pulling back from 𝐒𝐿𝐴, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 flipped over Momo without warning. She dove down to like at her PP, putting her own tongue to work after experiencing how good they felt. Momo squealed and gasped under 𝐒𝐿𝐴's loving ministrations, growing more excited as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 sat down on top of her. Devouring her PP again, Momo fed on the lust building from 𝐒𝐿𝐴's 𝐒𝐽𝐵 to bolster her own. She eagerly slurped down 𝐒𝐿�A's essence, falling deeper in love with the girls the more she swallowed and the more 𝐒𝐿𝐴 ate at her. The three came again, breathing heavily. A CYCL of orgasms took hold. With each CLMX, the girls quickly abandoned all sense and rotated through different positions. 𝐒𝐿 was on top of 𝐒𝐿's face, making out with Momo as she grinded against 𝐒𝐿's PP. Then 𝐒𝐿 would be slamming back into another of Momo's strap-ons, eating out 𝐒𝐿. After that, 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 would SCK at Momo's giant biasis as they both fingered her 𝐒𝐿's hands normal-sized and delighting in how she would scream. On and on they went, satiating their lust in one another's heavenly bodies. After expending most of their stamina, they decided to finish by placing all three of their pusses against one another. Not thinking about how absurd it was, 𝐒𝐿 and Mom slotted their cores together as 𝐒𝐿 sat on top of them, carefully positioning herself so her own PP dipped down to meet both of theirs. She hissed, feeling her thighs start to burn. She initiated their three-way TRBSM with a roll of her hips. They moved their hips among a tangle of limbs, umming loudly with each bump of their pusses. Their lower lips glossed over each other, growing more and more slick with cum. The faster they'd rock, the harder their L-bred breathing became. 𝐒𝐿 had grabbed onto the other's legs, Momo held a hand to her mouth and 𝐒𝐿 was biting a knuckle. Wildly bucking, the three drank in the feeling of their pusses in NTMT contact with each other, pushing for one final, glorious high. 𝐒𝐿 began shaking her hips up and down, making her PP dive down onto the others and glide up, stoking their lust. Her efforts bore fruit as they screamed with joy, finally leaking. Their juices coalesced and dripped onto the bed like a small waterfall. The girls disentangled at last and fell apart. "I can never go back to a monogamous relationship again," 𝐒𝐿 finally forced out. She gulped down the rest of her water as she sat on the edge of the bed, the other girls doing the same. "I mean, wow. Even if it was just with 𝐈𝐿?" 𝐒𝐿 asked. 𝐒𝐿 took a moment to consider. "Deku's actually more than enough. I'm happy with just him, but now that I have you too." She looked back at them apologetically, tucking her hair behind her ear. "I'm sorry, I don't mean to impose." Momo cleared her throat. "I mean, I can't say I don't feel the same." "Yeah," 𝐒𝐿 said. "Although right now, I'm not feeling much of anything. Bedtime." 𝐒𝐿 glanced at the clock. It was 1:45 a.m. "We can set the clocks for a little later, but we shouldn't stay up much longer." Not even possessing the energy to change the sheets, the three let their exhausted muscles relax as they fell onto the bed. 𝐒𝐿 managed to pull on her mitts before they did. "That was a few workouts in itself," Momo said. "You said it," 𝐒𝐿 agreed. 𝐒𝐿 drew the two close, placing them on either side of her. "But worth repeating again." As the girls blushed, 𝐒𝐿 hugged their sides tight with an affectionate, gloved squeeze to their large rears. She stole one last French kiss from both, hoping the feeling of their tongues would invite good dreams. They began drifting asleep, the light still on and sweat coating their skin. Nudging open the door, 𝐒𝐿 quietly stepped through with 𝐒𝐿 on his back. Nudging it closed just as quietly, he kicked off his shoes and brought 𝐒𝐿 up to the spare room closest to the MSTR. He stood outside it, pausing. His nervousness around the opposite sex began manifesting itself again as he thought about whether it would be too intrusive to undress her for bed. Did 𝐒𝐿 like sleeping in her underwear? Or was it best to just leave her fully clothed? And she'd also had a lot to drink that night. He grimaced at the image of her choking on her own bile. "No, it's too risky," 𝐒𝐿 said. "I think I have to bring her into the main bed to keep an eye on her. I can change her into some old clothes. Hope she doesn't wake up too angry." Carrying her to the MSTR bedroom, he could see the light was still on. "Hey ladies, sorry to intrude, but we've got a guest for the night." The girls were already sleeping, matted hair spread around the pillows. The smell of sweat and cum filled the air. Going over to the bed, he placed his hand on the sheets. It was difficult to find a spot that wasn't damp. His PP grew hard at the imagined scenario that played out in his mind, and he would bet it wasn't too far from the truth. Gulping and trying to suppress his hormonally charged thoughts, 𝐒𝐿 thought up a plan. "This is going to be tricky," he muttered. Gently lying 𝐒𝐿 down, 𝐒𝐿 darted around the room with his enhanced speed. He placed an air freshener on the dresser, opened an extra window, changed the sheets and lifted his girlfriends off the bed gently as he did so, placing them on the ground near 𝐭𝐽𝐻. Thankfully, his movements were so deft they didn't wake up. That, or they were simply that exhausted from what they'd been doing. Izuku had a really hard time trying to will his partner back down as he kept thinking about that. Within a minute, the bed was remade and the room was beginning to smell fresher. The girls were back in the sheets where they were before. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 was in a hand-me-down plain tee of Izuku's that red summer shirt, and an old pair of 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻's pink hot breathes. Izuku changed into his pajamas and carried 𝐭𝐽𝐻 once more. He laid her down on the very edge of the mattress and crawled past her. Laying down between her and Itsuka, he let himself drift off to sleep. He was in a position where he could be ready to spring into action if 𝐭𝐽𝐻 woke up puking. Honestly though, these girls might be freakier than I am, Izuku thought as he closed his eyes, joining them in their slumber. A splitting headache greeted 𝐭𝐽𝐻 as she was pulled from the depths of her alcohol-induced sleep. She shoved herself up into a sitting position, bleary-eyed. She let her vision restore itself properly. The first thing she registered was that she was in an unfamiliar bedroom. She grew alarmed, but immediately calmed down upon seeing Izuku in a chair beside the bed, quietly reading Kamu Wood's autobiography. He was enraptured by the book, not noticing she had woken up yet. That was when she remembered the previous night. The revelation of Izuku's polyamorous arrangement, the karaoke they did together, the stories they'd shared, that traitorous flutter in her chest she'd gotten all crashed down on her. The recollection seemed to physically weigh her down as she slumped back onto the bed. She groaned, rubbing her forehead. Izuku perked up. "Ah, you're awake. Good morning, Gyro-san. Glad to see you've woken up okay." "I don't feel okay," 𝐭𝐽𝐻 said. She felt like she was about to throw up. Izuku handed her a glass of water which she accepted gratefully. He popped in some aspirin for her. "I'll be waiting downstairs with the others. Just come down when you're ready." Sure. Thanks, Midoriya." As he left her, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 turned over the other piece of info from last night that had floored her. Momo was by. Thing by. As in into both guys and girls. Would she have been into her before joining Izuku's 𝐻𝐻? Nah, probably not. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 drank the aspirin-filled water, contemplating. It was then that she realized the room she was in was rather spacious, complete with a dresser and a walk-in closet. It was probably Izuku and 𝐭𝐽𝐻's MSTR bedroom. She froze, heart beginning to beat wildly in her chest. If she was resting in their MSTR bedroom, and from what Izuku had been telling her, it was the most frequent location the 𝐻𝐻 had their fun in, then did that mean? No way. New way. Not a chance. I mean, for one, Midoriya wouldn't do that. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 wouldn't do something like that. Or Kendo, or. She had no idea what incensed her more, the thought of having sex with Momo and not remembering it in some crazy fivesome, or not being a part of one at all. The fact she was feeling this way confused her even further. And besides, she didn't even know if Momo and Itsuka had been there the night before. But if they had been, they were probably still at the house. Grabbing her glass, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 got out of bed. The shirt she was wearing went down to her knees. The sleeves were loose from wear. Izuku's muscles had strained against them. She grew flustered by the image. Padding down the hallway, she began to hear voices. "Think I should have watched how much she drank. Kinda feel guilty about having to drag her all the way here. Izuku, she's a grown woman. You can't tell her when not to grow inebriated. I think I know where he's coming from, Mo." She looked pretty smashed. "When's she coming down?" "I don't really know. When she's comfortable, I guess." Speaking of getting comfortable. Whoa! A chair scraped along the floor. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 approached the staircase, looking down to the main floor. She couldn't see the kitchen from where she stood and was nervous about heading down with where the conversation was going. "You missed all the fun. I can't believe you took so long. I mean, I kinda had a drunk girl on my hands. And now you've got a girl in your lap." Blushing, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 held her glass tightly in both hands. Overhearing this NTMT moment was an overload of second-hand embarrassment. "𝐒𝐽𝐻, it's still morning. And unlike last week, I've made sure Sunday was our day off. I'm just wondering how we can spend it." Somebody, probably 𝐒𝐿, snorted. Nothing gets you down. I was exhausted by what you did last night. I'm open to doing it again. Geez, 𝐒𝐭𝐻. I just felt something poke my thigh. Little Deku seems excited over what happened last night without him. You wanna hear about it, big guy? I think we can even recreate it for you. Ocha, we've got a guest, so maybe. Saying no. I'm saying. Not now. 𝐾𝐽 was inching closer and closer to the steps, unable to fight her curiosity. Oh yeah, that reminds me, 𝐒𝐿, you were skiing on my BSDS when I woke up. Again. Could you possibly, refrain from doing that? That's not really intentional on my part. I guess it just shows how awesome your melons are. Time seemed to stop. 𝐾𝐽 clutched the glass in her hands in a death grip. 𝐒𝐿, the sweet country bumpkin, had managed to SEK Momo's melons before her. 𝐾𝐽 found her feet moving on her own as she went down the steps. Turning as she reached the bottom, she saw her hosts sitting at the table, all dressed in their nightwear. 𝐒𝐿 was sitting in Izuku's lap, legs wrapped around his torso. Momo and 𝐒𝐿 were seated on the other side of the table. The girls all smiled when they saw her, and Izuku turned his head. Gyro-san. Good to see you're up and moving. 𝐾𝐽 froze in place like a deer in headlights. Now that she'd come downstairs after overhearing their provocative discussion, she had no idea how to act. Her eyes flitted from every person sitting at the table, sweat trickling down her brow. Her skull was still throbbing from her headache. She noticed they'd drawn the blinds for her and was thankful there were no rays of sunlight to add to her suffering. Oh yeah, I've been there, 𝐒𝐿 said. Just take your time. 𝐒𝐿 twisted around so she was sitting sideways in Izuku's lap, lovingly feeding him breakfast as 𝐾𝐽 made her way to the table. Egg rolls, sausage and toast lined the table. She gratefully took several of each and began chowing down. 𝐾𝐽, if you have any questions, you're completely free to ask me, Momo said, placing her hands beneath her chin. I'm sure this is still a shock for you. Shaking her head, 𝐾𝐽 took a small break. Nah, I'm over it. I'm just all fuzzy from the hangover. Yeah, that thing. 𝐾𝐽 couldn't help but keep glancing at Izuku and 𝐒𝐿 beside her. Specifically 𝐒𝐿. She had been skiing, with her whole mouth, on Momo's melons. On one hand, she was jealous. On the other, she was impressed. On another, unseen hand, she was actually kinda turned on. And from what they'd been talking about earlier, it seemed all three of the girls had been having fun all by themselves without Izuku there, including 𝐒𝐿, meaning she was also bi. Her face soured. I feel like Mineta all of a sudden. DMN that purple midget. Noticing her discomfort, Momo gave a pointed look at 𝐒𝐿 who continued feeding Izuku. 𝐒𝐿, it's fine if it's just us, but I think it's making her a little uncomfortable. 𝐾𝐽 waved off her concern. No, that's okay, that's not what's bothering me. It's just that. This is kinda weird to see in action. I mean, it's not a shock, but it's still kind of odd. Well, we're all really thankful you're keeping it secret, Izuku said, finished swallowing a piece of toast. We deeply appreciate it. You're a trustworthy person, Gyro-san. I don't know where we'd be if somebody else knew. 𝐾𝐽 glanced at Izuku. His sincere smile made her chest grow warm. She had to return to eating to hide her blush. Now that she thought about it, he'd definitely been skiing on Momo's melons too. Momo, having had years to pick up on her friend's body language, could tell something was still irking her. She looked at how 𝐾𝐽 was practically pressing her face into her plate to hide her face, and then back to Izuku. 𝐒𝐿 was now feeding him some egg rolls, stroking his cheek. 𝐒𝐿 continued eating happily. Nobody else seemed to pick up on how 𝐾𝐽 was feeling. An idea began taking root inside Momo's head. Say, 𝐾𝐽. You said you wanted to go to karaoke with me tonight. Here. Oh yeah. I mean, it's Sunday, this is usually the day off I take. Although if you don't mind, I'm kind of karaoke'd out for a while. That won't be a problem at all. We can do that shopping trip we've been hoping to coordinate for a while. I was actually hoping that it wouldn't be just us two, though. Why don't we bring Izuku along to help us carry our stuff? Here. Izuku raised his eyebrows. You guys okay with that? It has to be today though. Who knows when all three of our schedules can realign for a day out like this again. We can head out once you've recovered. Wait. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 deflated. A sullen expression crossed her face. What is it, Ocha? I was hoping to spend the day with you. You monopolize him most of the time anyway, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pointed out. You let him go last night, you can let him go for today. He'll be back in your arms soon enough. No, it's just me being childish, but still. After airing out her disappointment, 𝐒𝐿𝐴's regular bubbly attitude came floating back to the surface. Well, I hope you guys have fun. Make sure not to dump too much on him, okay? And so, somewhat confused by this recent turn of events, 𝐭𝐝 was seated in the back of Momo's SUV later that afternoon with her headache mostly gone. She was wearing more of 𝐒𝐴's clothes, a light blue top with orange shorts. They'd found a baseball cap and some sunglasses for her. Not her normal style, but she appreciated the disguise all the same. She'd been a little taken aback by the nigh endless pairs of pantyhose and stockings in 𝐒𝐴's side of the dresser though, which explained her frequent habit of wearing them. They exited the car once they'd arrived at the STRP mall, stretching. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was wearing a hoodie that did very little to hide his muscles. 𝐭𝐝's eyes popped as she watched the fabric strain against his body. Momo, meanwhile, had decided to wear her pink beret again with a scarf. She looked like a movie starlet. 𝐭𝐝's eyes bulged even more as she saw how her blouse wrapped around her biases. She faced away from them so they wouldn't see her reaction. This didn't really work last time. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pulled at the hoodie. And besides, I look less like the average citizen than I do some shoplifter. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, it didn't work last time because you weren't even trying to hide your appearance. This will be much more successful, trust me. Let's go. Considering it was Sunday, the crowds could have been far worse. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 trailed behind as Momo scrayed 𝐭𝐝 through the various shops, picking out their items. With each store, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 found himself laden with more and more bags. While he had no problem with how much they weighed, his fingers were only so long. He was beginning to have difficulty holding on to them all. Oh, 𝐭𝐝, those breathes looked so good on you. You have to promise me you'll wear them. More breathes, here. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's sweat dropped, accepting another bag. Momo giggled at his exasperation. I'm sorry to use you as our pack mule, but you're honestly perfect for the job. Come on, why don't we make at least one more trip around the place and see if we missed anything? Fine. So long as you girls are having fun. Gyro-san, where were you hoping, 𝐭𝐝? Blurting it out before she could stop herself, 𝐭𝐝 twirled her earphone jack around her finger and avoided eye contact. We've known each other for years, Midoriya. Just call me 𝐭𝐝. Well, all right. Then you can call me 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Let's go. Sure. Momo trailed back from 𝐒𝐿𝐴 so she could match pace with 𝐭𝐝, who was poking her earphone jacks together. She leaned down to whisper, ensuring 𝐒𝐿𝐴 couldn't hear them. Do you like him? Yelping, 𝐭𝐝 hissed her denial. Why are you asking me that? Of course I don't, not that way, at least. He's always been a good friend. And what about me? That's... 𝐭𝐝 grabbed her head and groaned. You weren't supposed to find out. Well, you also weren't supposed to end up in bed with us last night, but look where we are. 𝐭𝐝 blanched. Wait. Don't tell me. Did we really? Momo quickly waved her hand. Oh no, we didn't. All you did was sleep next to us, I promise you. 𝐭𝐝 breathed a sigh of relief. I thought as much, but still, it's good to know for sure. She pulled at her shirt. Look, I really don't want things to be awkward between us. You're already involved in 𝐻𝐼M. Yeah, that. It's embarrassing to even say. But I just don't want to screw up our friendship, so can we just put that behind us? Besides, even under normal circumstances it might have been too weird to go about doing. Momo patted her shoulder. Why are you talking like that door's closed? Here. Izuku and 𝐒𝐽𝐝 aren't that restrictive about how many can join. I'm sure 𝐒𝐽𝐝 would love to have you as well. Flushing red, 𝐭𝐝 looked to make sure Izuku hadn't overheard. Are you crazy? I can't be involved in something like that. Especially since I don't even feel that way about Midoriya. Then why have you been staring at his but this entire trip? 𝐂𝐽𝐽 seemed about ready to come up with a retort before simmering back down. She slumped forward. Busted. Did you drag us out here just to see if I would be looking at Midoriya that way? That, and I really wanted to spend some time with my best friend. Oh, and have a suitable bag carrier. No, I'm really not sure about this. Momo, smiling, leaned down to whisper in 𝐂𝐽𝐽's ear. Joining the 𝐻 means I'm also part of the deal. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 took a few seconds to process that, blankly looking Momo in the eyes. Her expression was entirely unreadable, but only until Midoriya. Jumping in panic, Izuku whirled around. Passers-by looked in the direction of the woman who had shouted. Izuku forced his arm around 𝐂𝐽𝐽's and dragged her away quickly. He began whispering to her. What are you doing? 𝐂𝐽𝐽 grimaced as Momo walked alongside them. Sorry, that was my bad. I just got kind of nervous. I have something to ask you. Coming to a stop, Izuku looked down at her in concern. He patiently waited for her to speak up. Clenching her fists, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 looked up at Izuku with her cheeks burning red. I wanted to know if you would let me join you guys. Izuku appeared surprised once he caught on to what she meant. He looked at Momo, who nodded at him encouragingly. He turned back at 𝐂𝐽𝐽. I'd have to talk with the others, but I think they'll be fine with it. Sure you want to do this? It's not exactly like normal dating. Ah, screw dating, this actually sounds kind of fun. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 cracked a nervous grin. Although, I guess we kind of did go on a date already. I guess we did. Izuku scratched his cheek. Let's just keep walking for now. We can sort everything out later. Yeah. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 felt that strange warmth erupt inside her again, but it made her feel far less guilty this time. While still a little embarrassed, she felt much lighter than she had several seconds ago with that off her chest. Momo gave her another encouraging pat on the shoulder as they walked. In search of more clothes. Later that night, Izuku and Momo were back home and happily participating in another foursome with their girlfriends. Akiko had her face pressed against the pillow as Izuku rammed her from behind, breathing happily. Itsuka and Momo were sitting on either side of him, patiently waiting for their turns. Remember, she's arriving Wednesday night, Momo said. We need a little time for the pill to work on her. I'll still have some last-minute stuff to do around my office, so it'll be entirely up to you three to make sure she feels right at home. Especially as she'll be having sex with you alone, Izuku. This is the first time she's done it with a man in a few years, so don't begrudge her if she doesn't seem too used to it. We know, Izuku said, lightly grunting as he moved. From the way you keep telling us that over and over, I can tell how much you care about her. Momo gave an apologetic smile. Sorry. I just really want this to go well for her. It's fine, Momo, Itsuka said. It's good that you care about her so much. Although I guess if she agrees to stay with us, that technically makes her our girlfriends too. I think she'll fit in well. Akiko kept gripping the sheets, grinding her butt against Izuku's hips. This prompted him to go even faster, making her giggle happily as she felt him stretch her out. With a final gasp, she came with his SMN overflowing from her yet again. Itsuka waited until they had come down from their highs to replace Akiko, scooching her over until Izuku was able to line himself up with her entrance. Me next. She sighed happily as he entered her, still rock hard and as big as before. Akiko circled around to where Itsuka had been sitting, kissing up Izuku's chest. You know. Miles per hour. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 didn't seem the type for this. Miles per hour, but I think. Miles per hour she'll fit in perfectly. She captured Izuku's lips as she finished. Pulling back, she placed a finger on his chin. If it's you, Deku, I'm sure she'll have a good time. Exactly, Momo added. She held his hand between both of her own. So just go beyond like always, Izuku. Oh wait, Itsuka said, still being pushed into the pillow, breathing heavily at Izuku's pee-pee tearing her insides apart. What should we do while me and you are waiting, Akiko? I can bring Street Fighter again. I scared at that game. Don't have time to learn it. What about that fighting game they based on all of us? One's Justice. Wait, you mean the floaty ones? There's like a million of them now and they all play the same. It's the latest one. They added some new FH. Izuku had kicked up his moving, interrupting Itsuka. I guess that works then. You can play Bakugo and I can destroy him as my character with all I've got. So violent, Momo muttered. Their Sunday evening proved just as fun as their other times together. With a ring of the doorbell, Kyoko was brought inside the Midoriya household for the second time. Wearing a purple striped top and jeans, she walked through with her heart hammering in her ears. This is cool. This is totally cool. You can do this. It's just a trial run of sorts. If you're not into sec with Midoriya, then who cares? It's not the end of the world. It's just the end of. An image of Momo's chest floated past her mind's eye, quickly followed by one of Izuku's shredded build which she'd managed to catch full glimpses of a few times over the years. She knew the baggy clothes he was wearing now as he stood beside Okiko and Itsuka in the foyer did no justice for his actual frame. Okiko tilted her head, brown hair falling past her shoulder. Is something wrong, Kyoka? Oh no, nothing. Just a little nervous, I guess. Well, that's okay. Izuku gestured to the table. Dinner's almost ready, so why don't you have a seat? Itsuka brought a pot of stew over from the stove. They quickly said their thanks and dug in. The warmth filled Kyoka's belly like her mother's own cooking. It's a shame Momo couldn't be here, Okiko said. But work tends to sneak up on us these days. That's how it goes, Itsuka said. At the very least, we can make sure you're nice and comfortable, Kyoka. That's very sweet of you. Kyoka looked at her reflection in her bowl. But, no. Honestly, what are we doing? I mean, isn't this kind of a little too crazy? I guess I understand your reservations, Izuku said. We're not going ahead with it unless you're 100% sure, and it doesn't have to be tonight. We can just treat this as a friendly dinner. If or when you want to do it, just say the word. Kyoka chuckled. Oh, son of a beach. You make it ridiculously hard to say no to you, Midoriya. Izuku held up his spoon, smiling. I thought we agreed to call each other by our names. That's right. Izuku. After that, conversation took a more casual turn. The four continued to share stories, some of which were Kyoka's retellings of the ones she'd told Izuku on Saturday night. The mood became fully relaxed. They kept talking for hours, even well past dinner. By the time it was 10 p.m., they had barely noticed how time had flown. Man, that late already. Kyoka stretched herself out. Time flies when you're with friends, Izuku commented. You can head home, if you like. Kyoka snorted. Nah, fat chance of that happening, buddy. After all this, I'm determined to she coughed, blushing. Well, you know what I mean. Izuku indicated the stairs. We can go right now. Kyoka twirled her earphone jack around her finger in one of her usual tics. Yeah. I'd say I'm ready. Okiko clapped her hands together. Perfect. Then me and Itsuka can see who's better at this hero game. I'll still beat you handily, Itsuka said. She paused, realizing the accidental pun she had just made. Wait. Did I just say that? Sure did. Okiko giggled. Izuku led Kyoka upstairs. Soon enough, he was sitting on the bed in his boxers while Kyoka stripped off her clothes, leaving her in a simple white bra and panties. Her purple socks made her slender frame stick out even more. She blushed in front of him, looking down at her body. I know I'm not as gifted as the other girls. But this is who I am. Izuku smiled, holding out his hand. Kyoka, I think you're appealing. Just as much as the others. Allow me to show you. Tentatively, Kyoka placed her hand in his. She yelped as she was pulled into his lap. He ran his hands up her back and cupped her face, gently stroking her cheek with his thumb. Her breathing hitched, finding herself drawn to his lips as he brought her in for a kiss. Their lips brushed one another, cautiously at first, but soon they began making out in earnest. Kyoka let Izuku fill her entire world as he softly kissed her, easing her into the mood and continuing to trail his hands along her back. He was working her up, slowly but surely. Pulling away from her face, Izuku began kissing down her neck, rubbing her shoulders. Kyoka's breathing became more elaborate, especially as he reached her small but perfectly round BRSTS. He unclipped her BR and let it fall to the floor, kissing her naked chest tenderly. Kyoka began hemming, holding his head close. It had been years since she'd done this with another man. His strong arms cradling her coupled with the reassuring motions of his hands made her surrender completely. She allowed herself to ride the high, feeling a building sense of joy build up inside of her. It was something she'd felt all too rarely. Bringing Izuku's head back up, Kyoka began kissing him with more force. Her longing began guiding her movements, as she pushed him back further along the bed. She felt his large PP press against her thigh as she laid on top of him, bare chest against his. She let her fingers play along his torso, enjoying the lines of rock-solid muscle she found. His body was a perfectly sculpted work of art after years of exercise and hero work, scars and all. Izuku eventually pulled her off him so he could work off his underwear. Kyoka's eyes grew wide with shock as his member sprang up. It had to be about 9 inches, from her estimation. Still, since she'd gone this far, she was determined to see this through. She tugged her panties down her legs, kicking them off. Now completely bare save for her socks, she clambered over Izuku until she was sitting in front of his PP. It twitched against her. She began rubbing her PP along the bottom of the 𝐿 as Izuku grunted in response. A few seconds later, she was positioning herself over it. She had a rather slight build to begin with, so it would be no easy task to accept all of his massive PP. Looking at Izuku with determination, she held her gaze as she impaled herself onto it, letting gravity assist with the insertion. Even as her mouth hung open, even as she gasped, yelped and groaned, she pushed herself down onto the entire length. Kyoka had to stop her eyes from rolling into the back of her head once it was all the way in. Upon regaining some semblance of control over herself, Kyoka began moving her hips up and down. It was slow at first, but the more she did it, the faster she went. Yet still, it wasn't enough for her. Even with her speed steadily picking up, she needed more STMLTN. Sensing her want, Izuku grabbed a hold of her hips and helped with her bouncing. Guiding her up and down from below her, Izuku began moving his hips in time with her own. Thanks to her smaller frame, Kyoka was the tightest of all the girls he'd been with so far, yet that was no issue for him. He continued to pull her down, her walls coaxing him to his first CLMX. From the way she breathed, he could tell she was getting close too. He began pumping faster, making Kyoka throw her head back and scream as she bounced atop his PP. He swiftly joined her, seed erupting inside her snatch. With another gasp, Kyoka fell off him onto her back. He crawled over her and captured her lips in a kiss, making out with fervor as they came down from their high. Pulling back, Kyoka stroked his cheek like he did hers earlier. "Oh yeah. I can tell this is going to be fun. Wanna keep going? All night?" She brought their lips together again, tongues fighting one another as they prepared for more rambunctious secretary. Beneath them, Okiko and Itsuka could hear the bed rocking against the second-story floor. They wordlessly gave each other an amused look before returning to furiously inputting commands into their controllers. "Come on, come on." Okiko pressed buttons as fast as she could, but Itsuka proved a superior opponent. Too few of her attacks hit and soon enough, she was handed another defeat. This game is," Okiko said, throwing her controller down. Itsuka was snickering in triumph. "Best 5 out of 9, and I won 5 in a row. So, as promised." She gestured to the hem of her shirt. She and Okiko had gone bottomless, completely ND from the waist down. Okiko rolled her eyes as she kneeled in front of Itsuka. "Well, at least you taste good." She brought her head forward, eating out her girlfriend as agreed upon. Upon starting the game, they had agreed to set up a contest. Whoever won a best 5 out of 9 matches would have to eat the other out, and they would continue repeating this for as long as they could muster the energy for it. Okiko had a feeling she'd be the one losing most of the time. Itsuka emmed softly as she let Okiko work her magic, looking up at the ceiling. "Winning feels good." They went on like that the rest of the night, bringing one another to orgasm as soon as the other had earned it, all to the soundtrack of 𝐭𝐽𝐻 and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 making love. As expected, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 ended up engaging in 𝐶𝐿NGS the most often. She didn't mind, though. The neutral temperature of the sheets gave 𝐭𝐽𝐻 the soft cool she needed against the fire that was 𝐒𝐬𝐽. As he held her close and moved into her, she felt the fading seed of her restraint grow weaker and weaker until there was nothing left. She began meeting his hips with gusto and verve, capturing his lips in a heated kiss. She was a rock star, and she was going to make sure she'd rock his world. She wrapped her legs around him. His broad chest pressed against her petite one, branding her with his fiery lust. She kept tracing the contours of the muscles, searching for some fault, some weak spot. Even the world's greatest hero had to have one, right? But she couldn't find any. There was nothing but solid muscle, all possessing a gentle power that was uniquely 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Smiling against his lips, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 chuckled. The bass of her voice echoed into his mouth, and the small gesture made his next move push even harder than before. 𝐼𝐼 pulled away. She exercised all of her strength just to push back, letting him know she wasn't going down without a challenge. Grabbing his hand, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 began kissing it and held it to her face. She gave 𝐒𝐬𝐽 a half-lidded gaze of alo, messy bangs framing her dark eyes. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 only grew more aroused at the sight, holding onto her hips tight and slowing down the speed of his moves. He instead focused on penetrating deeper into her, grunting in time with her own MMMMS. As he felt himself worked back up into a 𝐶𝐿MX, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 picked up the pace again. As he speared 𝐭𝐽𝐻 over and over, he held her hips assuredly the entire time. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 huffed in frustration, hoping she'd manage to get some control back, but 𝐒𝐬𝐽 wasn't making it easy. Soon enough, he erupted inside her a second time, triggering a 𝐶𝐿MX of her own. They groaned and yelled, the rush of endorphins leaving both breathing for a few moments. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 slid herself off 𝐒𝐬𝐽. His SMN dripped from her core, but she grew fixated by his still twitching PP, even slick with juices. Her jacks began moving of their own accord, reaching toward the member. "You're still good to go. Jesus man, no wonder you bagged 3 girls. Maybe we can make that 4. Don't get ahead of yourself." But the PP kept twitching. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 grabbed 𝐒𝐬𝐽's PP with both hands, making him shudder. As he softly breathed, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 began running her hands up and down the nice and slow. Her fingers grew slick with cum, but she was fascinated by the feeling of his PP. She continued rubbing gently, looking up at 𝐒𝐬𝐽 for permission to continue. With a quick jerk of his head in approval, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 started liking the tip. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 hissed, leaning back and propping himself up on his elbows. He allowed 𝐭𝐽𝐻 to take back control, trusting her to do her work. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 began liking his clean, briefly pulling back to SCK at her wetted fingers. She lapped up her and 𝐒𝐽𝐽's cum. It was a bizarre taste, but she found herself utterly transfixed by it. Making her jacks move, they began coiling around the PP somewhat tightly. The feeling of the tensile flesh made 𝐒𝐽𝐽 breathe even more, grabbing the sheets and trying to steady his breathing. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 rubbed his PP softly, coaxing it to be as hard as she could. I don't have the kind of body you're used to. But I'll show you what only I can do." "Then what are you waiting for?" Blushing, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 breathed against his PP. The way it throbbed was one of the most enticing sights she'd ever seen. Breathing deep, she had her jacks prod against 𝐒𝐽𝐽's SM as she began inhaling his PP in full, popping it into her mouth. She let it poke against the inside of her cheek as she liked it, getting the remaining bits of SMN she'd missed before. Breathing through her nose, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 sked on the and lavished it with her tongue. Her jacks continued to massage at the base of his PP while she bobbed her head. The feeling of his meaty rod filling her all cavity made her burgeoning lust turn into outright hunger. Breathing harder through her nose, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 continued to SEK 𝐒𝐽𝐽's PP for all she was worth. Hearing him grow short of breath again, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 moved her head up and down faster, preparing for his next 𝐶𝐿MX. His pulsating member continued throbbing inside her mouth, the pump of his BLD vessels helping him along to another orgasm. With more an enthusiastic last set of bobbing, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 felt the PP twitch, and then it spasmed. The white-hot 𝐒𝐻𝐿 that followed shot itself straight down her throat, and she drank it all down without a hint of hesitation. Finishing, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 came up for her first full breath of air in a few minutes. Wiping at her mouth, she crawled over Izuku and made out with him again. Their languid kissing became more ferocious, and soon she was being pressed into the sheets again, lying on her front. Izuku rubbed her rump as he inserted himself inside her. She hissed, grinning as she was wrapped around Izuku's PP once more. When you're with the girls, do they say anything when you, when I F them? Normally, they don't have time to think of any words. You good so far? More than good. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 rested her head against the pillow, biting her lip as Izuku kept pounding her against the bed. Give a girl a taste of this, and it's practically over. Ooh. Izuku had taken to moving just as hard as before, massaging her behind the entire time. It had been a while since she'd been with Denki, but she could clearly remember the passion they'd shared and could tell how the two experiences contrasted. And while girls were too different to make a full comparison, she had to say that Izuku was simply in a league of his own. Every movement, every move, every way he'd angle her body to push in as deep as possible without completely overwhelming her was masterful. She huffed and huffed, working her butt against his PP as hard as she could. As he plowed and tore apart her insides, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 was driven further and further to another release. His massive PP was a bulging weapon that sought to destroy her, and she let it. If she was going to maintain some sense of control here, then maybe it would be through determining how she'd feel her pleasure. Gripping the sheets, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 grinded as Izuku pressed her into the mattress. Schlick, schlick, schlick. That PP was something otherworldly, something divine. Schlick, schlick, schlick. Something strong, something blessed. Schlick, schlick, schlick. It was something else, something she couldn't control if she was being honest, something addicting. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 nearly tore the sheets as Izuku clenched inside of her again, making her eyes roll back and her head slump against the pillow. She was drooling, but she didn't even care. She'd be disappointed if Izuku hadn't managed to make her drool after all this crazy build-up. Pulling her back into his lap, Izuku greedily made out with her. She wrestled with his tongue in between her hot breathing, hugging him tight. She felt like she could stay like this forever, just with him and in his tender but sure embrace. Pulling away, the two took a moment to catch their breath. I think I see the appeal now, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 chuckled, the sound reverberating against Izuku's chest. He smiled, pecking her on the lips and softly rubbing her hip. I think we made a bit of a mess, Izuku said. He nodded toward the walk-in bathroom. Might need to wash you up. 𝐂𝐽𝐽's fingers crawled up his chest, feeling his pectoral muscles. Just as long as it's with you. Quickly changing the sheets, Izuku took 𝐂𝐽𝐽's hand in hers and, as she pulled off her socks, walked into the bathroom. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 couldn't help but whistle. While not too large, Izuku and 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐽 had adopted a surprisingly elegant bathroom. White tiles with wooden walls gave it a homely feel without feeling overly simplistic. Izuku gestured toward the stool which 𝐂𝐽𝐽 sat down on. He began filling up the tub before walking back over. He then lathered her back with soap, rubbing and washing it thoroughly. I trust your night's going well. Wonderfully. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 let Izuku's hands massage her back, rinsing away all the sweat that had built up. I admit, Izuku, I wasn't sure how good you'd be. But I think tonight, you're earning your stripes. He gave a light squeeze to her butt, making her gasp. He brought his head over her shoulder and began whispering into her ear. I guess I can earn a few more. I'd be disappointed if you didn't, suching spots. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 rubbed her hands together with soap and began returning the favor. Any excuse to feel Izuku's muscles would be an opportunity she'd gladly take, and she was becoming more and more enthralled by just the feeling of him. Rubbing down his back, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 brought her hands around and began gently massaging his PP. Her movements were slow and careful, eager to feel his member grow big once again. She wanted to ensure it would pulse right back up to full mast. So quickly. We'd have to rinse off again. 𝐂𝐽𝐽's eyes drifted toward the bathtub. I think we can meet in the middle. Izuku followed her gaze. I was thinking something similar. Just don't make me shoot it out before we get in. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 hummed in assent, kissing Izuku's neck. When Izuku was fully rinsed, he picked 𝐂𝐽𝐽 up in a bridal carry and carefully placed her inside the tub. She sighed as the warm water enveloped her. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sat at the other end, his right leg in between hers. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nudged her foot forward and massaged his PP with it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 leaned back in the tub and ummed, relishing in the soft pressure. Not that I don't mind, but I almost feel like you're showing me more of a good time than I am you. I guess I'm too used to taking the lead. 𝐭𝐽 gave another nudge with her foot, making 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grunt before she slinked to his end of the tub. Sitting on his lap once more, she made out with him as she grinded her PP against his. His tip teased at her entrance, making her grow wet in ways that she was sure was by no means caused by the bathwater. Their lips mashed and their tongues intertwined as they bucked, the heat they were sharing beginning to surpass that of the tub they were in. Making out more and more furiously, 𝐒𝐿 scared at 𝐭𝐽's tongue with verve. He was provoking her, testing the limits of her control like he'd had all evening. Hell, like he had when he even told her about the HM arrangement in the first place. Turning her around, 𝐒𝐿 had 𝐭𝐽's back to his chest as he moved up into her. Umming deeply, 𝐭𝐽 reached back to hold 𝐒𝐿's head as they continued to make out. Simply put, he was way too good at this. Way too good at taunting her. At making her want something meaningful for a change. Looking back on it, this had always been the kind of person 𝐒𝐿 was. He made people rise to do and be their best no matter the situation. When he gave her encouragement with her music, when they worked together as heroes, and when they sang songs the other night, he was that constant support that anybody would be lucky to have. And also one that just happened to have a perfect body. 𝐭𝐽 breathed in all of 𝐒𝐿, continuing to make out even as he began teasing at her nipples. She'd breathe and give light yelps during the breaks in their kissing, but she'd always dive back in for more. All the while, her hips bounced up and down against 𝐒𝐿's in a never-ending tango of delight. Gritting her teeth, 𝐭𝐽 began feeling the last 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 of the night begin building inside of her. She pulled away from 𝐒𝐿 to focus on ramming herself onto that ravenous PP of his, ecstatic over how it filled her over and over. Grabbing his hips, 𝐭𝐽 extended her earlobes down into the water. She began prodding his PP once again, but this time she allowed her heartbeat to begin rhythming against it. The vibrations made 𝐒𝐿 harder as well, gripping her waist tighter and practically slamming her onto his PP. Gasping for breath, 𝐭𝐽's heart raced faster and faster with every second. Caught in their rapturous, two-way hold, the two drove each other crazy with their actions. The harder 𝐒𝐿 would move, the more 𝐭𝐽's heart would beat, which would then STMLT his PP. That in turn only made the moving go faster, meaning they were pushing each other even harder to their biggest 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 of the night. Biting her lips so hard she was worried she'd draw BLD, 𝐭𝐽 clutched the sides of the tub as they tore through their entrails. Looking up at the ceiling, she fell back against 𝐒𝐿's body and submitted completely to his ministrations. He'd guided her to insane pleasure during their entire time together, and she had complete faith he would manage to do so once again. They ummed and ummed, hoping to drag out this final bout of sex out as long as possible. Neither wanted it to end, but approaching the end would mean they'd be granted the swift and orgasmic release they so craved. It was a happy conundrum to have as they grew accustomed to one another's bodies, growing further addicted with every move, every pinch of 𝐭𝐽's nipples, every heart blast against 𝐒𝐿's PP and everything in between. Their world was this small tub, an oasis of SXL longing that only they could partake in. As 𝐭𝐽 bounced on 𝐒𝐿's PP lightning fast, their 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 finally reached its crescendo. Giving an ear-splitting yell, 𝐭𝐽 screamed as she accepted 𝐒𝐿's cum, her own juices leaking out into the bathwater as well. Finally done, 𝐭𝐽 fully collapsed against 𝐒𝐿's chest with elbred breaths. He dotted her face with kisses, sweetly whispering to her as they both came down from their highs. It took a few minutes for her to calm down, but when she fully came to, 𝐭𝐽 blinked. She cleared her throat, readjusting herself so she could more easily sit in 𝐒�'s lap. Well, 𝐒𝐿, I think you won. Won what? Out of anybody I've done it with, you're far and away the best. And I mean that. 𝐒𝐿 chuckled. Thanks. I'd be disappointed if I didn't manage that. I mean, I am the #1 hero. Giggling, 𝐭𝐽 reached over her shoulder to pinch his cheek before cupping it. He held her close as they relaxed in the bath, content just to hold each other close. The morning was accompanied by the usual clink of glasses and bowls as everybody dug into their breakfast. This time, it was simple rice with natto but with a special homemade soy sauce. Momo had helped 𝐭𝐼𝐾𝐲 make it, and 𝐒𝐭𝐾𝐲 found herself swept up in the routine. It was actually quite nice. Momo placed her palms together. I'm so happy to see you two manage to click so well. I knew there was potential there. Itsuka took a sip of her orange juice. Man, I wish I'd been able to get with Izuku that fast. I had to wait a whole week before I had my turn. Yeah. 𝐒𝐭𝐾𝐲 took another bite of her food. Had to get over my shock a little to see you all crawled into bed with us when I woke up. But then again, I guess there's no reason why you wouldn't. 𝐭𝐼𝐾𝐲 was sitting across Izuku's lap, feeding him like she had a few days prior. 𝐒𝐭𝐾𝐲 guessed this was a common occurrence with her. Well, even if it's not quite how I imagine getting another girl, I'm happy to see it was you, 𝐭𝐾𝐲. Welcome to the Midoriya house. I don't have to live here just yet, do I? Izuku perked up. No, but you guys are more than welcome to stay. Only problem is you can't make a full move before we announce this whole thing. If it goes for that long, that is. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 snickered. If it's as long as your PP, I think we're all going to be staying here permanently. Everybody began laughing at that, even as Izuku grew red with embarrassment. Just not yet though, is all I'm saying, 𝐭𝐾𝐲 elaborated. No, we get you. Momo turned to Izuku and 𝐭𝐼𝐾𝐲. Oh, by the way, I was wondering, have you decided on our plans for the villain's rehabilitation gala? The 2-year anniversary of the charity's coming up, and they'll expect the founders to be there. We let Melissa and Hawks take over the day-to-day stuff there, but they've sent us emails about it, Izuku said. A lot of people are going to be there, so we were hoping to order some new outfits for the occasion. We can all do it together. Although speaking of plans, there's still that dinner with Kaken and a hero we need to get around to. For that dinner, I guess it'll only be me and Deku that night. 𝐭𝐼𝐾𝐲 smiled in apology. I'm sorry guys. No, we understand, Itsuka replied. I mean, Momo wants to keep this secret, I want it secret, and I assume 𝐭𝐾𝐲 does too. Yes, that's correct. So yeah. Don't feel guilty about leaving us out if it's our choice. Izuku nodded. Understood. But we don't want to leave you high and dry all the same. With you two, we all feel very good with how you're handling this, I assure you. Momo perked up as an idea crossed her mind looking at 𝐭𝐼𝐾𝐲 feeding Izuku. Hey, why don't we have 𝐭𝐾𝐲 do that too? Feed him, I mean. Oh, that's a great idea. 𝐭𝐼𝐾𝐲 bounced off and sat in another chair. It was now 𝐭𝐾𝐲's turn to blush. Wait, what are you saying? That kind of things is. Come on, it'll be a way for you two to get even closer. Itsuka pulled her up from her chair like she was no heavier than a kitten, placing her in Izuku's lap. While gulping and his cheeks growing flushed themselves, Izuku still looked at her expectantly. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 was left holding onto his shoulders, blinking. Here goes. 𝐭𝐾𝐲 pinched together some natto and rice with Izuku's chopsticks, bringing it up to his mouth. She pursed her lips as she brought it close, wincing as she brought it up to his mouth. It still felt somewhat awkward. Swallowing what 𝐭𝐾𝐲 had offered her, Izuku chewed on it before gulping it down. He looked at her with warm affection, nodding encouragingly. I think you're pretty cute like this. 𝐭𝐾𝐲's blush grew redder than ever. Thanks. Can I sit back down now? As 𝐭𝐾𝐲 took her chair again, 𝐭𝐼𝐾𝐲 made to take back her rightful place on Izuku's lap but was stopped by the buzz of his phone on the counter. DM this early in the morning. Must be important. You can feed me in a second, Ocha. Walking over as 𝐭𝐼𝐾𝐲 gave a small pout, he looked at the screen. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Tartarus. The girls all jerked their heads at that, all eyes trained on Izuku. He answered the call. Hello. Midoriya. It's Tsukochi. How's your morning been? Oh, it's fine. Was just preparing to head into work. You? Well, I don't quite know yet. We might have hit a breakthrough with her. Izuku let some of the tension leave him. This wasn't about Shigaraki. But his heart began racing as he thought about the person Tsukochi was referring to. I thought you said it would take another few months before she was ready to talk again. Talk seriously, I mean. She hasn't been given the right mental treatment up until a few years back. I mean, the human mind isn't an exact science, but people's dependencies on their quirks and how they change their behavior. That's different. Izuku looked at 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿. She understood what he was talking about, and a very concerned expression had crossed her face. The others were left in the dark. What's going on? Kyoka asked. This is something we've been keeping under wraps from everybody, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 said. Izuku insisted on it so we'd have the greatest chance of pulling it off. I don't really agree, but... Itsuka set her chopsticks down. Guys, who is this you're talking about? Izuku excused himself for a few seconds from the call. He pulled away to answer. Himiko Toga. We've been putting her through the highest level rehabilitation possible. I think there's a chance we can make her sane with the right treatment. The door clicked open. Izuku walked into the interrogation room, the fluorescent light casting a pallid overlay on the scene. A table was inside with 2 chairs, and on the side opposite to Izuku was a woman with blonde hair. It was no longer tied in the usual messy buns it had been styled as before. Her fangs peeked out from beneath her lips, yellow eyes lighting up between the side bangs framing her face. Those bangs reminded him a lot of 𝐒𝐿, now that he really thought about it. Izuku. Toga, he said somewhat stiffly. He took a seat, the chair scraping along the floor. He spared a glance for the two-way mirror on the left side of the room. He focused back on Toga. She wore a calm smile, one he couldn't quite discern as genuine or not. They told me you were ready to talk. How's the synthesized BLD they've been giving you? I don't like drinking that stuff too much. It's like swallowing liquefied soy packets. Her face contorted in disgust. But I guess it hasn't been so bad lately. They've made it taste less gooey. Do you think I could get a taste of the real stuff every now and then? Izuku pursed his lips. To wean you off the stuff. Yeah. I think it's possible. But as time goes on, you'll be getting less and less of it. You understand that, right? HMPH. It's just a simple request. Himiko pouted. Bored, she let her own eyes wander to the mirror. How are you and 𝐒𝐿? Good. She still won't speak to me. Izuku could only shrug. She was never particularly for the idea of getting you out from the start. Himiko giggled. Some people might think she's jealous. I'm not opposed to sharing. Izuku had to bite his tongue to stop himself from chuckling at the irony of her statement. That's not the goal here, Toga. Agreeing to test the synthetic BLD more regularly means you're ready to take the next step. I can't guarantee this will secure you a release, and it won't be a fast one if it does. This'll be slow going and you need to prepare for that. Yeah, boring stuff. Are we done talking about that? I'm going to do it, but this better get me some results. Nodding, Izuku smiled. Let's hope. Stretching, Himiko grinned. Now that that's out of the way. I can't wait to hear about things with 𝐒𝐿 since last time. Oh, it's been so long. Izuku let himself relax. Yeah. Things have been good. She's still behind on all her paperwork, but I help work her through it bit by bit. And we've got a new place for ourselves too, that's helped us. The conversation proceeded from there, Izuku regaling Himiko with the recent events of his life sans the ℵ and the goings-on. He was extremely careful not to mention the PLF, twice, Hawks or anything else. Just keeping the tone nice and relaxed, making sure nothing would set her off. The goal was to keep her calm and save the upsetting stuff for therapy sessions where she could iron out her issues. Himiko sighed, genuine happiness kindling within her eyes. I really wish I could be with you guys. It feels like a whole lifetime of stuff's happened in just the past few years. Especially since. She grew quiet. Izuku was back on guard as he saw her look of shrewd calculation. He tried to sway her back into a good mood. Things are changing, little by little. Superhuman society has been doing its policing wrong. Hopefully by the time you're out, it'll be a completely different world. They killed Jin. I know. And he's still out there. The murderer who did it for them. Izuku's mouth ran dry. This was exactly where he'd hoped the conversation wouldn't go. Hawks is a very complicated man. And he's not exactly living life the way he was back then. Nothing complicated about murder. You just push the knife in far enough until they stop. The cold chill of the tabletop felt all the more prominent to Izuku at that moment. Now that they had arrived at the subject, there was no avoiding it. What would you say to Hawks? If you met him? I already saw him before I got in here. It was the only time we ever really spoke. Normally, at least. He told me he was sorry. And you said that he could go to hell. Lacing his fingers together, Izuku stared Himiko in the eye. The warm glow that had occupied them before was long gone, replaced by cold rage. It wasn't directed at him, thankfully, but by the image of the winged man was forever seared into her brain. While cheerful and somewhat childish on the outside, Himiko's inner thoughts were steely and chilling. Having her overcome her hate would likely be the biggest hurdle in rehabilitating her. Although, compared to the previous few times, Himiko hadn't yet brought up drinking his BLD yet. That was at least a start. Right then, something new took hold in her eyes. Shifting over from a razor-sharp stare of hate, the golden irises became pools of honey. She smirked, tilting her head and pulling her right leg into her chest. But you know what I just thought of? When I'm out of here, I'm free to do a lot of things. You will be. Given you cooperate. HMPH typical Izuku. But that's why you're so tantalizing. You're just. She stretched out her hand toward his face, as if prepared to caress it. She stopped just before her fingertips could brush his cheek, drawing the hand back. Out of reach. I'm not so sure Okako would agree to that. I'm not expecting it to happen tomorrow or anything. Just think on it, baby. She leaned back, crossing her long legs together on the table. She smiled at him past her feet. You can tell me how I taste afterward. After a few more teasing exchanges, Izuku said goodbye and extricated himself from the room. Himiko winked and blew him a small kiss. Stepping outside, he approached Tsukochi. You see what I mean? She agreed to test out the BLD, but even though she hates it, and she wants to go through with this. Yeah. She's changing at least a little bit. Izuku looked through the mirror again, clear on his side. Toga had taken to staring longingly at it, focused on a spot several feet away from where Izuku was standing. Tsukochi continued. But this is still a long shot. Without constant access to BLD and supplanting it with a substitute, we've managed to make a bit of headway in sessions with her. But she's a ways away from being sane, and honestly, likely never will be entirely. I still say it's not worth it. You saw how she was when she brought up Hawks. If there's a shot we can save her, I'm taking it. The Hawk stuff. Well, we agreed that was always going to be the most difficult thing to overcome. You said your sister could help reintegrate her into society. Schedule media appearances and all that. Yeah, Makoto's dealt with something similar in the past. When I told her, she was eager to jump at the chance. But I'm not letting her near that girl until we can be absolutely sure she's ready to move forward. And then there's the stuff with you. She seemed about ready to jump your bones. Izuku chuckled nervously. I guess she never got over that crush. Still, however long it takes, we're going through with this. Success or not. Nodding grimly, Tsukochi patted him on the arm. On your go, Deku. Same time in a couple weeks. Izuku nodded. The two made to exit Tartarus. Tsukochi posed another question for him. I think I know your answer, but Shigaraki's only a few floors below us. You want to meet with him? Izuku's expression grew uncharacteristically hard. No. I'd rather not ruin my good mood. Tsukochi didn't bring the topic up again the rest of the way up. I still say you should leave the beach to rot, Katsuki said after a bite of sushi. He was sitting beside Kirishima in the Midoriya house, having come over for their planned dinner a few days after Izuku went to Tartarus. They were sitting opposite Izuku and Okako. Izuku had just finished sharing the update on Himiko's condition with them. Kirishima gave his boyfriend an exasperated look. Katsuki, enough. To this, Katsuki put his chopsticks down. No, I have to say it because this dumbass isn't going to let it get through to his head. This SHT. With one of the members of the goddamn League of Villains. It don't fly with me. I don't care if she's a girl and I don't care if she can be saved, some things can't be excused. It's not going to be excused, Izuku said. He tried to find the words. I just think if we can help her handle her quirk's effects on her mental state, we have a shot at turning her. Nobody ever gave her the help she needed, they just tried to condition her without taking her quirk's effects on her chemistry into account. She's still serving a sentence and, if she gets out, there will still be limitations. But what if those limitations aren't good enough? What if she decides to round up some old buddies and... He was interrupted by a gentle but firm hand on his shoulder. Kirishima glared at him pointedly. Simmering back down, he threw a hand up in defeat. Look. If I thought you could do it, I wouldn't be arguing with you. But then again, you're the kinda nerd who doesn't take no for an answer. You pull this off, and you get bragging rights. Izuku grinned. Won't need to brag. I'll be happy just succeeding. Okiko smiled warmly at their terse exchange. The fated rivals turned best friends once again. Why don't need to keep repeating that every time we meet? Katsuki picked his chopsticks back up to stab at his sushi irritably as Kirishima changed topics. So, what are the wedding plans like? I'm surprised you two haven't gotten engaged since you've talked about it for so long. Okiko shrugged. We wanted to do things a little differently. We never really took wedding planning seriously, but we were just looking at possible venues just in case. If we settle on one, that's when we'll get engaged. Izuku shrugged. You never know. Could happen at any time. Okiko blushed as she went on. We want a private wedding but that's kind of hard to do. So we're kinda at a standstill for now. Katsuki snorted. Yeah. Vultures in the media won't let you grab a single coffee without assaulting you with cameras. Those dirtbags can go stuff themselves. Which reminds me, what the hell was up with how Gyro was treating you? Something about those rumors. Izuku began to sweat a little. Oh, it was just a big misunderstanding. We settled it privately. Kirishima grew curious. Katsuki told me. She was worried about you cheating, correct? But really, she should have known better. You're not the type who cheats. Honestly, those tabloid articles are the worst. Yeah, they really are, Izuku said, hoping his voice didn't sound too strained. Him and Okiko had to prevent themselves from sharing a pointed look in case it tipped their guests off to the reality of the situation. Kirishima finished his plate. Anyway, I was wondering about whether you two would be going to the gala. Okiko nodded. Yeah, we plan to. I mean, all of our old friends should be there, so it'd be a shame not to go. It's been a minute since I've last talked to Toru. Good. Me and Katsuki are planning to be there as well. Katsuki scoffed. No way. Stuck in a ballroom full of stuffy posers for 5 or 6 hours. I'd rather do Hero Patrol naked. Kirishima, still smiling, turned to Katsuki. I told you, we're going. Not a chance. Tugging at his shirt, Kirishima drew closer to Katsuki. He flinched as he repeated his words much more slowly. And I've already said, we are going. Growing wary, Katsuki pried his fingers off his shirt as he nodded meekly. Yes, honey. Okiko had to hold her hand to her mouth as she began laughing. Izuku, however, began chuckling freely. I'm still amazed, Kirishima. You did what nobody else could, you domesticated him. Shut up. I'll kill you all. Roars of laughter could be heard all throughout the evening. A few days after that, Izuku was shaking himself awake. He felt a warm, wet sensation at his pee-pee. The girls were once again clustered around him save for one exception. Peeking beneath the sheets, orange hair bobbed up and down his pee-pee with careful motions. Itsuka really had been getting better at this. It wasn't long before the others roused themselves awake. Momo smiled as she pecked his face. Kyoka began kissing gently at his neck while Okiko cradled his head from above. A little workout. Sure. But it needs to be fast, we've still got work. Izuku began breathing a little harder as Itsuka worked him to a CLMX, grunting as he released his load all over her face. She began wiping it up, but not before Kyoka pulled her to her and began licking it off her face akin to a cat. Momo took this chance to insert herself onto him, gently rocking her hips against his as she worked him to 𝐂𝐬𝐴𝐺. She lay down on him, their searing skin pressed against each other as she captured his lips. Gasping with pleasure, she held Izuku's face tight as she made out with him. Kyoka had finished liking Itsuka's face clean and crawled over to where Momo and Izuku were meeting. She was fascinated by how her heavenly hips shook over his. Itsuka chose to wrap herself around Izuku's muscled left arm, kissing his shoulder. Grunting faster and faster, Momo pulled back and began hissing. Her wide hips continued to shake, her walls squeezing his PP until she was rewarded with his hot SMN unloading into her. Grinning, she fell back, stretching her muscles out and completely satisfied. Okiko wasted no time being the next one. She sighed as she sat down on Izuku's still-irked rod. "I never get tired of this." She bounced her hips up and down. Kyoka crawled over and began FNDLNG one of her large BRSTS, capturing her lips in a kiss. Momo came over soon after, closing her mouth on the other humongous teat and sking away. Itsuka settled herself over Izuku's face, core dripping. "Don't slack off just because it's morning," she said before plopping down. She threw back her head and gasped headily, Izuku's tongue immediately getting to work. She pressed her plush bottom down on him, marveling at the way he could move his tongue even encumbered by so many lovers. He truly was a man without equal. She breathed through her teeth, the tongue exploring her innermost cavern with curiosity and passion. Shaking her lower body, she tried to pull it in as deep as it would go, the rough wet texture a fork of constant pleasure darting inside of her. Okiko continued bouncing, bringing the other girls down to where her PP was. Her eyes nearly rolled into the back of her skull as she felt their tongues join in pleasuring her alongside Deku's PP. As she and Itsuka bounced, they grew more and more focused on reaching a 𝐶LMX. They breathed, squealed, and finally began screaming their utmost. With each dart of his tongue and every move, Izuku continued to work them into a frenzy until they both came with an ear-splitting yell. As the girls all fell onto the bed, Izuku stumbled out of it as he wiped at his mouth. "Seriously guys, we've got to get ready. Let's go." Grumbling at the end of their fun, the girls all crawled out of bed. They didn't bother with clothes even as Izuku pulled some pajama briefs on after they cleaned themselves up. He grew puzzled at this, although was unsuccessful at stopping another Erkton from popping up as he saw their ND bodies follow after him. "We don't need our clothes until we get ready," Okiko said, shrugging. She and the other girls walked past him, each giving him a peck on the cheek. Izuku's gaze followed their bare buttes as they walked down the stairs. Blinking in disbelief at how he'd landed in every man's ultimate fantasy, he followed after them. Kyoka offered to make breakfast this time, and Izuku stayed in the kitchen to help her. She pulled on an apron, naked behind framed as all the more prominent because of it. Izuku couldn't help but keep staring at it. He was reminded of when Momo and Okiko had greeted him in the same attire not too long ago. Getting the ingredients ready, Kyoka suddenly stopped. She glanced toward the dining area and then back at Izuku. He shook his head. She pleaded with a pout which caused Izuku to relent, acknowledging that he hadn't managed to get around to her like he had the others that morning. Silently walking over and grabbing her by the waist, he pulled down his briefs and inserted his stiff member inside of her. Kyoka clasped a hand over her mouth to prevent herself from humming aloud, instead choosing to hum with satisfaction inside her throat. Moving, Izuku began breathing a little harder. Kyoka's PP felt as wonderful as ever, and despite knowing they had little time for it, surrendered himself to the immense pleasure. As she bent over the counter, she pushed back to meet his PP and pull it even deeper inside her. Holding the counter in a death grip, Kyoka's earlobes bounced with every shove Izuku made into her. As his PP split her open, she found herself happy to just be with him like this, happy to share in his love. Happy to be loved. The thought giving her some more energy, she pushed back into Izuku even harder, eager to have his seeds spill out of her. Breathing and breathing, they each met one another's hips with all they had, until finally with strangled MMs Izuku erupted inside her. The hot, sticky feeling filled her up and she pressed her face to the cold countertop, a relief for her heated skin. She felt the substance begin to drip out as Izuku pulled out. Wiggling her butt, Kyoka liked her lips. "Now that's the pick-me-up I wanted." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 made to grab a paper towel to clean up the mess but was stopped by a nym. Looking up, he saw Okiko, Momo, and 𝐒𝐿 with their arms crossed beneath their naked breasts. They looked at him and 𝐭𝐽𝐽 with their eyebrows raised, although seemed curious as to how willing 𝐒𝐿 was to repeat the exercise. Part of him screaming that he was insane to refuse, 𝐒𝐿 held up his hands. "We don't have time. I'll make it up to you later." 𝐒𝐿 was the first to give up. "Okay. But we expect something good." The other two nodded in agreement. Now fully satisfied, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 and 𝐒𝐿 properly set about making breakfast. After 𝐭𝐽𝐽 had cleaned herself up again, of course. Past midday. 𝐒𝐿 rolled his neck around after a grueling morning of hero work as he and Okiko headed back up to the office. "I guess it's one of those days," he said. "One of those days," Okiko repeated. "By the way, was that your phone that kept ringing during that last arrest?" "That's not my ringtone." "Yeah, I didn't have time to check." 𝐒𝐿 pulled out his phone and blinked at the large amount of notifications he'd received of missed calls from 𝐭𝐽𝐽. Sliding open the notifications, 𝐒𝐿 held the phone up to his ear as he rang her back. She picked up once he and Okiko exited the elevator. He could hear panic in her voice. "Oh, 𝐒𝐿. Why didn't you pick up before?" "I was kinda busy." "What is it, you in trouble?" "Well, I guess, sort of. I mean, it kind of involves me, but it's really you that's in trouble." "Where are you right now?" "Right outside our office." "Why?" Wait, don't go in there," but it was too late. 𝐒𝐿 opened the door and there was a familiar pair of mismatched white ears there to greet him. Him and Okiko blinked in surprise. "Miko." Rumi smirked carkily, the gloved bionic left arm which had replaced her real one against her hips. Her skin-tight suit strained against her muscles. "Deku. Just the man I wanted to see." "SHT, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 said. Rumi's ears twitched. "iPhone Jack. You were too late." "Too late for what?" Okiko asked. 𝐭𝐽𝐽 groaned on the other line. "I just ran into her like an hour ago. She started sniffing me and well." Eyes growing wide, 𝐒𝐿 and Okiko stared at Rumi in fear as she smirked. "Jesus, don't look too shocked. I smelled other girls on you before, you don't think I couldn't smell you on them?" "I couldn't say for sure, but as soon as I ran into iPhone Jack this morning it was official. She smelled just as strongly of you as Yorozu and her did. I decided to pay you both a visit and figured your office would be my best shot." Gritting her teeth, Okiko glared at her rival as 𝐒𝐿 hastily said goodbye to 𝐭𝐽𝐽, saying he'd find a way to take care of this. "Don't talk about me like I'm not here. Just what are you trying to imply? You, iPhone Jack, Yorozu and that karate girl are all hooking up with Deku on the sly." Rumi's smirk grew more wicked as she turned back to 𝐒𝐿. "And even if I can't prove it, I know the media would be very interested in an anonymous tip that would fan the flames of the rumors around you. I mean, cheating simply isn't your style, but polyamory. I think the media could be sold on that, especially since it's true." "But it's not," Okiko protested. Rumi's expression grew deadpan. "Don't play dumb with me, you country hick. Do you think you're going to throw off the strongest female hero off the scent with some half-hearted lies?" "Strongest?" Okiko smirked. "Why am I 3 whole ranks above you, then?" Before Rumi could prepare a retort, 𝐒𝐿 placed himself between the two ladies. "Okay, let's bring the temperature down here, alright. Say you're right about us. What exactly are you asking about regarding it?" 𝐒𝐿 felt he knew already though, and what Rumi replied with confirmed his suspicions. "Simply put, I want in on this little sec arrangement you have. I'll convince you that you don't need any other girl but me after you've had a taste of something other than boring vanilla. I'll be able to fill up your world in more ways than one. The strongest male hero deserves only the strongest female companion possible." A tic formed in Okiko's forehead. She smiled painfully. "Again. 3 whole ranks above you. And better it be vanilla than sour grapes." Lightning seemed to flash between the two as they glared at one another. Rumi refocused her gaze back on 𝐒𝐿, working the irritated look off her face for one much smugger. "Trust me. I'll knock your socks off." That, or your HM becomes the next big propellant for the rumor mill. Izuku scratched his chin as Rumi stared at him. She looked hungrier than ever as her eyes ran up and down his body. This could get complicated. Pulling at his cufflinks, Izuku rolled his shoulders beneath his red dress shirt. Okiko was beside him wearing a shimmering gold gown, the color complementing her nicely as a change from her normal pink motif. She had tied her hair up in a ponytail. They were in the elevator of a hotel in Fukuoka which was holding the villain's rehabilitation anniversary gala, hence why they were dressed to impress. Izuku, you look fine. There's nothing to worry about. You look every bit the man of the evening, you very much are. I still don't know about this, Izuku said. I mean, I get that having Usajiyama's date double as our gala visit makes sense in being good cover, but what's she gonna get out of it? You and the other girls are all attending. I was wondering that myself. The door dinged open, Okiko looping her arm through Izuku's and pulling him through. Yo! 𝐂𝐿 was up ahead, waving at them. He was joined by Tokoyami, both dressed to impress in tailored suits. They greeted the couple and made their way to the banquet hall. Feels like Island before it went to hell, Tokoyami remarked. Not that we'd know, 𝐂𝐿 snickered. We were down in the city loafing around. You were in the middle of the commotion like usual, Midoriya. Another special quirk of yours. Ha ha, Izuku said. And Shield is here as well, as another similarity, Tokoyami remarked. How has her work with Hawks been? Well, between collaborating with Mai and running villains' rehabilitation with Hawks, it's been frantic, Izuku said. We don't have much time to talk these days, but his speech was cut short by the sight awaiting them at the banquet hall. In front of the large doors with her white hair tied up in an elaborate bun was Rumi, although she appeared a far cry from the battle-thirsty woman he was used to seeing. Even with half an ear missing, she was mesmerizing. Her silver gown, contrasting Okiko's gold one, enhanced her mocha skin tone. She had also chosen a silver prosthesis for tonight to go along with the getup. Capping it off was her white tail poking out in a small hole for comfort, highlighting the roundness of her bottom. The guys were all left speechless, especially Izuku. He had been expecting her to look appealing, but he was left absolutely floored. Rolling her eyes, Okiko nudged him in the ribs to bring him back down to earth. Sorry, he said. Rumi walked up to them, wide heels compensating for her rabbit feet. Even so, her short frame had her barely come up to Izuku's shoulder. That was still an odd thing for Izuku to accept, given her larger-than-life hero persona. Ah, right on time. Just as you can expect from Izuku Midoriya. Shall we? We shall, Okiko said forcefully, pulling Izuku along. He waved the guys a brief goodbye before Rumi took that arm for herself. Come back alive, Midoriya, Tokoyami said solemnly. I don't know if I should be jealous or worried for him. 𝐂𝐿 brought his arms behind his head. Well, it's Midoriya. He'll be fine. Besides, he and Uraraka are practically hitched. Although this reminds me, Kirishima told me he was seducing Kendo into the dark with his charms without even realizing it. He also said he busted a gut watching. Seriously? 𝐂𝐿 groaned. Why is it the plain guys who end up the luckiest? As the three loitered around outside for a while longer, Izuku was being dragged over to the table closest to the stage. People were staring at him with two girls by his side. He made sure to put on a confident smile before starting to whisper with Rumi. This might be a little suspect to some. Rumi gave a nonchalant harumph. Oh, lighten up. It'd be kind of disappointing if a big guy like you didn't have two girls on his arm attending a party like this. It's perfectly ordinary for top male heroes to do this stuff. Not me though, Izuku muttered, although he let himself be seated. Okiko sat on his right, with Rumi on his left. They gave each other a pointed glare before looking away. Izuku could tell this was going to be a long night. Peste! Turning around, he saw Momo, Kyoka, and Itsuka in dresses. Itsuka was wearing the periwinkle one she'd had to leave behind during their date night. Guys, where are you sitting? Me and Kyoka are a few tables away from yours, Momo said. Itsuka, however, got dealt a table at the other end. We can pop over easily, but if you don't see her for the rest of the night then just know it's because she can't. No, it's fine. He nodded at them all. Go take your seats. It should be starting soon. 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Ibara came trotting over, careful to move in her high heels. Her unruly hair of long vines trailed behind her as she began micromanaging her friend's hair. Oh, you don't put enough care into this. It always ends up too spiky. You're one to talk, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 said, exasperated. Stop it, Ibara. It's fine. Ibara nodded to the three sitting down. Hello, everybody. I hope the Lord's blessing shines on you all. May God be with you when you deliver your speech, Midoriya. Izuku blinked. I'm delivering a speech. That's what Hawks has been telling everybody when they came by the entrance, Rumi said. You've got one prepared, right? He didn't just tell everybody you'd do a speech right out of the blue without even writing. No, actually that is something he'd do. Growing pale, Izuku held his head as he began chuckling eerily. I'm doomed. Okiko and Rumi patted his shoulders soothingly as the others went away. Katsuki and Ahiro came over, the former laughing at Izuku's newest plight before being silenced with a swift chop to his neck. From there, more and more old faces began pouring through and greeting them. Izuku noticed that Shoto wasn't here, still being out of the country. He looked over Momo's way and saw she was somewhat expectant, waiting to see if he'd come through the doors announcing he'd come back early. Honestly, he couldn't blame her. As other, so-and-so important guests sat by their table, exchanging pleasantries with the heroes and talking about this and that, Rumi leaned in to whisper to Izuku. Look, it'll be fine. Just rouse up another inspiring speech about helping everybody and say it like you mean it. I know how passionate you are about this, so just keep that confidence in yourself. I'll give a good kick to Hawks but when he goes backstage. Okiko, noticing how close she'd been leaning in, did the same. Her pained smile from the other day was on her face again. And while I'm sure he appreciates the encouragement, Deku already has somebody he can rely on. Right, sweetie? Well, I mean. And just who could that be? Rumi had a dangerous glint in her eyes. Electricity began crackling between her and Okiko again, their fierce rivalry rearing its head once again. It's hard to keep count of potential candidates these days. Not really. Yes, really. Especially since they're all such boring flavors. Boring and reliable. Boring and stagnant. Half ears. Country hick. Carrot muncher. Heavyweight. Thunder thighs. Finger pads. Now these are just straight up insults, calm down. Cutting off their barbs, Izuku forced the two women to sit straight again as he made a small bow of apology to the people sitting with them. Soon enough, the lights dimmed, and Hawks walked on stage. Wielding a cane and some horrific burn scars, he was a far cry from the cocksure young hero he'd been not too long ago. Now Katsuki was in his place as number 2, and Izuku was reminded how impermanent life was. Izuku's face lit up as he recognized a couple other familiar faces. Melissa was standing in an orange dress while a somewhat frazzled Mai stood beside her in a daze. Izuku could see her loopy expression from here and wondered if she had pulled another string of consecutive all-nighters working on her inventions. Likely yes, all things considered. Welcome, one and all, to the second anniversary gala of Villain's rehabilitation. Hawks waited for the applause to calm down before continuing. As I am sure you are aware, to this day, there is much that plagues our society. Not just with villainy, but the lack of steps we take to ensure nobody is forced to adopt that way of life. Me, Deku and others formed this organization in the pursuit of preventing that. And here to say a few words is the man himself. Please welcome to the stage Japan's #1 hero. Clapping along with the crowd, Hawks shuffled back from the podium as Izuku walked up. He said brief hellos to Melissa and Mai, who he confirmed was, indeed, sleep-deprived, and went up to Hawks. He gave him an exasperated look. Hawks threw his hands up and chuckled. Hey, nobody sells stuff like you. Now go on, #1. Consider this a push to do what you need to. Punching his shoulder, Hawks moved to the side as Izuku approached the podium. Taking a deep breath, he began. When we started this organization, it was with a clear aim in mind. Once he got into the flow, he found himself naturally espousing what he needed to say. He grew further emboldened by thumbs up from his friends and lovers from across the room. All except for Rumi, who chose to give him a knowing wink instead. This caused Izuku to falter for a few moments before picking up steam again. Change is slow, Izuku said in his closing words. And, whether by evolution or society shifting, it always happens on its own. Which is why we put the work in to make it go as fast as possible. Be as bold as possible. Because without that hard work, we sit on the accomplishments of those who came before us and say we need not improve upon them. That they are not worthy of maintenance. This is why we, in turn, have to prove our worth no matter the cost. Thank you. Applause rang out as he ended. He found himself smiling somewhat sheepishly, chuckling in embarrassment at the admiration. He could see Denki with the boys from earlier whistling and cheering. Now that that's out of the way, the raffle's going to be starting after dinner's served. Buy-ins 10,000 yen and yeah, that should be it. Oh, but I call first dibs on the punch, I'm using my authority as number one. Roars of laughter accompanied his stepping off the stage. He was welcomed back to the table with pats on the back from Okako and Rumi, easily picking up conversation again as food was served. He was also able to watch for any more arguments that might spring up between the two of them. The cell was dark and quiet. A place normally filled only with the sound of a man's own thoughts. A white-haired man struggled in the straitjacket he'd been placed in. He rolled his head around, trying to get any cricks in it out. When he finally did, he grunted happily. Evolution or society shifting, here. Sounds like him. I guess I'll just wait a little longer. And that's all the new equipment I'd like you to try out in the next few months, my Doria. They're things me and Melissa have been working really hard on. Here. Izuku was currently being accosted by genius inventor and conniving opportunist Mai Hatsune. While he'd already seen her blinking out on stage, Izuku was taken aback by how deep the bags in her eyes were. Seriously, equipment that can withstand the strength of the number one. Ooh, my babies just keep getting better and better with the more stuff you smash. The day we met at the sports festival was totally the luckiest day of my life. I'm sure you'd have wormed your way over to me eventually, Izuku said. He put his glass down. Look, more than that. Hatsune, you look dead on your feet. Maybe you should sit the rest of tonight out. Ha! Preposterous. It's not just you here, there are different support tech executives here. I could set up multiple contracts and have my baby's designs sent global, not just in Japan. Here. It'll be totally amazing. I'm sure. The biggest name in inventing out there, Mai Hatsune, Gadgeteris and Mechanic Supreme. I can see it. Look, Hatsune, just call it a night. I'm getting sleepy just watching you. With a proud huff, Mai stood up from the table. Nonsense. The train of hyperactive ideas does not stop for Mai. Hatsu. Suddenly sputtering out of gas, Mai crumpled to the ground, but not before Izuku caught her. Melissa came over, looking sympathetic. Sorry for unloading you on her. I could tell she was just about done and well, she's always liked talking with you. No problem, Izuku said. I was kind of looking for something to distract me anyway. Are you heading to bed too? Yeah. These big parties were never my thing. I did end up winning a really expensive coffee machine in the raffle, though. Isn't that the most common prize? Hey! I plan to make a lot of memories with that super common coffee maker. Don't let me stop you. Sharing a laugh, Izuku bid Melissa goodbye. You are too good with women, Midori, said a cheerful voice behind him. Looking behind him, Izuku saw Mina in a deep, purple dress. The color matched her skin beautifully, especially with the black comb in the side of her hair. Ashido-san. Enjoying tonight? You know. It's just. What did Bakugo call this type of thing again? Stuffy. Yeah, stuffy. It's a little too restrained, for my tastes. I'm sure. Mina opened her mouth as if to say something before closing it again. She seemed to be thinking. What is it, Ashido-san? Oh, it's nothing much. I just. She looked at him with sympathy. I just hope you and 𝐒𝐿𝐲 aren't letting those rumors get to you. On top of all the other stuff you already do for us. I'm sure you already hear this daily, but thank you Midoriya-kun. For everything. Izuku was genuinely touched by her words. Thanks, Ashido-san. But you don't have to worry about us. Mina began to snicker, lips curling up in their normal mischievous grin. I'm sure. Just know you guys have got an old friend you can confide in without worry. Mina. The invisible form of Toru Hagakure stumbled over to them, already hitting the drinks a little hard. While it was difficult to say she looked particularly good or bad in anything given her lack of bodily appearance, the cerulean dress hung off her particularly well. Oh, hey. Midoriya-san. Hagakure-san. You've been well. Perfect. And you look perfect in that suit, hee. Okay, that's enough. Mina gave a bubbly goodbye as she scrayed Toru away. The two disappeared into the crowd and Izuku was left on his own again. Taking another bite of his food, he set off to the dance floor. A finger tapped at his shoulder. Looking behind him, he saw 𝐒𝐿𝐲 with her hands outstretched. I'd be disappointed if I didn't get to do this. Izuku gratefully accepted her hand as they twirled out into the sea of people to a slow, tender ballad. A few people glanced their way, but they chose to ignore it. Just enjoy each other's company for a few minutes. So anyway, I talked to Usajiyama, and you didn't kill each other. Ha. She can be civil when she wants to be. Seeing as we're in a hotel and all, she's booked a room and... Oh. Well, that's pretty forward. And pretty Usajiyama of her. So I said I'd talk to you about it but wouldn't make any promises. Not that I particularly want her in on this thing, but... Izuku chuckled nervously. I admit, I'm kind of iffy on it too. But loath as I am to defend her, I don't think she was actually serious about blackmailing us. Registering Izuku's surprise, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 elaborated. I mean, manipulating us is still pretty bleg, but I have to admit, I'd never even let her get close to you like this otherwise. So I'm not saying to give her a chance, just a chance at explaining. Nodding, Izuku smiled. I was planning to hear her out regardless, but I'm happy to see you two extend an olive branch. HMPH. But for how long? The song ended and 𝐒𝐿𝐲 walked away. Izuku was wondering whether he should walk off when, in her place, Rumi appeared. Smiling at him, she instantly took him by the hand as a rapid-tempo song began playing. Deku. Miko. I don't really do much more than slow dancing. Then I'll just have to pull you along at my speed. And she was true to her word. As the song kept picking up its pace, Izuku found himself pulled along all across the dance floor. People were stopping just to watch them. A few whistled at the way Rumi was pulling Izuku to be in step with her custom heels. Pulled every which way and spun in directions he didn't know were possible, Izuku found himself completely at the mercy of his new dance partner. Halfway in, however, he managed to get more into the flow of things. He could more easily match her movements in their tango, and he was able to quickly find the right pace on his own. The song reached its crescendo and he instinctively threw Rumi over his arm as he leaned down with her. A few whistles pierced the air as they held onto one another. The song finished with a final flourish of a violin and Izuku pulled Rumi back up. He scratched his ear and flushed, realizing what they were doing. She pulled him away to the side amid all the clapping. See? You're not so terrible. I feel like that was more because you were guiding me the whole time, even when I picked up speed. So, that's all you need for a good tango. Izuku chuckled. I think it normally takes a little more than that. They reached the terrace outside. There were a few couples already outside, but for the most part they would be left alone. Rumi rested her right arm on the railing, letting her prosthesis fall to her side. So, I know I kind of dragged you into doing this, and before anything else, I just wanted to say sorry for that. But the thing is, Deku, I'm not the kind of girl who goes after just about anything like this. Hoping to confirm 𝐒𝐿𝐲's suspicions, Izuku leaned into the railing beside her. You never intended to blackmail us even if we refused, did you? Rumi gave a sheepish smile. It looked awfully strange compared to her usual display of confidence. I tend to rush into things too fast. So I drafted up that whole lie on the way over to your office because I was excited. I thought that, maybe, if you'd be willing to do it casually with other girls then maybe. Izuku scratched his head. How do I put this? This isn't just a casual thing for the girls. At least, not a friends with benefits thing. They're all my girlfriends now. Startled, Rumi began blinking. Wait. These aren't just hookups. No, they're serious relationships. You thought they weren't. Well. Rumi surveyed the city, trying to think up a response. I guess it never crossed my mind that you'd want anybody other than Uraraka, in the end. So I did this whole thing on the assumption it would be something with no real strings attached. I mean, the girls are free to break up with me if they want, Izuku said. But I've got to say, I've really grown to like what I have with them. So if you sign up for this, it's for the long haul. And we have to keep it secret, at least for the time being. Are you up for that? Rumi closed her eyes. She was uncharacteristically calm. When I thought about the man I wanted to be with, it was always the image of the strongest person imaginable. Not just physically, but in terms of their capacity as a hero. Their drive to win, their determination to save people, and above all, the strength they get from their kindness. That to me is the image of a real man. And lo and behold, you ended up entering the picture. I was fascinated by you. And I wanted at least a little bit of that, so when I saw my chance, I went for it. She gave him an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. Don't be. We can treat this as a new beginning tonight. Are you up for it? Rumi made sure nobody was looking as she gave his arm a tight squeeze. Ready and willing. Another hour of the party commenced, during which time Izuku ended up exchanging pleasantries and conversations with other old friends. As agreed upon, he left with Okiko about 20 or so minutes after Rumi had called it a night as well. They met her and the other girls outside. Izuku fully explained the situation to them. Sheesh, you thought this was some casual thing. Kyoka gave Rumi an annoyed glare before sighing. Well, I guess it would seem like that from the outside looking in. Still, I hope you know what this means.